In a certain story, there is a young man named who is born with crimson eyes. Since ancient times, red eyes are known as the devil's curse. From a young age, he falls in love with the female lead, but he never expresses his deep affection, even though he becomes the youngest knight and acts valiantly. On the battlefield, cruel rumors constantly whisper that he borrows power from the devil. Thus, strictly avoids the saintess. He believes that a cursed being admiring the pure saintess is a grave sin. He suppresses his longing to draw close to her, fearing he might burden her. Once he learns the saintess and the crown prince become lovers, his suppressed desire explodes in desperation. Yet no matter how earnestly he confesses, how desperately he holds on, or how many tears he sheds, the saintess refuses his heart. Another man already holds her affections. Finds himself consumed by profound sorrow and fierce jealousy. At that very moment, the power of the devil truly awakens. He darkens completely and slaughters everyone who stands in his way and all who ever hurt him. Among them is his, the arrogant woman who sneered at and despised him. Now, this girl is actually a modern woman who once read that novel and felt thoroughly frustrated. After all, he makes entire armies tremble on the battlefield, yet trembles like a leaf before the saintess, never daring to declare his love, only to watch someone else steal her away. Indeed, in this story, she adores the tragic second male lead, far more than the crown prince. Unaccountably, after reading the novel, she transmigrates right into it. She becomes the nagging beside the second male lead, the very woman fated to die at his hands. According to the original plot, the emperor arranged her engagement too. 2 years ago, yet today marks their very first face-to-face meeting. This is because leads a long, grueling war, and now returns as the ultimate hero of the empire. Greetings. I am. She instantly falls under the spell of his mesmerizing, striking, handsome face. At first sight, as she stands there completely dazed, his cool voice breaks her trance. Young miss, goodness, she feels so embarrassed she wishes the ground would swallow her whole. Regaining her composure, she offers a polite bow. Greetings, I am. Lilac offers his sincere apologies for only meeting her now despite their imperial decree, as the prolonged war makes returning to the capital nearly impossible. She answers briskly, it matters not. When one is this devastatingly handsome, anything is forgiven. Gazing at the cold, majestic hero before her, she remembers he is essentially a ticking time bomb harboring a dark evil within. Knowing this, she still cannot annul the engagement, for it is decreed by the emperor himself. The more she admires him, the more certain she feels that his face is a divine masterpiece, a breathtaking beauty. Suddenly, she notices a fresh wound on his neck and leaps to her feet. You are injured. He quickly adjusts his collar and says softly, it is nothing. The young miss needs not concern herself. Recalling the novel's lore, possesses extraordinary self-healing powers, yet he stubborn refuses to use them on himself. What is she to do with such a man? She stands up, retrieves a soft bandage, and steps closer to him. She speaks gently. Even a minor wound requires proper care. If it becomes infected, it will hurt terribly. They are all patched up. Perhaps being at such close proximity makes the atmosphere turn stiff and awkward. So she quickly steps back. I beg your pardon. Lady, you are indeed quite different from the rumors. What do the rumors say? I heard you are a very blunt person. He must have heard the nasty gossip, she thinks. That the Marquis's daughter is a wicked, spoiled brat, right? Even if he leaves it unspoken, she knows, because that was the original truth. If she were the original rather than her current self, she would surely look down on, but now she is a peace-loving, gentle soul who deeply pities this tragic hero destined for despair. She says softly, rumors are merely spun by attention-seekers to stir up scandal. In reality, I am entirely different, am I not? He breaks into a faint, rare smile. Indeed, it seems I am mistaken. My apologies, my lady. And no, it is fine. Ah, stop smiling like that. Her heart is about to leap out of her chest. Looking at his gentle face, she thinks his genuine smile is worlds apart from his earlier cold expression. Her heart flutters wildly in her chest. Their conversation continues in a far more comfortable, warm atmosphere. Do you know about the engagement ceremony being held at my estate in 2 weeks? Of course, 2 years ago, they were officially engaged on paper, but never held a proper ceremony. Because remained on the battlefields all this time, immediately. After her father receives news that the war is over, he frantically arranges the engagement date without delay. She smiles. My father pours his whole heart into preparing this event. After your grand victory, this is your first formal banquet. Thank you, lady. Goodness truly speaks so sparingly. Regardless of the devil's curse or rumors surrounding him, remains the most legendary knight in the empire. An engagement banquet starring such a renowned hero naturally draws an endless crowd of prominent guests. Her father spends a fortune decorating the hall and inviting the top figures of the realm, exhausting her just thinking about it. She mentions all prestigious nobles across the empire are attending the ceremony. And even the saintess. She steals a glance at his face to catch his reaction. Clearly caught off guard, his expression brightens with a soft, deeply satisfied smile. She sighs inwardly. Look at him, his romantic feelings are written all over his face. How could be so oblivious to such intense devotion? He is so foolishly timid, constantly keeping his distance from out of fear. If he would express even a fraction of his true heart, perhaps he would never fall into darkness. Therefore, she resolves to create the ultimate opportunity for him. She says warmly, since the saintess is attending, I plan to invite her to perform the blessing dance. Surprise, the blessing dance, true to its name, involves gentle hand touching with the saintess. Much like divine healing, it is not an official use of sacred magic. Usually dances joyfully with the central guests of any banquet. At an engagement celebration, she dances with both the and. That is precisely her target. Lord, what do you think? She sparkles with excitement over this brilliant strategy. Through this dance, might finally realize secret devotion. Who knows, if executed well, the story might diverge entirely from its tragic original path. Even if not, he will still score major points in his heart. What an amazing plan. But just as she rejoices, he says quietly, my lady, that is rather difficult. She blinks in complete confusion, thinking, is this fool throwing away such a golden opportunity? He explains that he cannot dance well. She initially doubts his statement, but looking at his deadpan, earnest face, it is 100% true. Since this detail is never mentioned in the original novel, she cannot predict it beforehand. Thinking back, it makes perfect sense. Grew up an orphan. Living on blood-soaked battlefields since age 12 and rarely attending grand balls, it is only natural he lacks dance skills. With a crestfallen, melancholy look, he murmurs, I am deeply sorry, lady. His downcast face hangs heavy in the air, rendering the tension awkward. To break the heavy silence, she offers to personally teach him how to dance. He looks thoroughly stunned by her unexpected proposal. Before he can protest, she smirks softly. Are you refusing me? It is your sincere offer, so you cannot decline. Their meeting draws to a close. And she returns home exhausted, only to find her father waiting right at the entrance. Her father, Marquis Lilac, is an endless chatterbox, but she has zero intention of patiently listening to his lectures right now. She is simply far too tired. So as her father rattles off a list of 1,000 questions, she abruptly cuts him off, stating the meeting went wonderfully and that he is in great health. Now I am completely drained, so I shall take my leave to my room. With that, she breezes right past him like the wind. He barely manages to shout after her, Don't forget, you must marry Lord so the Lilac family can survive. The Lilac family has fallen into dire ruin, surviving in name only due to failed business ventures. Conversely, is a glorious hero favored by the emperor, which is why this imperial marriage exists in the first place. In the original story, even after their engagement, makes no effort to hide her open contempt for. That explains her father's constant worrying. He fears will lose all favor for his arrogant daughter. Wearily, she thinks her father no longer needs to worry, because before can call off this engagement. She will take the initiative first. She has it all planned out. Doesn't want to marry a woman like her anyway, so she must cultivate his romance with. To execute her plot, she writes an official letter asking to perform the blessing dance. Though she and aren't close, given her tie to, will surely agree. The very next day, she arrives at the grand mansion granted to by the emperor in the capital. Before stepping inside, She mentally encourages herself. Nothing to fear. Even if her family is declining, she is still a noble lady of a prominent line, and a stunning beauty at that. Yet despite her brimming confidence, the moment their eyes meet, she freezes dead in her tracks for several seconds. Expecting a butler to greet her, she is caught entirely off guard when himself opens the door. His striking appearance right now is a divine masterpiece of perfection. Seeing her dazed reaction, he assumes his informal attire offends her. He explains he isn't used to tight-fitting noble clothes, offering to change if it makes her uncomfortable. And no, it isn't that. I am just afraid I might get a nosebleed. Girl, pull yourself together. To her core, she quickly steps past him, saying, Your appearance is already wonderful as it is. His mansion is quiet, staffed by very few servants. She assures him that learning a basic greeting dance is simple. I see, he says, though subtle worry still lingers on his face. Now let us start by facing each other. Even in high heels, she must tilt her head up to look into his eyes, but goodness, looking at this face. How could anyone claim he is cursed by a devil when he looks so gorgeous? Her lingering gaze makes him flustered. He murmurs, Lady, must we continue staring like this? I feel a bit self-conscious under your gaze. Defensively, she claims that eye contact is fundamental to dancing. So there is no other way, you must endure it, seeing her sharp response. He nods gently. I understand. Now we move to the greeting step and hold hands, though wearing soft white gloves. She still senses the rough texture of his calloused hands. Dancing with such a flawless man causes her mind to short-circuit repeatedly. His deep voice calling, Lady, snaps her back to reality. Blushing, she stammers, I will demonstrate the steps first. It might be tricky, but worry not, you are looking at the finest dancer in high society. Hard to believe, but it is true. No, step with your right foot, not left. Ah, now bring your left foot forward. When turning, return to your original position. Why are you stepping so far away? Ah, yes, returning right now, a few days later. We finished dancing, yet the music is still playing. Isn't this rather embarrassing? On the outside, she smiles brightly, but inside she groans. Is truly terrible at dancing, he has zero sense of rhythm. He says softly, having never practiced properly, I didn't realize I am this hopeless. As expected, dancing does not suit me. Perhaps we should end the lesson here. Wait, whose lesson is this anyway? I am the one who started it, so only I decide when it ends. And right now I have zero intention of ending this practice. Stand up immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's right. At this part they turn back to back. Every time they reach this step, she grows anxious because whenever twirls. He drifts 10,000 miles away. Stand still right there, please don't go anywhere. As expected, humans can accomplish anything if they try. Although his dance steps are still offbeat, he is getting much better. Hard work never betrays us. You really do a wonderful job. Is that so? Yes, at least now. It looks like actual dancing. He asks, was it not like dancing last time? Well, I thought I summoned the demon king of this world instead. It seems she slipped up with her tongue again, folks. Scene change, right now the two of them are taking a break and drinking juice. Looking at him, she thinks even the juice glass looks adorable in his hands. Haha, her obsession with handsome men is unmatched. At this moment, he asks, why do you try so hard to help me? Because you are my. I cannot accept others whispering that my doesn't know how to dance. Please don't misunderstand, I don't mean I am ashamed of you. I know because Lady stands by my side. You are the second person to tell me that you take my side. Who is the first person? It is Saintess. She asks if the Saintess is the first person to bring him to the capital and make him a knight. Right, yes, that is a fairly famous story, Saintess. Travels all across the empire to help people. Back then she met, who lives like a wild beast in a small rural village and brought him to the capital. If not for her, he might have died long ago. Under's protection, sees the real world for the first time. He learns to speak, to write, to handle a sword, and how to interact. With humans, because she is such a person, it is only natural for him to fall in love with her. She says, if I were you, I would have fallen in love with the Saintess too. She saved you from a hellish place. I certainly wouldn't waste a single moment to confess to her. You joke too much. If a cursed man says such words, even a Saintess would run away. How could that be, unless the Saintess has strange tastes, she will surely say something like this. How thrilling! Thrilling! You've been on the battlefield too long, so you don't know. That is a very popular phrase among noble ladies recently. It is used in a positive sense. He wears a bewildered look. I see. Anyway, my point is, you should confess. No one will mind, so. Don't be afraid and don't run away. Lady really is. I know I lack my own strong opinion, so stop right there. Today, as usual, she comes but does not meet. Instead, she meets. Is responsible for managing the estate and serving as attendant. Is a loyal servant who takes care of everything for his master and is also the only person who knows true form. Written all over his face is, what on earth is this girl's goal coming here every day? It's written so clearly. Look here, she says she comes to help so. He doesn't need to worry. You and I are on the same side. Okay, turns his head away and says, I don't know why you say so, lady, but I still remember 4 years ago when you told everyone, a cursed monster born a commoner becomes a knight. I will never acknowledge him. That is what you said. Oh dear, even crying a river now cannot explain this away. So please do not ask me to believe in your sincerity now. How harsh, after all, she is. A huge fan of. She reaches the drawing room but is nowhere to be seen. She glances around and oh, my goodness, look at this masterpiece. He is napping on the sofa. His face looks a bit weary. It seems he practiced all night again. She gently approaches and gazes at him, thinking, seeing him improve day by day like this, she has certainly kept practicing every time after she left. He probably wants to show off in front of her. She hopes he will become a little braver. At this moment, he opens his eyes and looks up in confusion. She asks, did you sleep well? Do you want to sleep more? His head nods drowsily while his lips utter, yes. Then please rest a bit more. Right now, it seems. He realizes her presence. He opens his eyes wide. Lady, when did you arrive? About an hour ago, but it's fine, thanks to you I got to enjoy. A beautiful sight, a beautiful sight. Of course, I must look so messy right now, I will tidy myself up. And return at once. No need, you look wonderful just as you are. Who knows how he slept, but his hair is a bit messy. She reaches out her hand toward him. His hair feels like early morning spider silk. So fine and soft. Lady, you always say words I've never heard before. I wonder if it makes you uncomfortable. Not at all, soon enough. The day of the engagement ceremony arrives. Lady, you look truly gorgeous today. You yourself love this style as well. Anne, her close maid, says that no one will be able to take their eyes off her today, and even will fall for her in an instant. She thinks that although she looks quite pretty today, how could someone whose eyes are always set on notice anyone else? Recalling the day before the engagement, she encouraged, red eyes, a curse? That applies to ordinary people, but for a handsome man like you, it only adds to your charm. She really is. A fangirl was delighted by her encouragement. Thank you for your words, but I am not as handsome as you say, lady. Instantly, she held a mirror right before his face. She said, come on, look directly at your face. For 5 seconds, then look at outside. The window, how do you feel? What do you think? You really are a handsome man, right? Although she feels a bit sorry for after that day. He gained a bit more confidence. Right now, stands outside the door waiting for her. You arrived so early, you look so handsome today. I tried my best to dress up extravagantly. Yet I still cannot beat you. What are you saying, lady? You look truly beautiful. Gorgeous, what compliment is he about to give? Extremely thrilling. She almost dies laughing at his choice of words. Because his adorable compliment is so endearing, she keeps giggling nonstop. He asks, lady, why do you keep laughing like that? She says their engagement ceremony is grand, attended even by people who rarely attend banquets like Duke Sever. Her simping habit won't change even in another life. Here she is walking next to a handsome masterpiece, yet still waving at someone else. Sharp gaze lands on her. It seems he is annoyed now. She says, this engagement ceremony was insisted upon by my father and His Majesty. They didn't ask for your opinion, right? So I am fine with it. His face darkens instantly. What do you mean, lady? I mean, what if during the engagement ceremony a girl appears and screams that the child in her arms is yours? So I want to say, no matter what happens. I will understand you, just follow your heart. She is worried he wouldn't dare confess to out of guilt toward her, so she says this, but it seems the more she speaks, the worse it gets. She wonders what the expression on his face means. Right at this moment, an unexpected guest enters through the door. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince arrives at their party. Beyond imagination, why is he here? Crown Prince is the true male lead. Of the original novel, he possesses jet black hair and dark eyes. He is a handsome man with a strong yet rebellious spirit. Standing before the Crown Prince says, "I didn't come here because I wanted to, but because my imperial father forced me to. Although I dislike it, I must express my gratitude for your highness's precious visit." As expected, the atmosphere between the male lead and the second male lead reeks of gunpowder. Greetings to the Grand Crown Prince of the Empire. All right, I have heard many things about you. I heard you made a very special request to the Saintess. You asked her to perform the blessing dance, right? For you and Lord, right now he is annoyed because he's dancing with. What a total childish guy, but what is with this look? He is glaring at me. How terrifying. Seeing's expression speaks up. Your Highness, I request that you do not glare at her like that. Is taken aback by his reaction. What? Is he protecting me? In the original story, doesn't care about at all. To think such a would speak up to defend her, teaching him to dance for 2 weeks was truly worth it. She is moved to tears, flies into a rage. How dare you order me to do this or that? Where is the hound that swore loyalty to the imperial family? Feels almost suffocated by this tense atmosphere. Right at that moment appears Your Highness. She possesses a lovely personality and a face so pure that anyone who beholds her falls in love. What are you all talking about? Ah, I should have greeted the protagonists of the party first. I forgot. Thank you for inviting me to such a precious event. Lady, I am the one who should thank you for accepting my invitation. Looking at, she says, congratulations on your engagement. Thank you, Saintess. Receiving's blessing, nudges his arm and whispers, are you all right? He smiles softly at her. Perhaps now is no longer the most important person to him. Looking at the way other guests stare at her, she knows well what they are whispering. Some mock her for throwing away her pride to marry someone born a commoner. Some pity her for being engaged to a cursed man. Soon, it is time for the ball dance performance. Cannot help feeling nervous. She steps up and asks if he is nervous. Don't worry. Besides, if anyone laughs at you for not knowing how to dance, I will scold them for you. As the music resonates, the two merge into one rhythm. I didn't expect Lord to dance so well. Oh, he is truly handsome. This is the last song. I will spin quickly, so you must catch me properly. Don't go far away from here. Smiles shyly. Yes. Unsurprisingly, when she lets go of his hand and twirls, he catches her perfectly. The performance is so magnificent that it steals the entire spotlight of the banquet. At this moment, the focus of the banquet hall splits in two. On one side is his faction. Surrounding are young nobles praising his military exploits and bravery. The Crown Prince's faction is a complete 180-degree contrast. Surrounding the Crown Prince are beautiful noble daughters. The Saintess is no exception either, surrounded by young gentlemen. This is the phase where the Crown Prince has not defined his relationship with Saintess yet, so he can only watch from afar. With eyes full of sparks, looking at now, she thinks he is merely pretending not to look at. Trying his best not to show his emotions. This fool, overhearing by chance, she catches some noble ladies badmouthing. They say she came to the party dressed humbly. They say the Saintess entered the Crown Prince's private room without permission. Unable to stand injustice, she steps in to speak up for, explaining that she discovered the Crown Prince was sick and entered his room to treat him. Those ladies leave with annoyed expressions because took the Saintess's side, approaching. She says, Saintess, can we perform the blessing dance I requested now? Yes, since I am taller than you, I will lead. Seeing the Saintess's pure and innocent face, she asks, hearing those words earlier must have saddened you, right? I am fine. This isn't the first time I've heard such things. Went through countless hardships fit for a true female lead. She suffered abuse, contempt, misunderstandings, and was dragged into conspiracies simply because she was born a commoner, yet she endured everything because she is the Saintess. Continues. Hearing harsh words every day doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. You're just forcing yourself to endure it. So don't bottle it all up. Get rid of everything that frustrates you. Lady is the first person to ever tell me that, it seems. Someone else once said a similar phrase to her. As the dance ends and is about to leave, pulls her back. Saintess, there is one more person you must dance with. At this point recalls, ah, that's right. waves enthusiastically. You must receive the saintess's blessing as well, with a shy and bashful face. He slowly walks over, looking just like a strict stepmother, scowls with impatience. Hurry up, she enthusiastically pushes him toward and scurries away, leaving space for the two of them, watching the two of them. Stand face to face, she wonders. Is this how a father feels giving his daughter away in marriage? They look so good together. But where on earth did this guy pop out from? An awkward tension heavy with gunpowder fills the air. Without a word, the crown prince simply grabs hand. Standing in the corner, her heart burns with frustration. That damn male lead, seeing this, grabs the crown prince's arm. The crown prince turns and asks, "Whose hand do you think you dare grab right now?" "I will accept punishment later, but please let go of the saintess's hand," the crown prince shouts. Seeing this chaotic scene, she blames herself for neglecting how a petty, jealous male lead could barge in at any moment. "I was too careless. I am fine, so please let go," a saintess says with a gentle face. "Please go quickly." Just like that, she watches the crown prince drag outside. Seeing's crestfallen face, she tells herself, "No, I can't leave it like this." Turns and runs after them to meet the saintess. As she runs, she thinks, has waited so long just to dance with her. And he can ask her not to go, because values deeply. After all, she just made a childish gesture to show her goodwill toward her. Just as she is about to catch up with them, soldiers block her way. This is an order from His Highness the Crown Prince. "No, wait, I have an urgent matter to discuss." With the saintess, this is an order, seeing. About to board the crown prince's carriage, she shouts frantically, "Do you not know who I am? I am Lilac, notorious for my cruelty in this empire." With an ice-cold face, the knight repeats his refusal and the carriage drives away. She stands helplessly watching it go, unable to do anything more, overwhelmed by frustration at everything she does and thinks. For she collapses to the ground. A man who moves as stiffly as a broken doll, who practices so tirelessly without sleep that his fair skin gets damaged. It is not even as if he intends to confess his love. At this thought, her eyes begin to fill with tears. Out of nowhere, approaches and sits near her. "Lady," he says, startling her so much that she hastily wipes away the unshed tears from her eyelashes. She thinks silently, if he asks why she is like this, how should she answer? His face at this moment is far from somber. Instead, it radiates a gentle warmth. He says, "You understand my heart, don't you?" Before she can process his words, he turns with a smile and continues, "You reveal yourself far more than you realize, to the point where even someone like me can tell what you are thinking." He takes her hand. "Lady." She wonders why he calls her name with such an expression. Then suddenly, he reaches out to wipe away the remaining tears. On her face, he whispers, "I wish to know so much more about you. Even more, will you give me a chance?" A few days later, returns from her short vacation. She gasps in horror at his current state, a face completely drained of life. "Come quick, did you enjoy your vacation?" "My lady, what happened?" Begins brushing her hair, starting to grumble about instructing the other servants to take care of her before leaving. What on earth did they do? Thinks secretly, say no more, this is all. Because of that I look like this. That phrase, "I wish to know so much more about you," what does it truly mean? Of course, is one of the nobility's greatest beauties. But even so, doesn't still harbor his first love for. It isn't as if his feelings can fade so easily. "I have something to ask." "Yes, my lady, please ask." "It is not about me, but about a friend of mine." Seeing's bewildered look, she suddenly remembers, "Ah, right, I have no friends. I mean, it is a story about a friend of a lady." "I know," can instantly tell whose story it is. There is a man who suffers from unrequited love for a girl, but nobody knows that he likes her because he thoroughly hides his emotions. However, a woman appears who notices his feelings, and the man comes to realize this. Do you know what he says to the woman who discovered his secret? What did he say? "I wish to know so much more about you." Now, he says he wants to know more about her. What does this mean? Isn't he just a playboy? It's not that. She doesn't know about others, but she is certain isn't like that. Thinking for a moment, speaks up. "If it's not that, could it be that? You said no one knows about his unrequited love." "Right, yet the only girl who knows has appeared. He is threatening the girl who knows his secret. Like, I will keep my eye on you from now on, so just try telling anyone. I will kill you, something like that. Ponders for a moment and finds that his words actually make sense. How are you so clever, chilling? You flatter me, my lady. Believes theory is undoubtedly the correct answer. The reason is that in the original novel there is a nobleman who discovered weakness while investigating him. He taunted that he would reveal everything directly to the saintess, so sent him straight to his grave. Never wants anyone to uncover his true feelings. Thinking back, she is doomed. Unaware of this, she had even told him, if I were you, Lord, I would probably fall in love with saintess. Besides, I mean, no one would feel uncomfortable if Lord confessed his love, so do not fear and do not run away. She wonders every time he saw her acting as if she knew everything. What was going through his mind? I'm dead, I'm completely doomed. Sobbing a river of tears, she locks herself in her room upon realizing that yet another death flag has been added to her already horrific end. She wants to avoid, but reality is cruel. That very day he visits her mansion. Since she was pretending to be sick in bed, comes to pay a visit. Nervousness and anxiety grip her. She thinks, how can I face a man who might kill me at any given moment? Lady, are you all right? If you don't mind, may I step inside for a moment? It is inconvenient. My current appearance is quite unpresentable right now. Then I shall blindfold myself and enter. Curiosity sparks in her because his voice sounds so pitiful. Could he be standing outside looking like an abandoned puppy? Very well, you may come in. But the moment he walks toward the bed, she has no choice but to erase all previous thoughts from her mind. A bouquet of purple flowers appears before her. Lady, it has been a while. Goodness, he actually covered his eyes. Did you truly enter with a blindfold on? I promised I would after all. He hands her the bouquet, a get-well gift. Handsome and thoughtful, how can anyone resist him? Clutching the bouquet with delight, she says, receiving a gift while feigning illness feels a bit too much. A smile touches his lips as he replies, feigned illness is still an illness. I was deeply worried. His words make her blush crimson. She asks, can you really not see me right now? You move far too naturally. That is thanks to a knight's senses honed on the battlefield. At this moment, she wonders if she should just speak her mind to him. After all, she cannot avoid forever. She could confess that she failed to know her place and meddled in his affairs, promising it will never happen again. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, he interrupts her. Is it because of what I said that day that you are avoiding me? Perhaps I spoke carelessly. She recalls his words from that day. I wish to know so much more about you. I should have considered things more from your perspective before speaking. I apologize. Anyone hearing such words would naturally feel uncomfortable. How could that be? It was actually amazing. She had said so back then. No woman in this world dislikes a handsome man, and Lord is truly handsome. The same goes for his desire to know more about her. Thinks that his presence makes others fearful. She does not want him to believe she thinks the same way. He asks, then why have you been avoiding me, my lady? She stammers, well, Lord is already engaged to me, but hearing you say that took me by surprise. What reason is there to further explore our relationship? There is a reason. Then what is it? Because this marriage is not what you and I desired, lady. It is merely an arrangement between His Majesty and Marquis Lilac. I wish to build a genuine bond rather than a superficial one. To do that, I want to understand you better. His response is far from what she anticipated. She says, getting to know each other now might not bring anything good. If we discover something displeasing, it will only make us dread marriage even more. If that happens, are you willing to accept the risk of breaking our engagement? Of course. What is going on? If I handle this right, I might actually survive. Slowly removes his blindfold, steps forward to stand in front of her and says, I said I can accept breaking the engagement, so I ask you once more, will you allow me to know more about you? Very well. And so begins their phase of getting to know each other. What does lady like? Anything beautiful and sparkling. Then what do you dislike? I dislike male leads and second male leads who are heartless toward minor villainesses. Huh, things are looking unstable already. She quickly covers her mouth at his reaction and says, I talk nonsense every now and then, don't mind me. I see. Oh boy, here it comes. He writes down in his notebook that she likes talking nonsense. Lord, do you think we can really learn about someone through questions like these? How about we stop this interview here and do something else? What would you like to do? She says she will take him to a place she likes. The place she brings him to is a boutique clothing shop. Slightly blushing, asks, do you truly like this? Yes, I really do. The outfit she picks for him makes him look 20 years older. She claims that this outfit is currently all the rage among high society this season. Like this, he asks, didn't you say you like beautiful and sparkly things? This is beautiful and sparkly. Laughing until tears come to her eyes, she thinks, a black suit with an aura of restrained desire paired with such a shy expression. How can I resist? You really suit this black suit. You look like a refined gentleman. The blue shirt earlier was also very handsome, even the outfit from the first mannequin that you wore, I really like it too. Ah, seeing him like this brings such happiness. One look at his face reveals just how happy he is. Just moments ago, she feels pure joy. But now, visible anxiety washes over her face as she thinks of her savings from the past few months. They are surely gone this time. She tells the clerk to wrap up every outfit he tried on. He stops her. No, don't tell me you intend to buy all of these for me. That is right. If not, why would I trouble you for several hours? I am deeply grateful for your kindness, young miss, but there is no reason for me to accept such gifts. Although she feels a bit of pain in her heart for her purse, changing his perspective of her makes every coin worth spending. She says, I simply adore gifting clothes tailored to my taste to someone who is beautiful, so please, I beg of you. Seeing her pleading look, he can only accept them. As they step outside, he expresses his gratitude for her gifts. With a bashful expression, she replies, if you really wish to thank me, could you grant me one request? What is it? Turning her face away, she whispers, then every time you come to see me, please wear the clothes I gave you today. I want to see you dressed in them again. So much. Without a moment's hesitation, he replies, I understand. Ah, he is so adorable. Look at his expression. What is lady thinking about to look so happy? It is nothing. Really, I am just excited thinking about the party. That takes place in a few days. But aren't all the carriages of the Marquis's house broken? Will they be repaired by then? That might be difficult. I plan to rent a carriage. Allow me to pick you up, young miss. You. Yes, consider it a gesture of gratitude for the clothes you gifted me. Everything is now prepared. The maid says that she should have bought a new necklace for the young miss, saying that everything from her dress to her jewels ought to be the latest trend. Our family's financial situation is not great right now, so there is no need for luxury. She speaks grandly, but in truth, all her saved money went into buying clothes for. She moves along, not wanting to keep waiting. At that moment, she hears voices and senses an uneasy feeling. Could it be? Opening the door, she sees her father conversing since her father is quite a chatterbox, she worries for. Father, why are you here? Didn't you leave early this morning? He replies that because his work finished early, he came back early. I chatted with him because he looked a bit bored. Turning to, she asks, are you all right? I am fine. One glance is enough to tell that he is merely pretending to be fine while drowning in an ocean of tears inside. I am sorry I took longer to get ready than I thought. Had I known, I would have hurried. She does not forget to give her father an affectionate look. Seems mesmerized when he catches sight of her attire today. So she teases, although I look a little unusual, I am still a beauty, am I not? Yes. Where did you learn such a sly way of answering? I did not learn it from anyone, I only speak the truth. Did I perhaps make a mistake? They step outside. At that moment, before her eyes stands a lavish carriage bestowed by the emperor himself. It is truly magnificent and luxurious. Please step inside. Young miss, as soon as she boards, she senses the distinct scent of wealth. He asks if she feels uncomfortable anywhere. Not at all. In a carriage like this, I could ride for a whole year. We will arrive soon, so please make yourself comfortable. Wait, come to think of it, why aren't you wearing the clothes I bought you? Did they not look good when you tried them on? Not at all. After dropping you off, I must head straight to the training grounds, so I could not wear them. Training might ruin the clothes, and I do not want that to happen to such a precious gift. Hearing these words, her face flushes. Scarlet, so that is why, I see. Then I look forward to seeing you wear them next time. Soon they reach the venue of the banquet. He tells her that he will come pick her up right on time. Yes, then I shall take my leave. Ah, wait a moment. He reaches his hand toward her, gently adjusting her crooked hair clip. Their close proximity makes her heart race wildly. She wonders why her heart flutters over such a small gesture. He softly offers a warm smile as he looks at her. Perhaps he too senses something strange. The moment she enters the banquet, she feels an unusual atmosphere, hostile and probing. Eyes fall upon her. She wonders, what is this? What is with this atmosphere? Immediately, someone speaks up. Oh my, isn't this lady? Why has someone who values a commoner saintess over nobility like us come here? Today, come to think of it, back at the engagement party, you said the saintess is the best. Right. She hadn't thought about this. I was wondering why you suddenly changed your behavior, lady. But looking at your appearance today, I think I know the reason. Lately, the finances of Marquis Lilac are in dire straits, which must be the reason. Ah, now I understand. Since the saintess loves helping others, she will surely help you. How can these women be so obnoxious? Should I run over and grab them by the hair? No. No, I must endure. She sweeps past them like a gust of wind, reminding herself that their nasty personalities are simply preset by the author. And that is why they act like this. The original would always sit front and center, but that would only trigger a fierce battle. She tells herself that if she keeps quiet like a dead mouse, they will eventually shut up too. But the wind refuses to calm down. They mock her for arriving in carriage today and looking so affectionate together. Despite having previously looked down on due to his origin, sneering that she is only trying to flatter the saintess for personal gain, she boils with rage and turns purple with fury. Poverty really is the scariest thing. Even if she flatters, it yields nothing, for the only place he spends his money is on the saintess's charity organization. Even worse, they claim possesses a knack for bewitching men, from His Majesty to the Crown Prince and that almost. All of their brothers and sons are enamored with her. They even point out that at the engagement party, who never speaks politely to anyone, could not defy the saintess. Indeed, human patience has its limits. She slams her hand on the table and stands up. Lady Erica, what is wrong with you? I have lost my appetite. Can you not keep your mouth shut? Lady, it seems you still do not grasp the situation. There is no one standing on your side right now. I understand the situation all too well. Aren't you currently discussing an engagement with Marquis, Lady Erica? If rumors spread that you engaged in a hair-pulling brawl in the banquet hall, who will be the embarrassed one, me or you? Gnashing her teeth in rage, Erica has no choice but to swallow the truth. Looking at the young lady beside her, that girl immediately turns away to avoid glare. Before speaking ill of someone, observe your surroundings. For an elegant, noble lady, that is an essential virtue. As the party comes to a close and she prepares to leave, is already waiting outside. He asks, Lady, did something happen at the banquet? The young ladies walking out look deathly pale, like soldiers who just witnessed a monster on the battlefield. It is probably just their makeup smudging. It is best to pretend not to notice. That is proper etiquette. Ah, so that is why. As she prepares to step into the carriage, she feels a sharp gaze piercing her from somewhere. It turns out to be Erica, who seems to be plotting something. That look leaves her feeling slightly uneasy. Suddenly remembering an important matter, she asks, the imperial family is hosting a banquet next month, correct? Yes, it is the Crown Prince's birthday celebration. Ah, so it is that event, according to the original novel. During that party, the noble ladies, including, mock the saintess for her shabby attire. During the event, steps up to protect her, however, is nowhere to be found as he avoids and absents himself entirely from the banquet. Glancing at him, she thinks he really is a useless second male lead. As if sensing her thoughts, he asks, Lady, have I done something wrong? She mutters, you haven't yet, but you will later. No matter how I look at it, this won't do. He stands bewildered, unable to fathom what she means. Right then, an idea strikes her. To deal with noble ladies, one must use noble lady tactics. She says, although we have not known each other long, I believe we have built a fine and trustworthy relationship. Is that not so? Words that seem to shake's foolish heart, she leans toward him, causing his body to tense up like a stretched bowstring. She continues, which is why, could you lend me some money? Closing her eyes tight, she worries, what if he refuses? My only option left would be secretly stealing father's hidden slush fund inside those books. I understand. Just tell me the amount you need, young miss, and I shall prepare it for you. Really? Yes. Immediately she lists off expenses in her mind, shoes, new clothes for cosmetics, until he interrupts her. Lady, how long do you intend to stay like this? I am about to suffocate from tension. She quickly pulls back into her space. Ah, I am sorry, I didn't realize. I definitely don't intend to steal money from you, I swear. Her expression is slightly pained. He asks, must you go around borrowing money like this? No, this is actually my first time borrowing money from anyone. If you urgently need money, just tell me anytime, but you must never borrow money from other people like this again. As if hypnotized, she simply nods repeatedly without a word. Upon returning to the mansion, he hands her 500 gold coins. She asks, why don't you ask what I plan to use it for? With a somber look, he replies, isn't your hobby buying clothes for someone beautiful? That is right, I am so glad you remember my words. It seems he thinks I am borrowing money to go clothes shopping with someone else, just like I did with him, which ruined his mood completely. Seeing him like this, she fears he might regret lending her the money, so she quickly grabs the gold and makes a swift escape. Now the problem is how to get to wear the dress. If she says it is a gift for her to wear to the banquet, will surely decline. She devises a plan to become close friends with first. Once that happens, asking her to wear a pretty dress will be much easier. No sooner said than done. The next morning, she heads to the medical center run by charity organization, even though she knew beforehand the sight before her, poor citizens and sick people lying around like dead fish, fills her with genuine admiration for. She seeks out who is thoroughly surprised to see her arrive. She forcefully declares that she comes here to register as a volunteer, feels suspicious and asks again, not donating money but working directly. She says that she wants to become a source of strength for the poor. Saying such words, her conscience surely does not suffer, does it? Because after achieving her goal, she will leave without a second thought. She spends a memorable day here, changing when patients vomit blood, scrubbing toilets, assisting patients with urination, and running around constantly from one task to another with no time to rest. There are moments she wants to give up. After all, whatever happens to has nothing to do with her, but when she looks over at who remains full of energy despite the grueling work, she tells herself to hang on for a few more days. The work is exhausting, isn't it? Yes, if only I had enough power to heal everyone here. She wonders how can do this. Is it because she is the saintess, or because she is the female lead? How can she dedicate herself so much? Turns to ask if you have anything you want to say to me, but her words are abruptly cut short. A man with a leg injury is carried inside, does not hesitate, and rushes over at once to check the situation. She says, his condition is critical, move him to a bed immediately. The man clutches her hand. Saintess, are you the saintess? Please heal me with God's power. Please, if left like this, I will lose both my legs. Her face clouds with sorrow. She replies, I am sorry, God's power cannot be used right now. I will do my best alongside the priests to treat you. He shouts rudely. That power is granted by God to heal people like me. Heal me or my family will starve. Seeing put in a difficult position, thinks that even though it is urgent. Isn't this attitude a bit out of line? She stands up. Did you pay her or something? You seem mistaken. The saintess healing your legs is an act of goodwill, not an obligation. It is not something she must do, but something she chooses to do for your sake when she does not have to. If you cannot humbly accept that kindness, then keep your mouth shut, he sneers. What are you talking about? I am a patient, maintaining her resolute stance. She says, what is everyone doing? He does not want treatment, so let him leave. backing down nervously. He stammers, wait, I want to be treated. I just need to wait, right? Of course, the one who stands to lose here is you with a resentful face. He mutters, how can there be a woman like this? After treatment, reveals that one of the man's legs must be amputated, while the other will function normally once recovered. Seeing his downcast face, she smiles brightly and says, the saintess did her best, so please don't make that face. You worked so hard. Thank you so much. What you said earlier became a great source of strength for me. A bashful smile graces her face. Assumed would be disappointed in her for speaking like that. To a patient, says caring for others comes from a beautiful heart, but if taken too far, one's own heart will grow sick, especially when someone demands things just because she is the saintess. If anyone talks nonsense, kick their butt immediately, whether they are a patient, a noble, a priest, or anyone else, beams radiantly upon hearing. Her words of encouragement and advice expresses a desire to get closer to her, feels a bit surprised, but that fits her intentions perfectly. Then let us be friends starting today. Yes, wonderful, both of them smiled cheerfully like happy children. A week later, everyone at the center comes to adore her. Even though she hates dealing with the confusion of the elderly, she still plays along in skits for them. Everyone thoroughly enjoys her performance. After a week of work, the distance between her and narrows to the point where they share snacks together. At this moment, while nibbling on bread, she asks about the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Have you chosen a dress to wear for that day yet? I plan to wear the dress I wore at your engagement party, because it is not good for a saintess to wear a lavish gown. The response comes as no surprise. At this moment, she devises a plan and says, I see, so you probably cannot wear a matching dress with me, right? A matching dress? Yes, it is a trend. Popular among young noble ladies. Close friends wear dresses of matching colors and designs I really wanted to match with, though. I guess it won't work, right? Never mind, please don't worry about it. I don't mean to pressure you. And this is her true inner face right now. Lies, I completely intend to pressure you, so please take the bait. Then an inexpensive dress should be fine, right? The fish takes the bait, is so thrilled she almost crushes her bread. Really? Yes, as you said, the dress I am wearing now is far too old. Wow, I am so happy. Now she throws away the bread completely. The next day, she wears a magnificent gown to go out and asks, Miss, are you not going to the volunteer center anymore? Thinking back, she spent a whole week there and her bond with became close. So there is no longer any reason to go there, but remembering the warm way welcomed her, she smiles. Whenever I have time in the future, I will go there. Why is that, Miss? Anne, I know you worry about me, but although there are people in this world who have never experienced its warm welcome, once you see it, you cannot walk away from it. Ah, Miss, have you contacted Lord yet? Shouldn't you spend some time meeting Lord? Seeing how he sends a letter every 2 days, he seems very anxious to see you. If you are free, shall we go tomorrow? Although she wants to meet him, she does not want him to know she is meeting. She claimed to be immersed in reading a very long novel lately, so will surely understand. Well, I am heading out. Just as she turns around to leave, her face bumps into something. Looking up, she hears, I hear lady does not leave her room because she is reading a very interesting book. But today it seems you are no longer reading that book. With an evasive expression, she thinks, surely he won't kill me for ignoring him for a few days, right? I have an appointment today and am on my way out, but Lord arrives unannounced. She whispers, are you afraid I will default on my debt to you? Her question plunges both of them into silence. She says, isn't that why you came here? No, then why did you come? At this moment, her father opens the door and invites inside for tea. She whispers, so it is not me, but my father you came to see. That is an unexpected reason, but talking to my father will be exhausting. What do you mean by that? His face shows a hint of embarrassment. Lady, I did not come here to collect money from you or socialize with the Marquis. I came because I missed you. Cannot believe her ears. She thinks, what am I hearing right now? We haven't seen each other for only a week. He says it has been a whole week. At this point, he wants to ask to go out with him, but lacks the courage to say it, feels overjoyed. Hearing those words, she says, I see. Even so, spending time with you today won't work. I must go out now. May I ask what your appointment is? I plan to meet a friend and go shopping. I heard that lady has no friends, though. That was true in the past. I only made a friend recently. We get along so well. If lady introduces that friend to me, that would be wonderful. What kind of person are they? While looking for a way to decline, her father appears once again. Lord, why aren't you coming inside? Perfect timing, she calls out. Father, why don't you tell Lord about that story? Father, why haven't you shared such an important story with your future son-in-law? Lord is about to marry my daughter anyway. Perhaps you should hear that story at least once. Listening to another person's love story is a good lesson. Dangerous glint appears in his eye. She thinks that once her father starts telling his love story, he will talk someone to death within 48 hours. His face fills with unease and a bit of awkwardness. She immediately slips away in an instant. I am sorry, but I must go. Is here. I am sorry, something came up, so I arrived. Late, did you wait long? Not at all. Are you all right? Nothing serious happened, right? It is nothing, please don't worry. That is a relief, oh my. You look so beautiful. Both of them engage in cheerful small talk along the way. Asks about choosing fabric for the dress, admits that she knows nothing about dresses. Today is also her first time shopping for a dress. A 22-year-old girl shopping for a dress for the first time. If so, how did you choose the dresses you wore until now? The priest bought them for me, so those plain, tacky dresses were gifts from the priest. And one more thing, I saved up money to come here, but it is not a large sum. I don't know if this amount can buy a decent dress. Holds hand, don't worry, follow me, I know an inexpensive shop. If we find a good second-hand shop, we can get a beautiful dress for a cheap price. Step inside. Upon entering, says, didn't we enter a junkyard by mistake? Seeing mannequins with scraps of fabric there, that seems likely. But the designs here look quite refined. The designer here must be skilled. Is that so? I'm not very knowledgeable about this. Welcome to clothing shop. I am designer SEL. What kind of clothes are you two looking for? How about this? We are looking for high-quality dresses at an affordable price. Excuse me, but may I ask what your budget is? 300 gold coins for 2 dresses. Finding a dress that fits those requirements with that amount is a bit too much. May I ask if these dresses are for the Crown Prince's birthday banquet? Yes, they are. Oh dear, then you are honored guests. Indeed, looking at your budget, you clearly do not have enough. How about this? I will make them for free for you too. For free. In exchange, the condition is that you hand over the entire design process to me. You two just need to wear the finished dresses and attend the banquet. If so, what do you gain from this? Advertisement for my shop. There is no better opportunity than having 2 beautiful young ladies wear my dresses to a banquet. That gathers all the nobles, turns and whispers to, what do you think, this opportunity is quite good. Even so, taking something that others worked hard to make makes me feel uncomfortable. Says that it serves as a reward for promoting her shop. However, seeing hesitate, she says, your dresses are truly my taste though, but what a pity if feels burdened. We do not have to buy here. Pretending to leave, speaks up. No, I like them very much too. Let us choose our dresses here. It is a wonderful chance to save money, a wise decision. Indeed, you will not regret it. We'll gift you the most beautiful dresses. Yes, although I am embarrassed, I leave it in your hands. The shabby building that she enter is actually S workshop. In reality, S main branch sits in the most expensive location of the capital, because she thinks would never want her help or accept an expensive dress. She uses another method. Remembering that day, she goes to the main branch to place an order. But because there are many noble orders, and she is not a potential client, the shopkeeper tells her all dresses are fully booked. Are you not free to make a dress even for the saintess? Lady truly knows how to joke. The saintess is famous for wearing an old dress to any banquet. Do you want to order for such a person? Even if I try to make one, the saintess probably will not wear it anyway. I will make the saintess wear your dress. How can I believe those words? There is nothing unbelievable about it. I will bring the saintess here and order The dress, fine, let us assume so in that case. How do you plan to pay for the dress? I will not pay because this is a deal, not an order. Make them for us for free. Instead, the dress designed for the saintess will be entirely entrusted to you. Very well, I accept this deal. Sipping her tea, she thinks everything is set up to look natural, so even if later learns is a famous designer, it will be fine. Finishes taking her measurements and says the designer is very detailed, just as mentioned. She is very talented. So I will go get measured now. Wait, are you crying? The designer sheds tears over beauty, an over-the-top reaction, but she says that flawless fair skin, slender frame and glowing golden hair, everything feels so sacred. Inspiration surges within me. Benevolence, elegance, lovely beauty, a design containing all of those. I must go outside and make the dress right now. Hurriedly pulls her back. Hey, you must take my measurements as well, or I almost forgot to buy a dress made by for only 300 gold coins. Milady is truly lucky. It is not luck but quick wit. You must make my dress similar to the saintess's dress. That is the key point of this strategy. However, Milady's dress will be lower in quality. You must consider that part. If you get angry later because the dress qualities are different, it will be very awkward. Of course, I know very well, just focus on creating the dress, for that is enough. I have finished measuring. I will contact you when it is complete. Then I leave it to you. While walking home, they pass by a famous. As she wonders how to make agree to join her, speaks up. Thanks to you, I discovered a good shop and saved money. May I treat you to some tea and dessert at a? If so, let us go to my favorite. Upon entering the shop, she is immediately drawn by a pastry. Looking at it, she instantly thinks of, have you chosen a cake to eat yet? I choose energetic morning after the rain, just a bite. True to its name, it is delicious. Do you want to try some? No, I do not like sweet things. Please go ahead. While enjoying the cake, she notices a book titled Crown Prince versus Beautiful Knight. Who will be the best groom? She wonders who wrote such massive letters. At the table behind them sit two girls, one picking the crown prince and one picking. Out of curiosity, she asks, between the two, who do you think is the better groom? Let me see, I have never thought about that. Then who does think is the best groom? Without single moment of hesitation, she says, of course it is. He has a handsome appearance and a gentle nature. He is the strongest knight in this empire. After all, compared to him, His Highness the Crown Prince. The moment you marry him, the imperial family becomes your in-laws. What could be more terrifying than that? Is thoroughly amused hearing her say this. His birth mother, the late empress, passed away long ago, and the current empress is one of the villains who bullies the female lead. In the original story, she kicks out after is mocked by the nobles at the crown prince's birthday banquet. But being kicked out will not happen because she will appear more beautiful than anyone else at the banquet. The two enjoy a wonderful day together. Next time we meet, let us go out together again, okay? When she returns to the mansion, night falls. At this moment, a sudden chill runs down her spine from behind. Did you have a pleasant time with your friend? Seeing him, she instantly thinks, has darkened already, has not even gotten close to the crown prince yet. Why on earth should I run away right now? Either way, I will be caught. Instantly, what should I do? But looking closely, his brow furrows, cheeks puff slightly, lips tightly press. Could he be sulking? I must apologize quickly and properly to exit his sulking mode. I am sorry. No matter how urgent it was, I should not have abandoned my and disappeared. That is unacceptable. I am truly a terrible, unfit to even eat dinner. Tonight I will skip dinner and reflect on my actions. He stuns at her rapid-fire apology. Please do not say that. Milady has done nothing wrong. Do you really think so? If you truly think so, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a cake box. Please accept this. What is this? I saw it at the bakery because it was beautiful. I bought it. May I open it? Of course, it is very pretty, isn't it? It truly is pretty, but why give me this? This cake matches the color of your eyes. Quite surprised, he says. Thank you, lady. His face instantly brightens upon receiving the gift. He really is so easy to coax, she says. That because she feels guilty today, she will see him all the way back to his mansion. After walking a short distance, he suggests, if possible, Milady can step down from the carriage and walk with me. I wish to speak with you for a moment. Stepping out of the carriage, she says, I am truly sorry. In truth, I did not know you would listen to my father's stories. For so long, you could have chosen a good moment to leave. Because he spoke with such passion, it was difficult to interrupt, but it was quite interesting too. It is my first time listening to someone tell stories in such detail. Sometimes when he forgot something, he went all the way back to when you were 5 years old, so it was a bit exhausting. She feels terribly guilty. And how was your day today? Milady, wait. Went shopping and chatted at although I feel very guilty toward you today. I had a wonderful time. I am curious as to who matches Milady's personality so well. She is a beautiful, dazzling friend. Feeling a bit hurt, he says, you said I was the one who was dazzling. Did Milady gift clothes to that dazzling friend? Using my money. I intended to, but did not. Instead, the amount I borrowed from you is just enough for my own dress. Milady's dress? Yes, the Crown Prince's birthday banquet takes place soon. I commissioned the finest designer. How wonderful it will be to wear a meticulously crafted dress. Do you mean making a dress for the Crown Prince's banquet? What is wrong with him again? He reeks of jealousy, yet she does not realize it at all. She wonders what is making him angry. At the Crown Prince's birthday banquet this time, I will escort Milady. What, this is a banquet he does not attend in the original novel. But if he attends, he will realize that her friend is. Are you all right, lady? Of course, today is the day of the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. In reality, the banquet is nothing short of a search for the Crown Prince's partner. All dress shops in the capital record their highest revenue ever. The quality is indeed as expected, only a close look reveals it is mid-range grade. Anne says Milady knows how to save money. But this dress style does not suit Milady. With a design like this, Milady cannot even wear heavy makeup. Your charm lies in your uniquely bold eye makeup. Young miss, can you change into another outfit? It is fine to wear. What she worries about now is the reaction of when he learns she is close with. Can he bear to see and happily together? Or not? At this rate will he not? Darken today, but wait, what is this? Lady, what do you think about this? Did he wear the clothes she gave him? Smiling like a child, he says, yes, today. I wear it. Does it look dazzling? Full marks, his appearance is utterly adorable. Thank goodness. Shall we depart then? Inside the carriage, she wonders, why on earth is he like this? He keeps looking at me as if flirting with me. I have a truth I haven't told you yet. The truth is. Seeing look serious, his expression turns grave too. What is it? The friend I mentioned before is Saintess. She feels nervous, uncertain of his reaction and afraid he might question her motives for befriending. Yet contrary to her worries, his face remains entirely unbothered. So, that is how it is. What kind of reaction is this? Could he already know? Yes, I heard it from Poe. Who is Poe? Ah, right, it is his subordinate. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The two of them walked holding hands on the street, so someone must have seen them. Even if I am close with the girl you unrequitedly love, is it really fine? He says, however, lady, you look a bit different from usual today. Ah. He noticed. I changed my style a little. I thought this would look better. Isn't it much better? His face turns cold. She asks, is it not that pretty? With a headache, he says, it is not that. She thinks even if she looks terrible today. That reaction is far too harsh. Soon they arrive at the imperial palace where the banquet takes place. His cold, handsome beauty captivates every gaze the moment he appears. Young ladies immediately approach to greet him. Is like, excuse me, do you not see me? Haha. Looking at, she thinks their eyes truly light up at a handsome man. What is this? There is no way you came to congratulate my birthday. Did you come because you heard the Saintess was coming? The entire hall suddenly smells of gunpowder. He replies, no, I am only here to escort my. As she wonders what is with gaze, does he not believe? Came just for her. Immediately steps forward, blocking his view of her, he says, Your Highness, I told you before, do not look at her with those eyes. Atmosphere grows tense when appears, freezing everyone for 5 seconds. Today she looks like a pure, radiant princess amidst the banquet. Snickers upon seeing's expression. Standing behind, she cannot tell what his reaction is. At this moment, runs over and holds her hands, smiling like a child. She says how lucky she is to find her. I found in a heartbeat, a hum. Signals to her that two others are standing right here. Startles, realizing she failed to notice. It is my honor to meet your highness, the crown prince. Look at his expression. Greetings, lord. You look truly beautiful today, lady. This gorgeous dress suits you well. Getting praised feels great, but what is this chill behind her back? Is it because only pays attention to her that he sends this deadly gaze? In truth, did not do it on purpose. You look different from usual today, don't you? Seems you finally threw away that rag-like dress. She is always wary of befriending royalty or nobility, but today she is with that noble lady. How sarcastic. Did you finally grasp reality? Wow, he truly deserves to stay single forever. His words are utterly unbearable to listen to. Truly a natural red flag. Immediately cuts him off. She simply complies, then turns to, I have something to say, so let us go somewhere quiet. We shall take our leave, your highness. At this moment, scuttles to follow, but says, I said I have something to tell. You must not follow either. Hearing this like a bolt from the blue, feeling abandoned, he looks so pitiful. One side is furious, the other gloomy. Is like, wait, am I currently being dragged away? In a deserted spot, says, I am sorry for suddenly pulling you here. You must be surprised, right? From her pocket, takes something out. She mentions that in a crowded place she feels a little shy. I have a gift for you. It is an elegant butterfly hair clip. Freezes for 5 seconds, completely stunned. How is it? Do you like it? Overjoyed like a child, she thinks it is exactly her style. But why give me a gift out of nowhere? I know everything. You wore this dress because of me, right? Because I was oblivious. I didn't realize at first. I understood when I saw wearing the complete dress at the boutique. The truth is you unilaterally coordinated with a design that suits me, so I asked Sir Knight to find a hair clip matching dress, although it is too small compared to what did for me. I want to repay you, even just a little. As expected, it is truly beautiful. In her life, she never expected a fluttery moment with the female lead. Thank you, I will accept it, but do not feel guilty or grateful. I only wanted to see where the dress that suits her best. Yes, I will. Oh my, hearing a rustling sound, I thought a mouse was hiding. Turns out it is you two. What now? Today is the first time I learn you two are close enough to wear matching friendship dresses. Makes sense since the Marquis family is declining, and hold hands. Look, isn't it great we wear matching dresses? Everyone knows we are best friends. That is right. Seeing this scene, Lady Erica is furious enough to dig a hole and hide. Just then the Empress Dowager arrives, someone even more troublesome than Erica. In the original work, she dislikes for being a commoner entering the palace as if it were her own home, and this scene mirrors the original work without end. Here there is no choice but to face her. It is an honor to meet the noble Empress Dowager of the Empire. I am of the Marquis Lilac family. I am Saintess. Scanning them with a critical gaze, she says, in this place of blessings, for the Crown Prince, the hope of the Empire, there are unfitting people present, are there not? According to the original work, she criticized for wearing such improper clothing despite being a saintess, accusing her of insulting the imperial family. Thinks that scene will not happen this time because she thoroughly prepared, yet the Empress Dowager says, Lilac, seeing you is truly displeasing. What? This is totally unexpected. I heard the Marquis family is struggling, but isn't this far too outrageous? Wearing an unfitting dress to a banquet, are you now insulting the imperial family? She wonders what on earth. Is she picking a fight with me? But why? She continues, that disgraceful look suits a commoner well. Ah. So because she cannot find fault in, she picks on her best friend instead. Normally because behaves rudely to everyone. Does it end up like this now? Speaks up, Your Imperial Highness, your words are far too harsh. Even with your noble status, I believe criticizing attire that. Someone sincerely prepared is improper behavior. From one surprise to another actually says such words, is. Like, did I mishear? Now, Your Highness, please admit your slip of the tongue and apologize to her. What, the Empress Dowager? Trembles with rage, if you do not apologize to her, I will be deeply heartbroken, very much so. Instant fear breaking out in a cold sweat, always lowers herself before others and shows a gentle, easygoing side. Thus, everyone forgets one crucial fact: she is the saintess. She is a noble existence. Who can wield the power of the almighty gods with countless priests, citizens, and the priesthood following her, making sad is like makes everyone feel so somber. Even the Empress feels a chill run down her spine. Because of those words, she says, hearing the saintess speak like that, perhaps I have been rude. If I hurt your feelings, please forgive me. I shall take my leave. What on earth? She actually apologizes, as expected being. The saintess's friend is truly wonderful, even though she is unwilling, she accepts it for the bigger picture. She turns to and says, I hope our next meeting will be more pleasant, lady. After the Empress leaves, she breathes a sigh of relief. Feeling completely lightened, she holds hands and says, because stood up for me, I am truly happy. At this moment she can guess how jealous and are of her, but now she no longer fears them because she is his best friend. As the party ends, everyone bids farewell and departs. She suggests, can we take home with us? I do not know. Saintess does not really like riding in carriages. Is that so? It seems. Does not agree to letting share the carriage. Just then waves to her, saying she will go see His Majesty the Emperor. For a moment telling her not to worry and to head back first. The carriage ride is quite silent. She says, I really cannot bear this heavy silence. If you have something to say to me, feel free to speak. Whatever it is, I will listen. He speaks in a sulky voice. You talk with throughout the entire party. Even I do not know your nickname. You are my, and I am the one who has known you longer. Remember, you even said I was the first one who dazzled you. With a shy face, she says, that's true. Wait, are you jealous of her? He stands up and walks toward her. Even so, there is still one fortunate thing. He steps closer and his eyes hold only her. Huh, what fortunate thing? He mentions the dress she wears today. In truth, he feels annoyed because he wonders if she did that to attract the Crown Prince's attention. That is why he could not speak honestly. He reaches out to touch her face and says, today, you are so beautiful, just like the first time we met. Leaning close to her ear, he whispers, and you will always be beautiful in the future. Their close proximity makes her heart beat wildly, yet right after saying that line, he falls fast asleep. Talk about taking advantage of the moment, no matter how she calls him. He remains in that position, sleeping peacefully. Today at the party, because she kept hanging out with, he got bored and drank too much. She thinks that since those were drunken words, she does not need to take them too seriously, right? Over the following days, she and exchange diaries with each other. In the diary, writes that it has been a long time since she last visited the chapel. As soon as the priests and monks see her, they strike up a conversation. They ask if the rumors of her appearing more grand than a noble lady are true. Once confirmed, they mutter, oh dear heavens! Then they surround her and begin to pray. At that moment, she feels like a fallen angel. It seems they do that so she can listen and reflect on herself. But they cannot force her to listen to their prayers forever since she did nothing wrong. So she only feels slightly guilty. After reading it, happily replies in the diary, today I received so many gifts from. The day before yesterday he sent me 10 dresses. Yesterday he sent me 20 pairs of shoes. And today it's jewelry sets. It seems that after the birthday party he considers me penniless. Since these are gifts from I happily accept them. There is also one surprising thing. I received an apology letter from the Empress, and she invited me for tea to make amends. She writes that she is a little scared, wondering if the Empress has any hidden motives. Upon reading those lines, is thoroughly surprised and giggles merrily. She replies, oh my, sent you gifts again. He is someone who doesn't know how to spend money on himself, so every year he donates a huge sum to the church. For a person like him to spend money like this? How? Truly strange. As for the Empress's letter, there is no scheme, so do not worry. Because requested an audience with His Majesty right after that day. And right after that audience. The letter was sent, right? Do you know what that means? Is always a man of few words who rarely speaks to anyone. What on earth? Did he say, and with what expression? I cannot even imagine this. Definitely means likes you very much. I will always support your love. Now seems to realize something. After hearing's words, she walks over and picks up the letter sent her. In the letter, he says he is tasked with training the knights, and his schedule is packed. So it might be difficult to meet for a while. At this moment, she wonders if he is avoiding her because of his drunk words that day. But thinking about it, drunk people do not say things they do not feel in their hearts. If he didn't care, he wouldn't send so many gifts. Could it be? Is it impossible that actually likes her? But then she thinks it must be the affection he feels for his very first friend. She helped him practice dancing, bought clothes for him, and now she has become the sole friend of both the female lead and the second male lead. As a villainess, she has achieved a magnificent accomplishment. Even if he darkens in the future, her chances of being killed drop significantly. She can just hide behind. Right now, she walks up to the window and shouts loudly, "There is nothing to fear." Her laughter instantly vanishes when she catches sight of an uninvited guest. What did I just see? She turns and asks, "Can you tell me who is outside the window?" With a startled expression says, "Oh dear, that is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why is he here?" Quickly, she goes downstairs to greet the Crown Prince. He says he came because he has a private matter to discuss with. Is now basically like, no thanks, but keeping her composure while he asks, "What did you do to become so close with the Saintess? Did you beg her? Or did you grasp her weakness? Why do you turn an innocent person into a guilty one like that?" It seems she has been hypnotized by a skilled witch. She retorts that if that were true, the first person she would hypnotize would be the Crown Prince, so he wouldn't come here and speak so impolitely. Early in the morning, is someone who does not allow others to stay by her side. What trick did you pull for her to smile so brightly? Only with you, do you not know? It is because I am's type. When it comes to confidence, nobody beats her. Behind that overly cheerful smile lies a suffocating silence. Her type. That's right, likes honest and affectionate people. My personality is much better than my appearance. Feeling suspicious, asks, "How can you say it's just for that?" Reason, for a beauty, character is so important. Your Highness probably wouldn't understand. What do you mean by that? To be honest, Your Highness's personality is not very good. My personality is not good. Yes, indeed. This is the first time hear someone say this to him. Holds his head and asks, "Where on earth did you get that idea?" Ignoring everyone's words every single day. The words you speak are either self-praise or malice. Any sensible girl would definitely dislike such a man. These are the answers you wanted to hear. I am a bit busy today, so please excuse me. Wait, what you say is quite interesting. Though I feel a bit annoyed, I understand a little now. Perhaps my actions have been too reckless. It is fortunate that you realize it. So try changing my bad personality. Unbelievably, the Crown Prince makes such a proposal, but thinking about it, changing him a little is a good thing. That way we'll no longer suffer. She says, "Since you are begging me like this, I have no choice." Jumps up and says, "When did I beg?" She confidently pats her chest and says, "I will wholeheartedly help change Your Royal Highness's awful personality. First of all, if I say harsh or impolite things during the process, you must not accuse me of any crime." Hearing this makes him feel uneasy, cold sweat dripping. Second, you must follow my instructions without doubt. First of all, there are countless flaws in Your Highness's personality, but among them the first thing to change is that when you speak to others, you are far too blunt. Your words are truly strange. I am the Crown Prince of this empire. Beneath one above tens of thousands, why should I care about their gazes? Even so, you must respect them. Your careless words have hurt so deeply. Did I speak carelessly to the Saintess? Second, you address her as Saintess instead of her name, and saying she is clumsy like a commoner. Makes her feel ashamed. Besides, your highness is not happy when I criticize your personality either, right? Has never cared about others' feelings, as ever since he was born, people have only flattered and obeyed him. Then how should I speak in the future? Do not say anything. Just stay silent. Even if you are the crown prince, you must not treat others so carelessly, just like when your highness recklessly grabbed her wrist and dragged her away at my engagement party. Aren't girls usually drawn to wild men? That is not wildness but emotional neglect. And here is the key point. Never hesitate to speak kind words. To others, express your gratitude and compliments more openly and warmly. Do you not know that speaking so freely ruins one's dignity? Counters says that your highness is very handsome. When she says such things, do you feel she forfeits her dignity? It is merely a gentle phrase to bring joy to someone, so express it freely. While the crown prince ponders over her words, a sudden, shocking realization dawns upon her. She is actively helping his romantic rival, but it is too late to back out now. Why do you suddenly fall silent when we are speaking so earnestly? In any case, this is all I can do to help. If your highness follows what I say, no one will criticize your bad personality anymore. So please take care on your way back. Is that it? Yes, exactly. Before leaving, smiles and whispers to If. I say you have generously reformed me. It sounds meaningless, for reforming implies monitoring and checking in. Until my conduct truly changes, you mean we must continue to meet? Precisely. One appears quite enthusiastic, while the other radiates sheer exhaustion. She says, I'm extremely busy, so I cannot spare any more time for your highness. I hear that you no longer attend banquets these days. What makes you so busy? Being a noble lady does not mean I only partake in high society gatherings, so please grant me your understanding. After the crown prince departs, she lets out a long sigh of relief. Only now does she find a quiet moment to think of. If he does not come to her, she will go search for him at the training grounds where trains the knights. He stands in the dignified posture of a commander, looking endlessly captivating. Watching him from afar, she thinks he feels entirely different than when he wears formal dress attire. Even more surprising, she catches young ladies using spyglasses to gaze at him. The girls gush. Lord is brushing his hair back. Lord is wiping the sweat from his forehead. They look just like devoted fans admiring an idol. She whispers to herself that she must bring a spyglass next time too. By chance, she overhears the young ladies gossiping about her, lords, yet it seems they do not even know her name. All they know is that she is a young miss from a declining marquis family. Her appearance is quite pretty, but her temperament is atrocious. Should a commoner merely stand near her, they get slapped and driven away immediately. How could a man like Lord end up engaged to such a woman? They feel deep pity for, believing the engagement was forced upon him by the emperor. Feels anger welling in her throat, but she cannot exactly bicker with them here. She decides to find another spot to admire him. As she walks, she thinks those wicked deeds belong to the past. Now she is a perfectly virtuous citizen, though saying that out loud would likely just terrify them. Lost in thought, she bumps right into. He glares at her with a sharp, fierce gaze. He demands, why do you just stand there in silence, listening to those insults? His voice is so loud that the nearby ladies flee in terror. Seeing them run, she wonders if she should flee as well. The crown prince remarks that he cannot understand why she speaks so impolitely to him, yet lets those commoners off so easily. I am the one who does not understand why the crown prince is in a place like this. He replies that he comes to inspect the training, only to spot a familiar face, a sly smile gracing his lips. Leaning down toward her, he murmurs, I thought you were busy. Lady, your highness, I just taught you a few hours ago, yet you already forget. I told you that speaking disrespectfully to others is bad. I have seen everything I came to see, so I shall take my leave. Just a moment ago you were eagerly watching, yet now you walk away. Or do you wish to avoid me? Without hesitation, she replies, that is correct. I do not know what rumors might spread while I happily converse with the crown prince, so that is why He glares at us like that because he fears something is between us. It feels like being caught red-handed. She turns around abruptly and finds looking directly at her. Is he surprised to see her here? Does it feel unfamiliar since they haven't met in so long? Yet in that instant, he turns his gaze away and continues his duties. Seeing this, the Crown Prince remarks, "Judging by that reaction, I do not think you need to worry." Seems completely indifferent to her talking. With another man, he is not so childish as to misunderstand. "This scene, please step aside and let me pass. The sunlight here is far too harsh. And I cannot bear it." She turns and walks away, wondering if he is watching her, unsure if she should turn around to look back, remembering the sight. From earlier, she purses her lips and squints, thinking he didn't need to be so cold toward her. Back at the mansion, she receives attentive care, relaxing with a soothing potato face mask. She asks softly, "And this is a story about a lady I know." Her catches her talking to another man, yet he shows no concern whatsoever. He completely disregards it. What does that mean? Anne replies that in such cases there is only one conclusion. He hardly cares for his. Normally in noble marriages, ties are built on political strategy. How could there be any deep affection? Wave of gloom hits upon hearing Anne's words. Ruminating over this, she drifts into a vivid dream while napping with her mask on. In her dream, when sees her standing with the prince, his eyes darken with intense, murderous thrill. He rushes to her side, shielding her behind him as he cold-bloodedly demands, "Please do not touch my—" "I refuse. The lady and I were having a wonderful conversation," retorts. Eyes flash dangerously. When the prince boasts that they will continue speaking in the future, draws his blade and slashes right through him, gasps in utter horror, "Your Highness." The crown prince collapses to the ground. With an icy glare mutters, "I warned you not to touch her," gazing at the blood-soaked prince. She jolts awake in a cold sweat, looking around her familiar room. She thinks, what a terrifying nightmare. Closing her eyes, she reflects that even an arranged marriage, she is still his. Ignoring his own like that is truly going too far. That must be why she had such a dreadful dream. Gazing outside, night has already fallen. Unable to sleep, she decides to stroll through the garden, where she suddenly catches sight of a familiar silhouette, making her gasp in surprise. "Lady, are you all right?" "Not all right at all. Why are you here at this hour?" "I only intended to wait silently for someone to pass by, so I could ask a quiet favor. I wish to hand this to you." It is a rolled note, neatly tied with a delicate, pretty bow. Unrolling it, she reads his message. "To Lady, can you meet me for a moment? If you agree, please come to the back entrance of the mansion. I shall wait there. Did you come just to see me? If so, why not enter through the main gates? My father would happily open the doors to welcome you. That is precisely why I secretly passed this note. If I met the Marquis, I would be stuck listening to his long stories. Then I wouldn't get to see you until tomorrow morning." Ah, a perfect 10 out of 10 for him. As her cheeks flush and her heart flutters, she suddenly remembers that she is supposed to be upset about earlier today. She tells herself to act cold and distant. "So why do you seek me out?" With a bashful look, he apologizes for the words he spoke that night. She looks at him, thinking that happened long ago and that isn't even why she is cross with him. She asks, "Were your words that night true?" "Of course. Even when I said I was envious of, and when I said you are beautiful, it all comes from my heart." Touched almost to tears, she reminds herself, Stay angry, stay angry. Then why did you ignore me?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, earlier at the training grounds, when you saw me standing beside the crown prince, you pretended not to notice me, treating me like a complete stranger. Paying no attention to me at all like that. He hangs his head and says, "It is just that seeing young Miss so suddenly leaves me a bit flustered. I am certainly not ignoring." "Young Miss," she glances at him and asks, "Is that true? It really is? Oh my goodness." He is blushing. "Then when you see me with His Highness the Crown Prince, do you care? Even if it is just a little." "It is not just a little, because I care very, very much. You are my after all." Now how can she stay mad any longer? With her doubts cleared, she says, "I understand. I will forgive you for Today and for that day as well. Where in the world can anyone find someone with eyes like these? Hand in hand, the two go for a walk together. At this moment, he brings up how close she and the Crown Prince have become. She says it is merely a one-sided acquaintance on the Crown Prince's part. Perhaps he feels bored because he has no friends. After exchanging just a few words, the night grows late. Before leaving, he asks her for a favor. He asks if he can call her by an affectionate name. After receiving her consent, he takes her hand, gently kisses it and whispers, "May you have sweet dreams." Awe as a result. Upon returning to her room, she cannot sleep whenever she thinks about it. To stop dwelling on that, she seeks out the next morning. Just as expected, she has a busy day, running back and forth all day with no time left to overthink random thoughts. Now catching a moment's breath, she realizes he has arrived at some point. Why is your highness here? I have business, so I stopped by. I have been here for a while, but you and the saintess simply do not notice. I do not know whether you are focused on work or pretending not to notice. So this is the expression she wears around patients. Pardon me, your highness, I only just realized your highness is here. You need not mind. I do not wish to be a nuisance, so I intentionally entered. Quietly, it seems her influence is working. Her tone of speech is no longer what it used to be. The Crown Prince says he came because he heard that many commoners' lives were saved here, and now he has witnessed with his own eyes that this place operates quite well. Freezes for 5 seconds, unable to understand why the Crown Prince says such words today. She smiles brightly and says, "It is thanks to the excellent priests and wonderful volunteers. You do not need to give all the credit to them, because you are the one who created this medical center in the slums." He says he comes today to support the center's budget. He wants to witness firsthand and listen to what needs assistance. "Can you guide me?" Finally, he gets to see the radiant smile of he falls in love. He falls in love. Is he subtly asking out on a date? Like that, as soon as invites her to come along, she immediately receives a threatening look from the Crown Prince. The next day, although she says she will not come along for such a grand event, how could she be missing? She sneaks around, watching and observing how the Crown Prince dresses today. Seeing, she wonders what on earth he is thinking dressing like that. It looks 5 million light-years away from the slums. Seeing her hesitates. "What do you think? As you suggested, I borrowed commoner clothes from a servant to wear. It is a bit awkward," says, "a bit eye-catching but very handsome." Leads into the slums. "I know the situation here is a bit difficult, but I did not expect it to be to this extent." Says that it is not just the shabby scenery. The more serious issues are disease and crime. Dozens of assaults and thefts occur daily. Says he will assemble forces to renovate this place. If budget is lacking, he will use his personal fortune to turn this place into a decent spot, plus 10 points for enthusiasm. Just then, a group of young men approaches and says, "The mood is quite nice, isn't it?" Immediately steps forward to shield. "What is this?" A scar-faced guy steps up and says, "Who are you? You reek of money at first glance. Did you come to see how us bugs live? If so, you have to pay a sightseeing fee." Says, "I utterly despise facing cockroaches." Watching from outside, thinks he truly speaks like a male lead without any embarrassment. Just as the young men prepare to strike, pops her head out. "Ah, con bye, long time no see. Are you guys doing well?" Thinking there would be a hero-saving beauty scene, the young men instead immediately return to a serious state in front of. She says, "Are you guys trying to commit robbery now? You all promised to live decently and commit no more crimes." All three explain that because they thought he was a wicked nobleman, they intended to scare him a bit. "I understand. I trust you guys." She pulls 3 candies from her pocket. "Eat these. You guys love sweets, don't you?" The 3 are moved to tears when she remembers their preferences, then cheerfully bid farewell and leave. Says, "I am surprised you even know people like that." "What do you mean, people like that? You cannot say such things. They are residents here, the very people your highness must care for. Your highness, you say you want to reform this place, right? You say you want it to be clean like the capital center. Your highness, this place may be shabby and unsightly, but to someone this is where they are born and raised. Born and raised, and where they end their lives when they grow old. Tearing down old houses and replacing them with new ones is good, but what they truly need is a piece of bread. They can eat right away, a doctor who can. Treat them when they fall ill. If you can listen to these matters, I am very grateful, he says softly. I will keep that in mind. Early the next morning, once again seeks out. So early in the morning. What brings you to find me, Your Highness? First, take this. With a wave of his hand, countless gifts are brought in. This is the reward, as your guidance proves truly effective. Being able to help you is my good fortune, so I thank you for the gifts. I still have one thing to ask you. How do I make? Smiles all the time. Says that is true, but those smiles look very formal. I want to see her genuine smile. Your Highness, last time I already told you I have nothing more to say to you. If you help me, I will give you whatever you want. How about the gold mine? Ah, thank you very much, but I do not want it. I will arrange for you to meet the actor. I hear he is extremely popular among aristocrats lately. The offer sounds tempting, but she says she knows someone who shines even brighter. Thank you for your Highness's offer, but I do not need it. Understanding. Who is referring to? He smirks. Have you seen when he was little? I have seen a portrait of as a child. That, where on earth did you find that? It seems I have no obligation to answer that question. Answer me this, will you accept my goodwill and help me, Your Highness? If you try to move me with that, you are truly sharp. Haha, caught by the weakness, goal achieved. Wears a triumphant smirk. Says that wanting to see smile is very simple, just become close to her, thinks that sweating together doing volunteer work at the garden house like her does not seem suitable for. Right then, she remembers loves chatting, so she suggests to the Crown Prince, write letter, and I will even deliver it for you as a bonus. The very next day, brings a letter and asks her to read it over once. Since this is the first time he writes a letter to someone, he himself cannot judge whether he writes it properly or not. Thinks that is also the reason why he remains single until now, but the content of the letter is indeed somewhat terrifying. Writes, I shall grant you the honor of exchanging letters with me. Seeing her reaction, he says, is there something unusual? Do you even know what unusual means? Did I write phrases too difficult for a commoner to understand? I revised the wording several times out of fear that she would not understand upon reading. She is truly speechlessly stunned. She exclaims, that is not the issue. From beginning to end, Your Highness only speaks about how talented you are. In a first letter, introducing oneself is good, right? Then writing slightly more normal content works just fine. The Crown Prince becoming a prodigy at what age? How many teachers praised your talent? How perfect your face is evaluated to be? Those are not the things she is curious about. Honestly speaking, after reading this letter, I have only one feeling. The Crown Prince is truly obnoxious. Quite surprised by his reaction, but that is what learned since childhood, to always remain noble and unconditionally strong. Therefore, does not realize where he is wrong when hearing her criticism. Perhaps that is why cannot easily get close to. I know you do not wish to waste effort on me anymore, but I just want you to help me this once. Please help me write a letter. Wonders how anyone could refuse when that arrogant Crown Prince asks with such an expression. After revising it over 21 times, the complete letter is finally finished. The Crown Prince wonders if writing about such trivial matters is worth it, but tells him he will understand once he receives a reply. When arrives its place, she cannot help but feel surprised, because it looks so bright and lively here. Says it is all thanks to the Crown Prince's aid, adding that he even promises to build a school. But until now, I haven't had the time to thank the Crown Prince. Hands over the letter and says, please take this, it is from the Crown Prince, fearing you might feel pressured receiving a letter from a servant. He asked me to deliver it instead. Thank you for delivering it for me. Feels secretly delighted that her mission ends here, but asks if she can carry a reply back to the Crown Prince as well. Naturally delivers it back to him. This is letter, now please excuse me. She tries to make a swift exit. However, the Crown Prince stops her. Wait a moment. Lady, could you help me deliver another letter? Sob, it seems she has accidentally become the love bridge between these two. She has turned into their personal matchmaker bridge. Thank you, C's looking overjoyed, but she worries. If finds out, will he darken and crush her into dust? Just thinking about it makes her tremble on her feet. Please help me with this too. The only thing can do now is treat extraordinarily well, hoping he will hate her a little less if he ever discovers the truth. Action follows thought. She immediately invites over for dinner. Please come in. This is my first time inviting you for a meal, so I feel a bit nervous. The feast is so grand that he can hardly believe his eyes. He remarks that it is truly marvelous. It is even more lavish than the victory banquet I shared with the emperor. Ho ho. Is that so? To afford this meal, ate nothing but dry bread for 2 weeks to save up, but seeing his reaction makes it all feel worthwhile. She thinks that with a gesture like this, surely he will forgive her even if he finds out her mistakes later. Looking deeply happy, he says, "Every single dish is delicious. I am glad it suits my taste. Lady, did you perhaps do something wrong to me?" Nearly spits out her food. Why do you ask that? Lately, every time we meet, you treat me so kindly. Didn't you give me gifts recently? And today you treat me to such a lavish feast. So I wonder if you did something wrong to me. Whispers, what if that is true? Looks surprised by her tacit confession. She asks, will you be angry with me? Impossible, I will never be angry because you are even if I eat all the sweets you saved for yourself. Yes, even if I sell your favorite sword without permission. Yes, even if I borrow money from the bank in your name and run away. Yes, really? Of course. She immediately extends her pinky finger and... He asks, is your finger injured? Not that, let's make a pinky promise. He reaches out his hand as well, but hesitates, unsure of what to do next. She asks, have you never made a promise like this before? It is a bit embarrassing, but indeed I have not. His shy, timid response is simply adorable. How can someone be so clumsy yet cute? You hook pinkies like this and seal it with a thumb stamp to complete the promise. Yes, I promise. No matter what lady does wrong to me, I will absolutely never get angry. Though slightly surprised, his tender words make her feel far more relieved. Today, playing the role of a messenger once more. She meets the Crown Prince alone. This is a letter from... Upon receiving it, the Crown Prince says, I will give you my reply after 3 days at the same time and place. She suggests, Your Highness, what if you entrust the letter exchange to a trusted servant? But alas, there is no escaping fate. The Crown Prince asks in surprise, You want me to entrust her letters to someone else? Absolutely not. Besides, I am someone else too. You are different. You are her best friend. The Crown Prince considers her much closer than any servant, so he insists she continue delivering the letters. Knowing she cannot change his mind, she says, Then I shall take my leave. Wait, I have a gift for you. A gift? What is it? It is what I promised. It will arrive at your mansion today, so please accept it. Wonders to herself what he promised her. After pondering for a moment, she finally remembers. With a look of utter delight, she heads back to the mansion. Once the gift arrives, she immediately has her servants hang it in the finest spot. Now her eyes are glued solely to that painting. The messenger who brought the gift looks helplessly at her. Ahem, I have a message from His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince states that because the original portrait was small and severely damaged, he asked the court painter to recreate it. Painted on the finest canvas and restored by the master painter. Its value is even greater now. He hopes you will be satisfied. That is all. I shall take my leave. A maid remarks that the portrait looks like an angel. Replies, What are you saying? He is far more beautiful than an angel. Gazing at the portrait. She wonders how the Crown Prince obtained it. She figures that with his supreme authority, he can achieve things ordinary people cannot. What she wonders most is how anyone could make him smile so radiantly like this, since he has been so guarded since childhood that he could barely smile at anyone. A few days later, visits her mansion. Upon meeting her father, he displays such overwhelming hospitality that breaks into a cold sweat. Without a wasted motion, shoves her father inside and shuts the door. Says, the Marquis always welcomes me so warmly whenever I visit. Replies, my father just wants to get close to famous people whenever he sees them, and I never know what to do with him. Among the nobles, no one likes me this much, so I find it quite fascinating. The scene shifts, the two of them are enjoying tea, hands the letter and says, "First, here is the letter from His Highness the Crown Prince." Accepts it and says, "Thank you." The best way to lie without blinking is to close your eyes while speaking. Says, "I do this because I want to," when it comes to helping a friend, it doesn't feel like a chore at all. Seeing feel embarrassed adds, "Yesterday, I received a wonderful reward from His Highness." Asks in surprise, "A reward?" Points toward the wall and says, "Isn't it beautiful?" Looking closely at the painting, says, "Yes, it is truly beautiful. Since it was painted so long ago, I thought it was lost forever." "So His Highness found this too?" Looks at with curiosity and asks, "Do you know this portrait as well?" "Of course, I remember it clearly. Back then, was the youngest person ever to join the Knight's Order. This portrait was painted by the Order to commemorate that event." So that was what the portrait commemorated. It is a side story from the novel. Took the Royal Knight's entrance exam at the tender age of 12. Many sneered because he was so young, filled with doubt, dismissal, mockery, and worry. Amidst countless discouraging words, passed the exam with flying colors. Of course, no matter how gifted he was, it was by no means an easy feat. Yet there was only one reason he joined the Knight's Order at such a young age. It was to protect her. Recalls how deeply moved she was when reading that short story. She wonders, didn't she shed tears back then while cheering for his true love for? But strangely enough, those feelings are completely gone now. Why is that? Continues, "You have no idea how nervous was when he was suddenly asked to pose for this portrait. Even when the painter told him to smile, he could only manage a stiff expression. So I stood behind the painter making silly faces like this. I guess my silly look amused him, because only then did he finally smile." His face darkens instantly. Was radiant smile really because of rosy peach cheeks, eyes curved in a sweet crescent? She places her hand over her chest. What is this? Why does her chest feel so tight? An unsettling feeling overcomes her. "What's wrong? You don't look so well." She gazes lost in thought at the portrait. Wondering, didn't I shed tears while cheering for his true love for? But strangely, that feeling is completely gone now. Why is that? You don't know how nervous was when he had to pose for this portrait. No matter how much the painter asked him to smile, he remained stiff. So I stood behind the painter making funny faces like this. I guess it was funny because he finally smiled. Her face darkens further. Was smile really because of rosy peach cheeks, eyes curved in a cute crescent? She clutches her chest. What is this unsettling tightness in her heart? An aching sensation spreads. Are you all right? You look unwell. She gazes at the portrait like a lost soul, thinking that everything about him has always been directed at. Right at that moment, her father frantically calls out to, "Father, how many times must I tell you? Entering your daughter's room without knocking is impolite." Impolite. What on earth is going on? Why does His Majesty the Emperor want to meet you? Also wonders why the Emperor would suddenly summon her. Outside the Emperor's bedchamber. "Welcome, Lady Lilac. His Majesty's health is poor, so please excuse him for receiving guests in his bedchamber." Furthermore, His Majesty only summoned Lady Lilac. The Saintess is not permitted inside. She turns to and says, "It is all right. I will go in and be right back." Still feeling bewildered about why she is summoned to see the great Emperor of the Empire, she steps inside and bows. "I am daughter of Marquis Lilac." "Very well, this is our first meeting, isn't it?" But is caught off guard. Why is the Emperor's face so remarkably handsome? She thinks this does not look like the face of a man with a grown son. He looks as if he is merely in his middle years. He says, "First, I apologize for being unable to attend your engagement ceremony due to my failing health." "I understand, Your Majesty. Thank you for saying so. I called you here because I wish to confirm something. There are reports that you and the Crown Prince frequently meet in secret in secluded places. Is that true? It is absolutely not what Your Majesty thinks. What other reason could a young man and woman have for meeting privately in a deserted place? That. Father, please. Forgive my intrusion without permission. I believe this is an urgent matter, which is why I burst in like this. Since this involves me, you called lady here, correct? Ah, so you know full well. Now that you are here, answer me. What exactly is your relationship with Lady? The atmosphere turns tense as the Emperor awaits the Crown Prince's reply. Are you two secretly dating after all? At this moment, both speak in unison. No way, that sounds disgusting. Their eyes meet in shared shock at the unexpected coincidence. Then, why do the two of you meet in secret? I simply ask her to deliver my letters to Your Majesty. I apologize for intruding so rudely. Lady helps us exchange letters. Your Majesty, is that true? The fact that you two exchange letters? Yes. Takes hand and says, Father, and I currently share special feelings for each other, that is. Love stands utterly stunned by his blunt declaration. She thinks, did he just say it straight out like that? Do you feel the same way? Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, the Emperor says, that is a bit difficult since she is a commoner. Is that so, or is it because she is the saintess? Whatever the reason, Father cannot tear and me apart, who knows? If I oppose this relationship, it is certainly not because of. But perhaps because of my foolish son, the issue lies elsewhere. What on earth is the issue then? A few days ago, I receive a notification from the kingdom granting admission to their National Medical Academy. What are you talking about? National Medical Academy is not a place foreign. Nationals can enter easily. My recommendation letter and medical knowledge are recognized, making an exception. If she enrolls, she must stay there for at least 5 years. Recalling the past, previously asks why her eyes look so dark, asking if she stayed up all night reading books again. I want to learn more about medicine to heal with my own strength, not through the power of a saintess. She is not merely reading books, she is preparing for her enrollment. At this moment, the Crown Prince asks, is that true? Yes. Then why do you not tell me? I apologize, I do not want to make your Highness and Lady worry needlessly. What do you mean needlessly? This involves you, my son. How many times must I tell you to mend your temper? Likely has no intention of speaking up because a few days ago comes to me and says she wants to cancel her enrollment. I feel doubtful when she gives up what she always desires, but I never expect her reason for staying is my foolish son. Are you really going to give it up just like that? You will never get another chance to study at National Medical Academy as you wish. Yes, traveling to the kingdom takes over a month, so frequent back and forth travel is impossible. That is why she makes such a choice, but is satisfied with that. At this moment says, go to the kingdom. How many times must I tell you not to endure this anymore? Do everything you want. Do not worry about those you care for. I will watch over them in your place. By the time you return, there will be hospitals and schools for the poor. I will also write letters to you every single day, so go and return safely. Hearing his words, she agrees. I will do so. I will devote myself to medicine so that I can heal all the sick in this empire. Please wait for me, Your Highness. Of course I will always wait for you. Then you will enroll according to plan, correct? Yes, I harbor useless misunderstandings. I almost make an innocent child suffer unfairly. Forgive me. That situation is easily misunderstood. You are quite generous, aren't you? So different from the rumors, lady. According to rumors, is an arrogant and rude noblewoman, something like that. I see why you like her now. Everything is over. Step out. Now, at this moment, opens the door from inside and steps out to everyone's astonishment. To explain this sudden appearance, the Emperor says, if you and have a serious relationship, the first person who should know is, the best suggestion is to hear the truth directly from your. Afterward, everyone leaves the Emperor's palace. Inside the carriage, she thinks, what on earth? How can this sly middle-aged uncle do this to me? Inside the carriage, the two sit opposite each other, neither uttering a word. A heavy silence lingers. She looks at him, thinking, please say something, as if understanding her thoughts. He says, I apologize, my lady. What? Even if it is the Emperor's command, I should not eavesdrop on your conversation. That is an act of deception against you, so it is my fault. It is fine. I know a knight must obey his master's commands absolutely. Even if you do not want to, you must follow them. She says, you are angry because I secretly deliver the prince's letters to right, but I cannot help aiding because she looks so happy exchanging letters with the Crown Prince. So please let her go completely now. Unrequited love will never be returned. After those words, silence fills the space once more. He raises his hand to his forehead. Seeing his furrowed brows and tight eyes, she thinks, oh dear, he isn't planning to do something to me, is he? We have a promise. No matter what I do wrong, he will forgive me. At this moment he speaks, I do not know that you still care about that. Yes, it is true that I once admired the saintess, but that is all in the past. Countless times I show that to you, yet you fail to notice even a little bit. Then why are you angry? If you hold no lingering affection for the saintess, there is no reason to be furious with me. I know it is all merely to exchange letters, but just imagining you alone with another man in some secret place. Simply saying I do not know is not enough. To make me this annoyed, I feel extremely uncomfortable. Do you still not understand? Yes, the one in my heart is Lady. After receiving his confession, she gives no answer and remains silent all the way until she returns home. A few days later, young Miss Lord sent gifts again today, an LV handbag, and even a dress. Both the servants and her father are delighted. Lord is so thoughtful to send such grand gifts every day. He truly is the finest groom in the empire. Ha! Ha ha, Lord is so generous these days. He sends gifts like this every day, so many that this old mansion can no longer hold them all. Father, do not worry, I will return all of these things to Lord, he says. Is it really necessary to do that? Is this not a gift sent with goodwill for his? She answers with a weary sigh. Gifts have their limits. This amount is a bit too much. Already? Then at least keep this diamond button. If you hear the story of my diamond button when I was 17, you will not be so cold. She knows her father all too well. She orders her maid to close the door. The maid asks curiously, are you really going to return all the gifts, young miss? Before, whenever Lord sent gifts, you always accepted them all? She thinks now is different. These are gifts sent by a man who just confessed that he likes her. Did Lord confess his feelings to you, young miss? How do you know that? Are you spying on me like the Emperor too? Of course not. Because after meeting the Emperor, you changed so much, young miss, since that day. You always jump whenever you hear Lord's name, and your face turns red as an apple. Even right now. It is the same. Actually, it is not surprising at all, because I know Lord would confess to you soon. Anyone who sees Lord with you can easily tell. When Lord is beside you, his entire mood changes completely. Is that true? Yes, Lord is normally hard to read because he always acts polite, but when he is with you, he smiles brightly like a child. That is why one cannot help but notice his feelings. I am certain that to Lord you are someone truly special. With a blushing face, she thinks, damn it, my heart is beating as fast as the day he confessed. Afterwards, she goes to his mansion to meet him. Welcome, lady. It has only been a short time since we last met, but why do you look so miserable? I have no choice because every day I must search for and report gifts to Lord that lady might like. Ah, so that is why you have worked hard. That is why I am always more exhausted than when I am on the battlefield. So please, lady, stop, Lord. If this goes on, I will die of overwork. Do not worry, I am here to stop him, really, looking at how happy he becomes, she thinks, just how much has made him suffer. As soon as she steps into the room, she is captivated by an artistic masterpiece. A handsome man stands beside a beautiful painting. He looks even more flawless than any expensive artwork. She calls out in a soft voice, Lord. Turning to look at her, he freezes for a few seconds. Lady, what? What brings you here? I have something to say, so I came to see you. But what is this? Is this the Mona Lisa, is it? The original? Yes, the genuine piece truly stands out. Fortunately, you like it. This is one of the artworks I plan to send you. One of the artworks. Could it be, she asks, is it possible that all the paintings in this room are going to be sent to me? That is correct, she immediately thinks. Just this Mona Lisa alone probably costs as much as our entire mansion. She says, Lord, I cannot accept this gift. If I hang all these paintings on the walls, the mansion will probably collapse. I understand. Then let me hire an architect I know. Since they are very skilled, your mansion will be reinforced as good as new. That is not the problem. I feel burdened receiving gifts like these from you. So please take back all the gifts you have sent me. I came here today to tell you just that. At this moment, he Looks like someone reaching the top of a mountain only to lose control of his brakes and plunge downhill, saying, "In the past, you once said that no one would refuse if I confessed to them, right?" Thinking back, she did say back then that anyone would shout yes at all costs. Anyway, my point is that no one would feel uncomfortable when Lord confesses. He continues, "If those words are sincere, then at least you do not hate my genuine feelings, right?" She does not expect him to ask this. "It is not that I dislike it. If so, then can you accept the gifts? The gifts I give have nothing to do with my confession. I simply want to give them to you. I want to give you all the beautiful and luxurious things in this world." From his voice to his gaze, everything about him right now makes her unable to control herself. Unconsciously, both of them lean closer to each other, appearing as if they are about to do something when the servant announces, "Lord, the saintess has arrived." Well then, someone is definitely getting a pay cut today. At that moment, she jumps in surprise and steps back. She thinks, "Goodness, what on earth was I about to do?" Yet he asks her if he should let in right now. After she agrees, is invited inside. "I do not know that is here as well. Are you visiting?" "I have something to say to Lord, so I dropped by for a moment. What about you?" "I came to ask about the etiquette and culture to observe before studying abroad, thinking it might be useful. Worked with mercenaries in the kingdom before, so he knows its culture very well. That is why I do not know you two had an appointment. My apologies to both of you. I shall take my leave." At this moment, she worries that after leaves, the scene from earlier will repeat itself. She hurriedly calls out, "Wait. Wait," and right after that, all three sit down together. Says, "The people in the kingdom utterly hate receiving help from others. Sensitive people feel uncomfortable when they see others showing sympathy toward them. Therefore, you should not offer help so easily. What if an old woman pulling a cart of this size passes by, dripping with sweat? She will find a way to pull it herself. What if I see an injured person on the street? There are many medical stations everywhere, so they will find one on their own. But under any circumstances, do not help unless asked. Otherwise, you will only receive useless curses. I see I will keep that in mind," says that whenever he sees. "It is so difficult to ask for help, isn't it? I spoke out of sheer exhaustion, not from my heart. Ah. Ha, this really is bringing trouble upon oneself." She thinks it is just a small conversation, but why is her heart pounding so fast like this, and continue their conversation? Now that the opportunity is here, she should be happy. She already said those were not her true feelings, while the two of them chatter away with bright smiles. She just sits silently on the side without saying a word, focusing solely on a piece of cake or a cup of tea until the conversation ends. "Thank you, thanks to this when I go to the kingdom, I will make fewer mistakes. It is no problem at all." Only now does he turn to speak. To her, "Is the young miss leaving as well?" "Yes, I am leaving too. I hope you will consider what I said earlier." "I understand." His gaze rests upon her with deep regret. She tells herself not to waver before turns to leave and says, "Let's go. Only now do the two of you get to talk to each other. You are preparing well for studying abroad, right?" "Yes. However, I am still worried because the priests are not at peace. Not long ago, they even came to the flower cottage. They say the saintess must protect the empire and cannot leave this place. They came all the way to the flower cottage. How long do these outdated people intend to hold back under the name of saintess? Because the saintess cannot abandon the priests and the temple, no matter what. Before leaving, I must try to convince them. If it doesn't work, then we just need to use the final method, so do not worry." The final method, what is that? If speaks on her behalf, the priests will understand. Are the priests afraid of Duke? In the past, I made a mistake during an important event. I had a conflict with the priests and was almost expelled from the temple. I begged them for another chance, stepped in between me and the priests, although I could not see his face. I can never forget how pale the priests' faces turned, as if they had encountered a fierce tiger in the dark of night. Since then, the priests no longer express anger toward me. Whenever I face trouble, I often receives help, and I are like brother and sister. She thinks it is not just such a simple feeling. The emotions harbors in his heart are far more earnest than thinks, bringing heartache to any onlooker. For someone who loved so deeply to now say he likes her, she cannot blindly believe those words. That evening, as promised, I reclaim all the gifts. Sir passes along a message. If you ever need anything, please tell him anytime. Her father looks at the pile of gifts with regret. Does it really have to be like this? You are truly cruel. They all suit you so well, young miss, what a pity. She thinks, but what can I do? This is merely my unnecessary pride. 1 week remains until the day goes abroad to study. Then let us go and return. Right after, she turns around and sees him. It has been a while, lady. She hastily turns her face away. Indeed, well then. Let us go. Inside the carriage, a heavy silence persists throughout the journey. The two sit opposite each other without saying a single word. She thinks it is so awkward. To break this uncomfortable atmosphere, she says, yesterday I heard talking. The priests who persistently opposed her studies came to greet her. How fortunate. I heard that after visited the priests, they changed their tune. How on earth did those preachy men change so easily? He pauses for 2 seconds, then replies, it is just. We met eyes for a rather long moment. Hearing this, she thinks those ruby-like eyes must look terrifying. If looks could kill, that glare would have slain dozens. Just because of a surge of sadness washes over her, once stood up for another woman. Suddenly he says, lady, we have arrived. Shocked out of her thoughts, actively steps down first and courteously extends his hand. My lady, please watch your step. Feels shy and blushes, placing her hand in his. They step out of the carriage together and walk. Inside, as they move, their hands accidentally brush against each other again, causing and to blush in embarrassment, inside, and are chatting happily. Seeing the two, turns around and cheerfully calls out, we aren't late, are we? Of course not, thank you both for coming all this way. At this moment, turns to and speaks, you obtained an entry permit from a country so strict with foreigners. Replies with an arrogant posture, I am the crown prince of the empire, who dares stand in my way, thinks to herself, acting cool again. Still, for it is a good thing, holds out a bouquet of fresh flowers and calls to, have a safe journey. Suddenly, sighs tear up as she reaches out to accept flowers. Also adds, please take care of yourself. Lady, as their eyes meet, stands to the side, feeling a wave of subtle irritation. Suddenly, she takes the initiative and grabs hand, leaving him bewildered with a crimson face. This action asserts her ownership in front of. Since her hand moves faster than her brain, a second later freezes, staring at her own hand and thinking, what on earth am I doing? She says, my hand is a bit cold. The moment the words slip out, she realizes something is wrong. It is so hot today, what kind of excuse is that? Suddenly bursts out laughing, breaking the tension. No matter how busy I am, I will return for your wedding. Be sure to share the good news with me soon. Reminds them, now that the farewells are done, we should board the carriage. Shortly after, the carriage departs, leaving only and standing there hand in hand. Now wants nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. Getting jealous out of nowhere, making ridiculous excuses. It is so embarrassing. First, she needs to pull her hand away. The moment her grip loosens, quickly tightens his hand again. His action leaves her staring in confusion. This time he speaks up. My hand is a bit cold too. Could you hold my hand a little longer? Cannot help but confess, Lord, actually, what I said earlier was a lie. It isn't because my hand is cold, it's because I dislike how you look at. He turns to her and answers, didn't I tell you on the day I confessed? My heart holds only you, young miss, I harbor no special feelings for. I understand, but even if you say so, I do not know what I should do. Should I just easily accept it and say something like I see? She secretly thinks I am merely a villainous second female lead. Not the lovely female lead-like, nor do I possess a grand personality. Nor am I the one who saved. That is why I pushed you away. If I could push you away once, there would be a second, a third. Until the 10th time, I would pretend I couldn't resist you and try to accept your feelings. She says aloud, it is truly unfair when you always act as if those confessions never existed and draw a clear line between us. A man should possess determination. I am merely being cautious because I do not want to do anything you dislike. I will never hate it, so do whatever you think I might dislike. Suddenly, he pulls her into a tight hug. I want to hold you like this, he says. his hands gradually tightening around her waist. Then he continues, I truly. Like you and, she anxiously asks back, and what? His face grows redder by the second and he stammers, well that, as eagerly awaits. His words he stammers helplessly until she takes the initiative, pulls him close and kisses. Him, so frustrating, something like this. Quickly catches her rhythm, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. Eyes swell with tears, wondering why she trembles so much. After a kiss that leaves their lips breathless. The two part slightly and she says, let us start dating from today. A few days later, looks at and compliments her. My lady, you look stunning today as well, especially your makeup. Receiving the praise, she brightly replies, I am off then. Just as she steps outside, the Marquis calls out, are you going to meet Duke again today? Yes, he looks at her with a satisfied smile and remarks, it is the best time of life, isn't it? Seeing you reminds me of when I was dating your mother. She always told me to go wherever I wanted, but if we went somewhere she disliked, she would pout. How adorable that was, though going to the armory was a bit terrifying. She would show childish disdain while looking at fascinating things like guns, swords, and cannons, before finally shouting at me for ignoring a lady's taste. He rambles on for a while before pausing at her cheerful expression. Why are you behaving so obediently today? Normally, you would ignore me and vanish right away. Oh my, why would I? Father is telling such an interesting story. Please tell me a bit more. Marquis Lilac feels utterly bewildered by this, then urges. If you listen to more stories, you will be late. Hurry along. Yes, father, I shall take my leave then. Afterwards, she heads to the meeting place. The moment she spots him, she brightly calls out, hearing her voice, his face lights up. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived a moment ago. Takes the initiative to link arms with him. Let us head inside quickly. At her affectionate gesture, his ears gradually turn bright red. He answers, all right. Looks at his ears and chuckles in delight. Look at that, his ears are completely red, so cute. Today's performance is a work beloved by many in the capital, The Unrequited Love of Count. The secret behind the play's fame lies in the actor, who plays the male lead, Guy. With his handsome looks, Guy is currently the most popular actor among. Throughout the performance, Guy sings a love serenade filled with longing for a lady's true heart, the swoon over him hopelessly. Why can't I feel anything? Could there be something wrong with my vision that I don't know about? Suddenly he says, if I knew the plot was like this, I definitely would not have come to watch it. She turns her head and secretly she gasps, so dazzling. He is truly handsome beyond compare even with. So it is definitely not a problem with my eyesight. In size, that male actor is really cool, right? What is this? What is this? Are you getting jealous right now? She asks. Absolutely not, compared to. That man is just an ordinary person. Truly, in my eyes, my boyfriend is the absolute best in the world. From that day onward, every day we go on dates, walking hand in hand at all times. He even makes a flower crown for her as they hold hands and enjoy these precious, beautiful moments. One day, wakes up with a long yawn, sitting before her mirror. She asks herself why on earth she has to attend a banquet when she just wants to see. Seeing her displeasure, says, it has been so long since the last banquet, young miss, this is the perfect chance to teach a lesson to those who ignored you all this time. Should we wear the red dress designed by, accented with the ruby necklace from Apple, or combine diamonds with the ivory dress to highlight your elegant beauty? That one feels a bit too quiet and graceful. Young miss definitely suits a more vibrant style. Seeing so enthusiastic, says as long as she dresses well enough to avoid humiliation, it is fine. It is not like I am meeting anyway, so anything is fine. At the engagement party, after taking side, I gradually grow distant from the other young ladies of my age. And the incident during the Crown Prince's birthday banquet makes my relationship with the Empress Dowager awkward as well. Ever since that day, I do not attend any high society gatherings. Of high society, that is only natural since I am everyone's enemy. What else can I do? I should just behave and stay quietly in a dark corner eating cakes. Later at the tea party, arrives and thinks, everyone is bound to act stiff and cold, since that is the favorite tactic noble ladies use to suppress Others, as soon as she walks in, she catches the watchful, glaring eyes of the young ladies present. Begins to feel tense. It is silent just as she predicted. She must absolutely refrain from reacting and simply find a seat. In a quiet corner, suddenly someone calls out, "You have arrived, lady." Young ladies quickly swarm around her. "Oh my, it has been so long since we last saw you like this. I missed you terribly. What is going on? Why is this happening so suddenly? I heard you tried on 20 whole dresses at boutique, so you are wearing a gown from. Today it is truly exquisite. The necklace and earrings are emeralds, aren't they? They match your eyes perfectly. Lady is always gorgeous, but today you shine even brighter. You must be receiving an overwhelming amount of love from your right. I am so jealous." Hearing this, she snaps back to reality. She now realizes the reason these young ladies are being so wildly enthusiastic. It is all because recently she and he have been going on dates so often. Remembering his words back then, bring every single item in the store to lady, the state surely there is no one who does not know how deeply is infatuated with her. Perhaps their aim is to get close to her by any means possible, even as mere flatterers, even knowing this, the atmosphere here is fiercely competitive. The Empress Dowager and Erica, after the two whisper secretly to one another. Erica approaches with a call. "Oh my lady, it has been a while." Feels anxious. What is her scheme now? Whoever scowls first loses. She relaxes her features with a bright smile. Erica says, "Lady and Duke, I hear you two have been happily going on dates everywhere. It seems your relationship is doing wonderfully." Warmly replies, "Indeed it is." Erica continues, "Duke hails from the lowest commoner class, while you are the true daughter of a marquis house. Yet the two of you understand each other so well. How miraculous. Is your affection truly that deep?" Hearing this, silently bristles with annoyance. Is she belittling Sorogen now? Unexpectedly, two young ladies from earlier step forward and speak up. "If you converse with Duke, you will never feel he comes from a humble origin at all. Besides, what is wrong with a status? That only makes Duke more deserving of respect, having achieved everything through pure strength. To stand where he is today." Erica's face stiffens at their words. Smiles smugly. "Now it is my turn," she says. "By that logic, Lady Erica must understand her just as deeply. Lord comes from a distinguished and ancient family line. After all, of course, nobles naturally understand other nobles best." "Is that so? Then even regarding Marquis' recent secret rendezvous with a maid servant, surely with your open-mindedness, you can forgive and understand him, right? After all, nobles understand nobles best." Erica's face darkens completely upon hearing this. Then she smirks and retorts, "Duke is renowned for his extraordinary looks, is he not? As his lady must be intimately familiar with his striking beauty." "Of course. I am. Well, no matter how handsome or cool a man is, seeing him every day makes one accustomed, leaving little impression. But is entirely different. Even though I see him daily, every single time leaves me breathless by how handsome he is." "That may be, but even so, it is rather harsh to describe the Empire's most famous actor as merely an ordinary person." Freezes in place, realizing her slip of the tongue touched upon the Empire's beloved crush. "We were happily talking about why bring this up." Erica continues, "Not long ago you went with Duke to watch performance, didn't you? Back then you said, 'He is just an ordinary man.' It was not just one or two people who heard you say that to Duke, those sitting nearby are all loyal fans of, so they felt offended." Thinks to herself, where on earth did they overhear that, and why use it against me right now? Sitting further away, the Empress Dowager glares sharply at, a heavy, murderous aura radiating around her. All right, the Empress Dowager is a huge fan of two. Should I deny ever saying such a thing? Or should I admit it was a slip of the tongue, but my is truly the most handsome man in this entire world? Seeing hesitate, Erica bursts into laughter. It seems she offers no explanation, so those words were truly heartfelt. I cannot even argue against that. Ha, even if Duke is a breathtaking, handsome man, that is still going too far. Just as she says this, she stops mid-sentence, her brows furrowing. Seeing this, feels puzzled as well. She turns her head in curiosity, wondering what is happening. From outside walks in carrying a small potted plant. The young lady gasps in utter astonishment upon seeing him. Holding the plant, glides past everyone. To pay his respects, is delighted to greet the esteemed Empress Dowager. Have you been in good health? You, what business brings you all the way here? Today's banquet is a gathering exclusively for noble ladies and royalty. Could it be that you came because of your? Are you afraid I will make a mockery of her again? He flashes a dazzling smile and replies, that is not it. I came here specifically to see you, Your Highness. Me? Yes, I heard that Your Highness felt deeply upset over the incident a few days ago. I present this out of consideration for my, hoping Your Highness will generously let it pass. Her cheeks suddenly flush pink at his words. Since you put it that way, I have no choice. I shall try to open my heart. There is no merit in clashing with Duke. Come to think of it, I believe I have never had a calm conversation with you. Since you are already here, please drink a cup of tea. Is that acceptable? Is your existence not indispensable to this empire? Someone of your standing naturally possesses the right to sit here. In that case, may I call over to sit with us? Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression darkens. Since the three of us meet like this, I wish to resolve the misunderstandings between Your Highness and us. Are you feeling displeased? Suddenly, she raises her voice. Of course it is fine. Why wouldn't it be? Lady, come over here. What are you standing there for? Take a seat at once. Seeing this, Erica's face turns dark with shock. Flashes a triumphant smile as she glides gracefully past her. Soon, all three sit together at one table. He silently asks her with his eyes, I did well, didn't I? As if understanding his look, she gives a thumbs up and offers a playful wink. Suddenly, a voice calls out, over there. A young lady speaks up. Greetings, Duke. I have been longing to meet you. At the previous banquet, I wanted to greet you, but time did not allow it. He responds with a radiant smile. Hello. His charm causes the hearts of two ladies to leap out of their chests. Soon, the noble ladies rush over, surrounding him. I wish to greet you as well. Me too. Seeing this, Erica scowls deeper and lets out a cold huff. Sneaks a glance, thinking, why attack me in the first place? That is why you are called the eternal villainess. Erica, as the banquet draws to a close, the Empress Dowager says, if that is so, I shall take my leave first. Duke. I truly enjoyed today. It seems I misunderstood you in the past. We ought to set a date to meet again, shouldn't we? Another lady adds, Duke, please attend banquets occasionally in the future as well. I shall send invitations to Lady, so if time permits, please accompany her. You must promise us. Later, inside the carriage asks, what happened back there? I was so shocked when suddenly showed up. Was it helpful to you? Of course, you saw how kindly everyone treated me. He smiles softly. His Majesty the Emperor told me that if you truly want to protect the woman you love, do not merely act tough, win over those around her instead. That is far more effective. Still, do not do that next time, she pouts gently. If too many young ladies fall genuinely in love with you, it will put me in a very difficult position. Even if it is me beside you, they will still burn with envy. I understand, my lady, he replies tenderly. Returning home, she sprawls out on her bed. Right now, she feels immense worry, the greatest anxiety since she became's birthday is drawing near. What should I give him? This time, I want to present a meaningful gift, something that he truly loves, but every single day. They go on dates and spend money lavishly. She bolts upright in bed. Money, I have no money, even so. She cannot borrow money from as she did before. Honestly, even if she has money, picking a gift that satisfies him is no easy task. Surprisingly, has no material greed whatsoever. If there is anything he desires, above all else, it is undoubtedly me. The moment the thought crosses her mind, her cheeks turn bright red. Allah, what on earth am I thinking? That is so cheesy, but it is the truth. She sets her determination firm. She must give him a gift that makes him the happiest man alive. On's birthday, after applying a wash of light pink eyeshadow and accentuating her eyes with a winged eyeliner flick to give them a lively, cat-like allure. Her makeup for the day is finally complete. Standing behind her, praises and admiration. Young Miss is so talented. You look breathtakingly beautiful. Lord will surely be overjoyed. Do you think so? Of course, my lady, with encouraging support, heads straight for the estate. Please come in, as planned. Lord is currently out, he will return to the mansion in the evening. Thank you for letting me know. In that case, you should head out first. Since you insist so strongly, my lady, I will take my leave no matter where I go. This is absolutely not leaving work without authorization. You must explain this to Lord. I know. I'll tell him insisted he couldn't leave, but I pinched your ear and chased you away, so. Hurry up and go, then I shall take my leave. The moment leaves, she beams with joy. Wonderful, accomplished. Eliminating the third wheel, right after that. She begins her preparations. First, I must decorate the mansion to create a birthday atmosphere. Has probably never had a proper birthday party before. Has he? He doesn't even seem to know today is his birthday. Just then, she hears a noise. He's finally back, opens the door, and calls for but no one answers. How strange, where is everyone? Hiding nearby. Thinks now, brings out the cake while singing. Happy birthday to you, cute and charming. Happy birthday to dear. Happy birthday. Stunned by the surprise, he freezes and responds briefly, very much so. Well, I also have a birthday gift for you. A gift. While he stands dazed, she approaches and takes the initiative. To lock lips with him, takes 2 seconds to recover from his shock, and kisses her back, then pushes her down onto the sofa. Wait, isn't this position a bit dangerous? Is this allowed? Is this novel all ages friendly? Whatever, I've made up my mind. Who cares about the age rating? After a brief 2-second pause, both of them lean back in for round 2. Both and I are consenting adults anyway. I'll just rely on him to explain to father why I'm late getting home. Just as things heat up and progress further, a loud banging at the door startles them apart. Frantically knocks on the door and yells, Lord, are you in there? It's even if. Lady asked me to, I shouldn't have done it, leaving work without proper permission from my superior. I am deeply reflecting on my actions, please forgive me. Secretly thinks it looks like he definitely won't be forgiven. Please answer me, Lord, I was truly wrong. As anger surges to his head, gently touches him to soothe his temper. Today is your birthday, you can't kill an innocent man. I won't kill anyone, really, though I was tempted for a second. Hearing this, she snickers and thinks to herself, I just saved your life. Don't forget this favor the next day. Come in. What brings you here so early in the morning? Let's go to the parlor. He nods in agreement, and they sit down at the table. After a moment speaks up, I thought about it all night, it seems yesterday. I made a grave mistake. We aren't married yet, just thinking about spending the night with you makes my heart flutter as if it will burst. I would be the happiest man in the world, but if anyone found out, it would become your biggest flaw. Even so, I wouldn't care. The ones who criticize you for that are the ones in the wrong. Perhaps. Because you are always so straightforward, but I dislike that. I want you to hear no ill words and marry me with everyone's full blessings, so I want to treasure you carefully until we marry. I am sorry, after that conversation, hurriedly goes to find the Marquis. To confront him. Father, when on earth are you going to hold the wedding for your daughter? We've already been engaged for 2 years. Acting spoiled with me won't do any good. Why on earth is that? Because His Majesty the Emperor hasn't said a word, as you know. I heard His Majesty's sickness took a turn for the worse recently. Under such circumstances, how can anyone bring up marriage? Because of the somber atmosphere, even people selecting wedding dates are having to postpone them, so be good and wait patiently. She lowers her head and ponders. If it follows the original novel, the Emperor will pass away before this coming winter ends. Why do I feel so bitter? Just a few days ago I was thinking about this as well. Soon after, she is summoned by the Emperor. Greetings, great Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor, lying in bed, replies, It has been a while. His complexion looks far worse than before. Why did he suddenly request to see me? While she wonders, the Emperor says it is nothing special, just a letter sent by, mentioning a noble physician in kingdom. It turns out he is a renowned physician from the Empire. If so, perhaps he can cure my illness. Stands dazed. Oh my goodness, what is happening? This wasn't in the original story. Thinking about it, ever since I became like this, the original plot has changed a lot. Fell for me instead of, also. Has her love without any obstacles. Even studying abroad wasn't in the original work. Maybe the emperor could actually survive. Seeing her bright expression, the emperor asks, with that expression, you must be glad I might recover. My mood isn't too bad either. She replies, has such keen eyes. She truly found and sent a doctor of exceptional ability. Thank you. However, I didn't summon you here for encouragement, but for practical assistance. Escort the newly arrived physician to the imperial capital for me. I entrust this to you. She stands stunned for a moment, then replies, yes. After hearing the news, asks, why must you take on such a task? I will speak to His Majesty and ask him not to make you do such useless errands. Don't do that. It wasn't His Majesty's order. I volunteered. You, a lady, thinks to herself, but a person's life depends on it. If His Majesty recovers, he'll give permission for our wedding, right? She says, please cheer me on so I can do a great job. Helplessly nodding in agreement, he asks, do you want to know what kind of person this physician is? She asks. Is one of the renowned doctors in the empire an acquaintance of yours? I gathered a little bit of information. He frowns and says, the rumors are slightly distorted. It is definitely not a close relationship, just an acquaintance from the battlefield. He is a mercenary. A doctor who is also a mercenary. I feel like that man genuinely enjoys treating people on the brink of death. The more severely injured the patient is, the more enthusiastically he treats them. In terms of medical skill, he is one of the top individuals I know. If it's really him, perhaps he can cure His Majesty. There seems to be hope. How fortunate that he could come here. Seeing her attitude, he pauses, then smiles and lets out a long sigh. You are always thinking of others. She feels a sudden pang of guilt, thinking my motives aren't that pure. Then she wraps her arms tightly around him. I just like doing good deeds. Is that so? As for me, I like you. On the day of welcoming the famous physician from the empire, feels nervous. What kind of person is he really? Is he a perfectionist with a fierce gaze, or a scholar with profound knowledge? Ah, he's here. A carriage stops. Right in front of the door opens, and a tall, handsome young man steps down. She secretly thinks this man looks like he belongs on a stage holding a microphone rather than a scalpel. She immediately imagines him performing as an idol singer, while she is lost in thought. Approaches her. Startled, she curtsies in greeting. Welcome to the Empire. I am Lilac, the escort of Lord. After curtsying, she stands waiting for a moment but gives no response at all. Suddenly he says, I heard you asked. I thought you would be some kind of a magnificent woman, but you're so ugly. Feels as if struck by lightning. Out of a clear sky. What did he just say? Does he mean I'm so ugly there's nothing special about me? I must not let myself be shaken by this guy's words. What matters is pleasing him and bringing him to the emperor. She immediately puts on a polite smile. Haha, let us go, His Majesty. The emperor is waiting for us. Widens his eyes at her and adds, even your smile is ugly. Thinks to herself, should I just kill him right here and get it over with? A moment later, inside the carriage, remarks that everything is completely different from what's said. Speaks with a tone of disappointment. I heard you were a magnificent beauty. Sigh, I was truly a fool to believe the words of the. She takes a deep breath, repressing her urge to strike him. Lord, please refrain from making such disrespectful remarks. He merely smirks, entirely unfazed by her warning. Truth is truth, why hide it? Turns her gaze toward the window, refusing to speak further. She quietly reminds herself of her ultimate objective. If this man can heal the emperor, everything will be worth it. Her future hinges on His Majesty's survival. Watches her silence with a flicker of newfound interest. You have surprisingly high endurance, Lady Lilac. I am merely prioritizing what truly matters, Lord. We shall see if your patience lasts. The carriage continues its path toward the imperial palace. Steadies her heart, ready to face whatever comes next. Her standards of beauty vary from country to country after all. Glances over again. The taste of this empire is truly unique. How is your relationship with going? It is wonderful. Hearing this, bursts out laughing. Stop lying, even as his you barely have any reason to meet. That is because he is a person who is terribly indifferent to everyone and isolates himself from women. Blood rushes to his head, yet she forces it down and smiles brightly. Please make yourself comfortable. Suddenly turns away and says, her appearance is average. I wonder if her personality is any good. Her personality is terrible too, and one more thing. She is completely uninteresting. Curses inwardly, whether you find me interesting or not is none of my business. Later at the Imperial Palace, checks the pulse and says the condition is not good, but it is not too late yet. I will begin treatment today. Although I cannot completely heal damaged organs, you will not die. The Emperor instructs everyone to treat Lord with utmost respect. As you command, as you command. A few days later at the banquet venue, appears alongside Marquis Lilac. She thinks they threw a banquet catered to tastes. Incredible. Marquis Lilac looks around frantically. Where is, sighs, I do not want to see him at all. The Marquis says excitedly, as a member of the Lilac family, you should at least know the face of someone famous. If we can get close to him, all the better. Glares and thinks, he only brought me along to show off his connection to anyway. Today I will be a filial daughter. Marquis Lilac looks around frantically while humming. Suddenly he freezes as someone glides past. Could it be that impeccably made-up person? Just as expected, appears surrounded by numerous young ladies. Since I heard you are a remarkable physician, I thought you would be a pot-bellied man. I had no idea you are so young and handsome. They say a doctor's profession relies heavily on experience. How can you possess such skill at your age? Smirks, gently smoothing his hair, and replies, because I am a genius. Stands frozen in place. What awful luck, the other ladies swoon over. So cool. I also heard Lord participated in many battles, right? You are so brave to go to dangerous places yourself, are you not? Afraid? Not at all. I am a physician of righteousness. A physician must make friends with death. I absolutely do not fear death. Marquis Lilac cannot escape charm either and rushes over. Banquets have been quite dull lately, but thanks to our distinguished guest, the atmosphere brightens up. Lord, I hear you traveled across battlefields with Duke. Is that true? Indeed, Duke is the #1 knight of this empire. He is the hero who ended the 3-year war. However, he is a man of few words, so stories about Duke are scarce. Would you mind telling us about the anecdotes you experienced on the battlefield? Feels helpless. Father, so you came here just to ask that. Thinks for a moment, then says, I just remembered a story about that guy. Pricks up her ears upon Hearing's name. Hearing's name, she listens intently, even though I have spent quite a bit of time on battlefields. That was the first time I witnessed such a sight. I mean the sight of a single man being able to slaughter so many people. Because Duke is the imperial hero, the story does not stop there. The real surprise comes after. Corpses scattered all over the ground, and severely wounded soldiers lying there groaning. I ran to first, thinking it was my chance to personally treat his wounds. But his body did not have a single scratch, as if he had not been fighting in the middle of the night at all. Is a monster, true to his name, a monster with transcendent power. Hearing this, Marquis Lilac is stunned, and whispers spread among the crowd. Says sternly, take those words back immediately, seeing serious face. Smirks and responds, who is this? Ah, did you come to the party with such an ugly face? Her expression hardens. Enough, take back your words, the words calling a monster. Why should I? You are making him seem bizarre. Do you not think that is incredibly rude? Not at all. Extraordinary people are called monsters, and abilities are extraordinary, are they not? So, you think there is nothing wrong with that statement? Of course, Marquis Lilac intervenes. Stop, Lord has no bad intentions, she grits her teeth. How dare he call my lover a monster? Absolutely unforgivable. Taste the power of my social smile. She changes her attitude and smiles sweetly. Lord. He tilts his head. What is it? Your eyeliner is uneven. Grits his teeth in irritation upon hearing her fake smile and reminder. A day after the banquet, Marquis Lilac panics. Sob, sob, our family is ruined. An ancient family preserved for 3 years, now about to be destroyed over uneven eyeliner. Let us pack our bags and run away. Father, please stop crying. Is it really just because of that line? Either way, with just that one line of yours, Lord's face went pale as he stormed out of the hall. Frowns and recalls that after left. Everyone in the banquet hall looked at her father and her with the exact same eyes, as if looking at condemned prisoners on death row. I insulted the man holding the emperor's life in his hands, if he refuses to treat the emperor. My father and I will become traitors, and my father will be guilty of failing to stop me. Just then enters to inform the Marquis that guests from the imperial palace have arrived. He panics, so fast. The messenger from the palace enters quickly, and the Marquis rushes over, saying, "There are laws and decorum in this world. No one can drag someone away just because they said an eyeliner line is uneven. Keep your hands off my daughter." Lady Lilac, Lord wishes to have a formal conversation with Lady right now, is quickly escorted to the royal villa. She thinks I heard I would be treated as a VIP, but to this extent. Lady, please step inside. Why did he call me? As soon as she steps in, waves his hand. Ah, come over. Here, his drastically different attitude stuns her. What on earth is going on? Come, sit down. These pastries are prepared by the finest pastry chef in this castle. They look appetizing just by looking at them. What do you mean by that, if? The cake is poisoned, one bite will tell. Bursts into laughter. You seem to have forgotten, I am a physician of righteousness. I only care about saving the dying and have no interest in killing ordinary people, so eat with peace of mind. Hearing this, starts eating the cake. Then why did you call me here? Do you want an apology? If I say yes, will you apologize? Should you not apologize to me first, Lord? How strange. You were so polite during our first meeting. Why are you so arrogant now? I was terrified back then. Why are you not trembling now? She stabs her fork down hard, slicing the cake in half. Because you insulted my lover is not a monster, he is simply someone with a bit of extraordinary power. Chuckles. This is truly giving me a headache. I thought the Marquis pushed his plain daughter into the position of, but that is not the case. Even I, a doctor from another country, know how is treated in this empire. A genius knight, an imperial hero, yet all of those are mere superficial compliments. They claim to respect him, but treat him no differently than a common knight. The nobles of this empire refuse to acknowledge, even when a stranger suddenly barges in and insults him, he keeps his mouth shut. Is a monster, just as the title implies, a monster with transcendent power. Listens to these words, her face filling with heartache. What? Well, it is none of my business anyway. Let us get to the main point. Suddenly leans in close and asks, is it uneven today as well? She blinks in confusion. I am asking if my eyeliner is crooked today. Examines him for a moment, then shifts her gaze away. Catches her meaning and groans, oh dear, is it uneven today too? Though you are plain, your makeup is top-notch. Did a servant do it for you? No, I did it myself. Hearing this, thighs light up and he instantly leans closer to her. Teach me how to apply makeup. A moment later, after wiping off his makeup, asks, Lord, who is this? Are you teasing me? Ah, no, that is not it. You look completely different before and after makeup. She thinks to herself, to put it positively, he is innocent. To put it bluntly, he is an idiot. All right, from now on I will teach you how to do eye makeup. Close your eyes. Begins carefully applying and shading, adjusting his eyebrows like this and like that. 10 minutes later, she holds a mirror in front of. Now, look in the mirror. Looks at himself in the mirror and exclaims, wow, I love it. She hands him a few tools. It will take time to find new products, so use these until then. You seem to have a dreadful personality, but you are surprisingly kind. That is just how I am, quite the opposite of you, Lord. Well, I am taking my leave. Leaving already. I want to repay you. If you wish to repay me, then fulfill my request. What is it? When you see, you must apologize for yesterday. If you do, I will apologize to you as well. Lowers his head with a faint chuckle, then looks up and answers. I refuse. Quickly turns away, thinking what a pain. Suddenly calls out. Wait a moment. Hands her a box. Take this. It may not look like much, but it is quite expensive. Expensive where? Why are you giving me such a hideous thing? I am busy, so I am leaving now. The next day, she wears a youthful dress and walks along, thinking today is the day I meet. He will surely be surprised to know I am here to pick him up. After returning from the imperial palace, we will meet. While she is excited, suddenly appears out of nowhere and calls out a greeting. Her face turns cold as she turns away. Ah, right, that man is also in the palace. Calls after her. Is it not a bit much to make eye contact with someone and pretend not to see them? My apologies, I am a bit busy. Busy to the point that you cannot even say hello. Yes, busy to the point that I do not even have time to look at your face. Have you checked the gift I gave you? You. Go check for yourself whether that ugly thing even counts as a gift. It seems you do not know, do you? That herb is worth 20 of your dresses. How about that? I get it now. Are you reconsidering, Lord? Why are you being so stubborn? That is because I care about you. Face darkens as she listens. She hurriedly turns her back on him. Hold on a moment. Rushes to stand right in front of her. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you doing this because of what happened at the banquet? Why are you tormenting me like this? Do I look like I am teasing you? I am sincere. I have a deep interest in people who seem intriguing, and you happen to be one. Listen. I already have a boyfriend. You mean, you know full well, so your obsession is clearly uncomfortable and annoying. I hope we never meet again. Suddenly, a voice speaks up. What are you two doing? Finishes his work and steps outside. Calls out, long time. No, see, is still as damnably handsome as ever. Hurriedly takes her hand and asks, are you all right? I am okay. You do not look okay at all. Did make you uncomfortable? Why call it uncomfortable? That is not it at all. I only said a single sentence. I am merely caring about. Bloodlust surges from as he hears those words. Grows anxious. This is too dangerous. Stop, don't tell me you are about to draw your sword. Hearing's warning. He freezes in place. Outside of the battlefield, I never take a life. It is merely the instinct of a knight holding a sword in the face of danger. Interjects again, sounding like a dog barking in his ear. If not for you would have slit my throat on the spot. What, almost dying isn't so bad. I mean, seeing that look on your face. In the past, whether allies or enemies died, you didn't even bat an eye. She seems quite special to you, doesn't she? Until next time, even after leaves. Continues to stare intently at his retreating figure. A moment later on the way home, he asks, I heard you two do not share a special relationship, but it does not seem that way at all. That is just him causing trouble. One lets out a long sigh and asks, what on earth has happened over the past few days? Actually, a few days ago, I taught him how to do makeup at his private palace. Were you two alone together in a private room? We were indeed alone, but nothing happened. There were no ulterior motives or hidden intentions. He was simply curious because I am your. So just leave it be and do not worry yourself over it. How can I not care? No matter how difficult his personality is, he is still an ordinary man. You two spoke in private, so how could there be no special feelings? When eyes meet, hearts flutter, and he comes to like you. She asks if he truly means those words. What if I do? Blushes, pauses to think for a moment, and then speaks. Cannot harbor such feelings for me, but even if he does, it does not matter. What do you mean by that? She says in all seriousness, because I only like you, that is why, so please do not be angry anymore. I see. Earlier I tried to stop you, but seeing my boyfriend get jealous over me actually makes me very happy. If so, shall I do it again? But you must not kill anyone. He smiles upon hearing this. Suddenly she wraps her arms around him tightly. Ah, and one more thing, I missed you so much. I missed you dearly, too. At the banquet, young ladies gather around. Is it true that, thanks to you, Lord, His Majesty the Emperor has regained much of his vigor? You truly possess wonderful talents. Moreover, your face has become even more striking. Are you practicing some special beauty technique? It is Lady who taught me how to apply makeup. Ah, Lady, looking closely, Lady's makeup is indeed quite similar. I must definitely go seek out Lady myself. Lady's eye makeup is so exquisite, isn't it? Indeed, I have long been curious about her cosmetic methods. There is no need to wait. Let us go visit Lady together tomorrow. That sounds wonderful. The very next day, a crowd of young ladies arrives at its residence, diligently guides them through the cosmetics process. Now, please open your eyes and look in the mirror. Looking into the mirror, the lady exclaims, "Oh goodness, my eyes look twice as big. You are truly incredible, young miss. I should have come here much sooner to ask for your guidance." Exactly, it really is just as Lord said. How about we form a club for those who adore bold makeup? It is my turn next, and mine after that. Just then the maid announces, "My lady Lord has arrived. I am a little busy right now. Could you ask him to wait for me in the drawing room for a moment?" The maid goes out to convey the message. "So my lord may have to wait for my lady for a short while. Very well, I understand." Sits and waits for a long time, calmly sipping teacup by cup. From the bright afternoon light until the twilight hours descend. Meanwhile, the young ladies take their leave. "I enjoyed today immensely. Lady, I shall drop by occasionally, so please do my makeup again next time. Your makeup skills are truly magnificent." As the door closes, his expression turns frantic and she sprints off to find. She flings the door open and asks, "He has not left already, has he?" Seeing still sitting calmly in his seat, she asks with a guilty look in her eyes, "Have you been waiting long?" "I am so sorry," turns to her with a smile. "It is all right. Shall we take an evening stroll?" "That sounds lovely." The two step outside for a walk. After a while, she says, "Next time I plan to host a party since so many people wish to learn about makeup." She looks so bright and cheerful. "It is true. Everyone praises my skill and says it is wonderful. It really puts me in a great mood. I do not know if I can achieve great results, but I will give it my all." "What do you mean?" "Truthfully, I really want to give it a try. I also wish to research various cosmetic techniques. Just wait and see. Because I am going to become an extraordinary person who amazes everyone in the world." "You are already more wonderful than anyone else. That is only true in your eyes. Is that not enough?" She replies softly, making his eyes darken with affection. "No, it is nothing. I will always support you. Thank you." A few days later at the imperial palace. The emperor summons, "Come here at once. Your majesty's health has improved significantly." "Much better. The reason I summon you here is to have you head to the disputed territory once more." His eyes instantly narrow, yet he gives his consent. "Understood." Meanwhile, on side, "Honestly, I am sick to death of it. What is up with that baroness's gentle husband? Besides, I want my eyes to look large and bright. Ever since I was young, I preferred witches over princesses. It is simply my taste. How fortunate I am to have a friend like Lady. By the way, why don't we establish a circle? A gathering place for lovers of bold makeup." In this manner, comes into being and resolves to officially venture into the beauty business. During that time and frequently exchange letters. "Are you doing well?" "I am fine, but there is a problem that worries me deeply. I heard that His Highness will not return to the Empire next month. My heart thumps with unease, wondering if public opinion will worsen due to the Crown Prince's prolonged absence. Feels anxious and restless over His Highness's inability to return. I should write a reply back. As soon as His Majesty the Emperor regained his health, he immersed himself in state affairs and is extremely busy, so no one is paying attention to the Crown Prince. Therefore, lady, please do not worry too much." "Well, lady, I have decided to open a beauty parlor. Since everyone wants me to style their makeup, you would not believe how many people flock here when you return to the Empire. I shall show you a truly magnificent salon. From this day forth, I am president." Just then the maid calls out, "My lady, it is time to go. The Marquis is already inside the carriage." "I understand." As she steps into the carriage, the Marquis calls out, "When you were born, the prophet pointed at you and declared, 'You are the savior of this empire.' I believe those words. If you can save the entire empire, how could you fail to save the Lilac family? You are bound to achieve grand success." She reassures herself softly, perhaps everything will turn out well. All right, since this is the first time, I must not be too nervous. As soon as she arrives at the location, the young ladies are already waiting for her. "Why have you only arrived now, lady? Everyone has been waiting for you for so long. The salon is truly gorgeous and luxurious. In my heart, I am already a regular customer. I shall apply makeup for everyone in order. The interior of the shop is lavishly and elegantly decorated. As the young ladies step inside, their eyes widen in amazement. One lady remarks, "However, I do not see Lord around. Has gone to the imperial palace under His Majesty's decree. Is that so?" She thinks to herself, because many people approach me. Another lady interjects, "What does it matter if we do not see Lord? The main star of today is Lady." That is right. The main star today is my daughter. Today, we offer rose lipstick as a complimentary gift for those who book in advance. Then, of course, I must make a reservation right away. Me as well. Back in the imperial palace, the emperor speaks. The reason I summon you here is to send you to the disputed region once more, though the war there has ended. And the enemy forces have conceded defeat, while our imperial soldiers refrain from occupation. The atmosphere remains unstable. Furthermore, I hear that the locals and the remnants of the defeated army refuse to cooperate with our imperial forces. I suspect it is because of the battlefield commander. Turning into lost, which is why it becomes like this. Is that right? Listens and remains silent. The emperor speaks again. That is why I truly need you. Your mere presence at that place is enough, for just that alone forces them to quietly obey. The imperial army. Once you resolve the chaos there and return, I will grant you the status and title that I could not bestow upon you back then. The only thing troubling right now is the thought of being separated from her for too long. He kneels down and says, "Please give me a little more time." Why, if tells me not to? Go, do you intend to stay? The emperor sighs. This fellow or that one once you fall in love with a woman. Fine. Go talk to, if you wish, the two of you can go together. On his way back, thinks to himself that it is disgraceful to His Majesty, but if she does not want to, I will. Not go, he walks towards boutique, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Looking from the outside, he sees laughing happily. With her friends and loved ones, gazing at her radiant smile, his heart grows. Heavier, suddenly everyone turns their eyes toward him. I am a little late. Oh my goodness, greetings, Lord. Time flies so fast, tomorrow we will. Come again, since you are regular customers, I will personally see you off. You are truly kind. Congratulations on opening your boutique. She accepts the bouquet. Thank you, I thought you could not make it today. The boutique is fully booked for a whole month, isn't that truly? It's wonderful. If I make a lot of money, I will give you a lovely gift. Yes, I am looking forward to it. Looking at her joyful mood, he still cannot bring himself to speak. He falls silent for a moment before finally deciding to speak. Hearing her name, she answers cheerfully, "Yes, I must go to the disputed territory. It is His Majesty's imperial order." Her face instantly pales. She asks, "How long will you be away?" I am not certain. Even if it ends quickly, it will take at least a month. Is it dangerous? It is not like that. The task is very simple. My presence there is all that is needed. Hearing this, she sighs in relief. He thinks to himself that even if it is His Majesty's order, if she asks him to stay, he will stay. Suddenly, she says, "What a relief. Please take care of yourself." Surprised, he asks back, "What?" I heard it is His Majesty's decree. You do not need to worry about me because I can wait for you. His expression instantly changes. Seeing this, asks, "What is wrong? Your face is so pale. Are you in pain anywhere, or do you have something you wish to tell me?" Actually, His Majesty says that if you wish, you may come with me. I want you to come with me. That is a bit difficult. I just opened the boutique today, so there is so much to do. I must accommodate the advance bookings, and there are many other tasks to handle. I am sorry. Do not apologize. I am the one who should apologize for making an unreasonable request. In the first place, this is nothing we should apologize to each other for. You have your duties to attend to, and so do I. Even if distance separates us, our feelings will only grow more intense, I am sure of it. Hearing this, his face brightens as if enlightened. Well, the next day, at boutique. Early in the morning, her shop is already packed with customers. Everyone expresses great satisfaction and delights in her makeup artistry. I truly adore you, lady. I am so satisfied. I will definitely return next time. Receiving praise, she smiles with crinkled eyes. It is so wonderful. To do what I love and earn money at the same time. Phew, business is wrapped up for today. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door, leaving her puzzled. Huh, I already hung the closed sign. She walks out and asks. It is I. Hearing the voice, her confusion grows. Who is it? The voice outside answers, Alex Sydney A. France. Wait. That sounds so familiar, she racks. Her brain to remember, then gasps when it hits her. That is the Emperor's name at this moment. The Emperor steps inside and glances around, saying, though not large, it is beautifully decorated. Will. Love this place. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Questions pop up in her mind. Why is he here? Did he come for tyrant-style makeup? You must be surprised that I arrived so suddenly. Actually, I came to talk about, yes. 2 days ago, a rebellion broke out in the disputed territory. The rebels continuously murder imperial soldiers and citizens. Without pause, that place has become a terrifying hell. Then shouldn't the army depart? Immediately? Indeed, they must leave at once. Yet the man who knows the disputed region best says he wishes to renounce his knighthood. What? How could that happen? It seems you know nothing about this. It is because of you, lady says. He cannot leave your side even for a moment. So, lady, I ask you to convince. After speaking those words, the Emperor departs. Shortly after, arrives carrying a cake. You mentioned wanting strawberry cake from right. I also bought the tea recommended to go with. Strawberry cake? As he unpacks the cake, she asks, is the situation in the disputed territory very severe? Where did you hear that? That is not important. What I want to know is your thoughts. My thoughts, she thinks to herself, perhaps. He does not wish to enter a dangerous place anymore. If that is true, even if the Emperor demands it, I will not persuade him. He lowers his head in deep thought, then speaks. During the past 3 years of fighting, I truly wished for peace to return. Hearing that the rebellion has erupted again breaks my heart. Thinking of the people dying every passing minute pains me deeply. So do you wish to go there? I do not know. If I do not go, it will be troublesome, but over there, you are not there. At this moment, recalls the words of the Emperor, convince, if you fail will lose everything, he will lose my trust, I who once cherished him, while nobles who dislike him will mock him, both, and you will face great hardship. I will entrust your father with the city redevelopment project. Go with. Clutches her skirt tightly and says, if the reason you do not go is because of me, let us go together. What? Let us go to the disputed zone. Together, but you said this boutique is very important to you. I have changed my mind. Holding her hand, he says, all right, let us go together. The next day, father, I am going to the disputed territory with. What are you saying? Why are you going to a dangerous place filled with savages? Absolutely not. Do not worry, father. I am traveling with, so nothing dangerous will happen. His Majesty will send escort guards to protect me closely. Even so, a battlefield is still a battlefield. If you insist on going, I will go as well. His Majesty has entrusted you with the city redevelopment project. What? So, father, do your job well and make those noble families who once looked down on us bow their heads. Hearing this, he bows his head and tearfully agrees. Afterward, she arrives and stands in front of her shop. After hanging the closed sign, she looks at it and softly says, I will return soon. Suddenly someone speaks. Are you going with? She turns around to find standing behind her, asks, did the Emperor pressure you? How do you know? Are there rumors? No, I am merely guessing. That is good then. Are you not angry? About what? You are not accompanying out of free will. The Emperor pressures you and refuses to yield. Will only desire to control you more and more. There will come a time when you cannot handle him. Hesitates slightly, but then she says, stop overthinking things, all right? My love is stronger than you think. Hearing this, smiles brightly, then turns to leave. So confident, just wait and see. Wait for what? Since I do not want to see your ugly face, I am getting out of here. On the day of departure, the Emperor shouts loudly, proud warriors of the Empire, it is time to demonstrate your Majesty. Sits inside the carriage, gasping in admiration. Wow, there are so many soldiers. Hey, Looking out, she sees waving his hand. In greeting to her, "Why is he here?" says, "His Majesty is almost recovered, so I no longer need to stay by his side." A healthy patient offers no more entertainment. "Did you join the army for such a reason?" "I am the Emperor's savior." "What does this matter?" Looks at in utter bewilderment, a man ready to gamble his life merely for fun. As they draw near the battlefield, she feels increasingly nervous. The moment she faces danger is when the Imperial Army loses, but that will never happen. Looking at her through the glass, he speaks, "We will depart." Shortly, after a long journey, the army arrives at a castle where two people stand waiting. "Welcome, Lord, though under unfortunate circumstances, I am glad to see you again." "How is the situation?" The person hesitates. "Correct, what is the situation?" "The rebels have advanced to the core mountain range behind the castle. They are waiting for an opportunity to attack the castle. We will deploy our formation along the mountain range to stop the rebels from advancing. This place will not be dragged into the war. So please rest assured, if says so. It must be true. Oh, thank you for arriving in time. You have worked hard. Young lady, we have prepared a room for you. Please follow me," is led to a room. The moment she steps inside, she is immensely surprised. "Are you satisfied with this room?" "My lady, yes, it is wonderful. That is a relief. Ah, and during your stay here, we have prepared books and drawing supplies so you will not feel bored. Although you brought your own clothes, we also prepared a few more outfits. If you are unsatisfied with the design or size, please let us know, and we will alter them immediately." Thinks to herself, "Everyone's kindness is truly heartwarming, but I feel a bit self-conscious. The rebels are everywhere, yet I get to enjoy such luxury in the days that follow. Ha, young lady, you are so humorous. How are you so eloquent? Every word you say makes me laugh until tears fill my eyes. You speak so tactfully, charmingly, and with strength. The young ladies in the capital are truly on another level." Feels helpless. What is this instant adaptability that steals the hearts of the women here? "I am not that impressive. You do your own makeup, right?" Answers brightly when asked. "Yes, it is so beautiful. Is this the makeup style trending in the capital? It is quite unique, but some people really favor it." "Well, may I ask what cosmetics you use? I want to watch you apply makeup. Would you like me to do your makeup for you?" Meanwhile, it's camp. He inspects the soldier's wounds. The injury is quite severe. Unfamiliar terrain led to a surprise attack by the rebels. When this soldier recovers, transfer him to the rear guard, otherwise his injury will worsen. Looking at, a soldier thinks, a compassionate commander who cares even for the lowest-ranking soldiers. How could anyone not respect his lordship? "I have checked all the tents. Now I am returning to the castle. The meeting continues as planned." "Yes, my lord," just as takes a step, speaks up. "Wow, leaving again today. Anyone watching would think there is something irresistible there. But you know what? You look so happy. Having follow you here must feel wonderful, doesn't it?" "What are you talking about? You were so gloomy back in the capital, did not even pay attention to you, but now she has left her shop behind to follow you here. This is an unfamiliar place for her. She can only rely on you, loving it, aren't you?" "That is not true." "It cannot be." "Well, that is good then, because did not come here for you, but for the Emperor." Hearing this, is stunned. The Emperor pressured her. If does not go to battle, he will lose everything in the future. How could not come here? Why that expression? You know this full well, or do you want to pretend you don't? After hearing these words, hastily mounts his horse and gallops back to the castle. Along the way, words keep echoing in his ears. This is an unfamiliar place for her. She can only rely on you, loving it, aren't you? No, I always support you. All I want is for you to be happy. As long as you are happy, I am content. But why does my heart? This is the time she is waiting for me. I must hurry back. At the Baron's castle, stands before his room door and says, "I am back. May I come in?" "Yes, of course." He pushes the door open and is surprised to see intently applying makeup. "You look busy, don't you?" "Yes, I am doing makeup for Baroness." "Doing makeup," the Baroness says. "I think I understand why Lord is so infatuated with young lady." Like this, looking at him take off his armor, says, "Today seems a bit more relaxed, doesn't it? Yeah, there should be no emergency today. I plan to have dinner with, it has been a while." Seems to suddenly remember something. Actually, I plan to have dinner with Lady and her daughters today. Occasions when stays for dinner are rare. Hearing this, he feels a slight twinge of disappointment. Since I already made plans, canceling will be difficult. I will ask Lady and her daughters if can join us for dinner, okay? Suddenly he asks, "Is that not allowed?" I misspoke. Of course it is fine." Hearing this, brightens up. Lady and her daughters will surely love it. They are huge fans of In Just One Day. You seem to have gotten quite close with everyone. Yesterday you were still in your room. All alone? I thought everyone here would be conservative, but that is not the case. Thanks to these girls, I quickly grew close to them. They are very interested in the makeup style trending in the capital. Are you planning to open a shop again? Nothing is impossible. If I do, it will be a great opportunity. His expression darkens. As he thinks silently, I dislike things like that. Don't bother with those, just wait for me. Yet he still says, I will support you. After a day, the Baron, husband of, returns and hears affectionate calls. Father is back. He turns around and stiffens in shock, seeing his wife and 2 daughters with completely transformed faces. Welcome home, my love. The Baron runs away in panic. The Baroness and her 2 daughters are bewildered. Why is your father acting like that? He must be shy seeing us look so gorgeous. Probably. Witnesses this scene with satisfaction. Very good, just a little more tweaking and this bold makeup style will be complete. A few days later, while doing her makeup, asks, is there anywhere selling cosmetics around here? Since this is a rural area, there isn't one. Are you out of cosmetics? Yes, I am almost running out. How about making cosmetics yourself? Asks curiously, how do I make them myself? Even in the countryside, women still wear makeup. People often gather flowers or herbs from the forest to craft necessary cosmetics. Gets excited. Oh, that is a great idea. Where is the forest people visit to make cosmetics? Just a short walk behind the castle, but going alone is very dangerous. The terrain is complex, so you might get lost, and there are many dangerous plants. Come to think of it, that person said he would go into the forest tomorrow. You can accompany him. The next day's expression turns dark when she sees that person mentioned is, crossing his arms, asks, what is with that face? Why are you here? I came to gather herbs for the soldiers, and while I'm at it, escort the noble young lady. Ah, right, you are a military doctor. Why aren't you moving fast enough to keep up? This forest is dangerous, so we must return before sunset. She resolves in her heart to make the most of today. Stepping inside, she wonders, this forest looks completely normal. Don't be fooled by appearances. The plants here can kill people. Later, as skips along singing, seems to spot something. He bends down to pick up a stone and hurls it straight past her, leaving her frozen in place. It turns out a man-eating plant has appeared behind, eyeing her hungrily. Its sharp teeth prepare to strike when stone hits it, causing its mouth to snap shut tightly. Panic-stricken, asks, what was that just now? What was it? You saw it and you still ask. It was having a snack. Who has such a terrifying snack? I told you before we came in, this is a dangerous forest. There are creatures that use vines to strangle their prey before eating them, and some that use thorns to kill instantly, so don't just touch things carelessly just because they look pretty. Recalls the Baroness's words. Be careful, lady. Hey, Baroness, you didn't mention this place was so dangerous. Still, since I came all this way, I cannot go back empty-handed. I will only pick flowers I know for sure. That way I won't end up as ingredients for these monsters' meals. Later, at a colorful flower field. Oh, so beautiful. So charming, I love this so much. Seeing her excitement, asks, do you like flowers that much? Do you think wild flowers as beautiful as these out here grow easily? Suddenly smirks and says, by the way, yes, what do you like so much about? He is handsome. If you like him just for that, the risk is quite high. While is still bewildered, continues, he is cursed by the devil. He was just born with red eyes, that's all. You know full well it isn't that simple. Am I wrong? You fought alongside on the battlefield, so you understand better than anyone. He is gentle and warm. More than anyone else, what if he is no longer like that? She freezes upon hearing words. If is no longer gentle, then she won't like him anymore. Ah, that matter. I have never thought about it. While is still tense, says, in that case, date me instead. You, no thanks. At that moment she spots something. What is that over there? What? Turning around. Sees a gloomy crimson, red moss covering the whole grass field's face pales instantly. Damn it, don't tell me it's. Reaching out his hand, says, hand over that basket, grabs a flower. What is it? What on earth is happening? That red thing is crimson moss, this purple rose is its favorite meal. Then just throw it away. Now that you know, throw that rose far away. If only it were that simple. It responds to smell, not sight. Even if you throw the rose away, it still chases you. The scent of the rose already clings to you. Now it chases me. Indeed, it gradually expands along the trail of prey, then poisons with lethal venom. Venom touching the skin can prove fatal, depending on the person. Then what do we do? What else? Run. As he speaks, rubs the rose petals violently onto his own arm. What are you doing? I told you it is sensitive to scent. Given the choice of the same prey, it chooses the one with the stronger fragrance. Freezes at his words, teases, what? Touched? Not at all, I just think you are crazy. Indeed. You never admit to anything. I have resistance to its poison, even if a little toxin gets on me. It does no harm, so stop overthinking and run. Squeezes her eyes shut and dashes straight ahead. Red moss already clings to his arm. He shouts loudly, run, don't look back. Run. After sprinting blindly, they finally lose it. Now it is safe. Its multiplication has a limit, so it stops. But to pursue this far is truly terrifying. Looks its arm and asks, are you all right? Not all right at all. I dropped my whole magic bag while running. Just now you said you have resistance, so it is fine. Poison is still poison. How can skin touched by poison be completely fine? Let me see, I will pull it off for you. Immediately hides his arm. Don't touch it, I worked so hard, what if you ruin it? Don't come near, if the moss attaches to you it will be trouble. But if you feel touched, stop worrying. Go on a date with me once instead, because that is what I want. Glares at in disgust, then instructs her, go straight down this path to reach the castle. In case you don't know, I am telling you now before returning to the castle. Ask lady for cooling salve. It works immediately upon detoxifying. Keep your distance so you don't catch the red moss. After following the route indicated, she spots the castle and rejoices, at last. She reaches the castle, at this moment, staggers and collapses to the ground unconscious, is then brought into a room. The examining doctor says his body is not sensitive to poison and thanks to timely antidotes. He is much better. He will have a fever for a day or two, but it is not serious. So do not worry, sighs in relief upon hearing this. That evening she stays to take care of, wakes up and sees placing a damp towel on him. He remarks, wow, are you taking care of me now? I am not heartless enough to abandon my savior. Is that so? Unexpectedly. Things turning out well without my doing makes me feel embarrassed. Thank you so much for today. Thanks to you I am not hurt at all. I have no intention of dating you, but I will repay you in another way. Right at this moment the door suddenly bursts open, stands in the doorway radiating overwhelming murderous aura. Before can even call his name, he grabs her hand. He pulls her closer, cries out, it hurts, you are hurting me. Roars, why are the two of you together like this? You are misunderstanding, nothing happened. Lies on the bed, enjoying the view as explains too. I needed a guide into the forest behind the castle, so I met. A dangerous plant appeared and saved me. That is all. Sighs glow crimson. Regardless, was alone with you, I cannot forgive that. Saying this, he turns his head to look at. I must kill him. Worries in distress. What did you say? He pulls her hand. Leave this castle, asks what he means. I thought that upon coming here you would look only at me, but that is not so. You still talk to others and even stay alone with another man. I do not like that. From now on, stay with me. Do not leave my side for even a single second. Grows increasingly anxious and fearful, this man. What is he saying? She asks. Did you bring me here just for such thoughts? What? Not to suppress the rebels, but because you wanted me to look only at you, is that why you made this decision? I followed you here because I was worried you would lose everything you worked so hard to achieve. You suffered so much, which is why I followed you. Had I known it was out of such selfishness, I would never have come. That is not true. I only do this because I love you. We should stay apart for a while. I do not want to being together like this. Only hurts each other. Saying this, she turns her back and walks away, leaving him standing behind. Calling her name, steps outside, her mind in complete turmoil. I need time to sort through my feelings. Those words keep echoing in her ears. I do not want to, from now on, stay by my side. Do not leave my side for even a minute or a second. There is no way can be like this. It is best that I return to the capital. 3 days later, bids farewell to Lady. She asks curiously, the war is nearly over. Why leave in such a hurry? Could it be our service is not good enough? We will take better care of you, please. Rest assured, Lady has taken wonderful care of me. I am returning for another reason, so please lend me a carriage. I am truly sorry, but we cannot fulfill that request. Did tell you not to lend me a carriage? Lady stays silent without answering. Thinks to herself that if she keeps insisting, it will only make things difficult for her. She must find someone unrelated to, someone capable of finding a carriage bound for the capital. That's it. That person, I will ask for help. That evening, crawls out through a small wall opening, finally making her escape. Lady's daughters helped her. Why did their mother object just because she stepped outside for a bit? Take this path. This is the emergency exit. Tells herself to hurry to the meeting spot with, while she is running out of breath, calls out to her, here. I am long time no see. Yes, indeed, how are you? Fairly all right, but I thought you were confined in the castle. Because of that, I wanted to meet and ask a favor of you. First, take this. What is this? It is a top-tier gemstone worth several mansions. Wow, you called me here just to hand me this. If you intend to seduce me with jewels, you have succeeded. Stop talking nonsense. Please use this gemstone to secure a carriage to the capital. Whatever money remains will be your payment. Frowns upon hearing this. Are you ordering me to run errands now? Goodness, how could that be? I am asking you a very sincere request. Accepts the pouch of jewels. Fine, I will help you. It is best to stay far away from as soon as possible. He is a madman. You must not speak of like that. Even at this point, you still side with, what do you mean by this point? Reminds her, he dragged you to the battlefield and now he won't let you return home. Do you think that is normal? No matter what you say, we will still be peaceful together. Stop worrying unnecessarily and do what I asked. I must go. Let me walk you back. Won't this get back to? Saying this, she turns and leaves, while stands behind tirelessly waving goodbye. She tells herself, we are merely having a lover's quarrel. I am just a bit upset by his selfishness. Given time, everything will be resolved, so it is fine. She is lost in thought, unaware that behind her back someone is tailing her. Suddenly they cover her mouth, the anesthetic on the cloth making her consciousness haze over. What is this, my consciousness? After that she falls asleep. Someone speaks. Is she really woman? Purple hair and overall appearance. The information we heard matches her looks. It is indeed worth hiding out just to capture a woman. This is our chance to bring down. Scene change, they take her back to their base. Later, wakes up and sees unfamiliar faces before her. She wonders why she is here. Could they be rebels? A man who spots her immediately says, Captain, she is awake. The captain looks at and remarks, opening your eyes makes you even more beautiful. Truly woman. She secretly despises him. Disgusting, what is he talking about? The bald man glances to give a signal, and one man instantly draws his sword and steps toward. She worries. Are they going to kill me now, aren't they? Kidnapping me to use as a hostage. Zord / sweeps past. She faints for 2 seconds, then wonders, I am still alive. At this moment, the man holding a lock of her hair says, I cut it. You only cut my hair. The bald man looks at lock of hair. They say she is the woman he loves, so he can surely recognize her just by looking at her hair. Send this to, if he wants to save her, tell him to immediately withdraw his troops. Yes, I will go right away. I have a question for you. What is weakness? Asks back. What? The man continues. After withdrawing the army, we will demand he come here alone. I want to confirm whether the rumor that he can heal his own wounds is true or not. Does pulling out nails hurt? Or maybe tearing off her ears? Honestly, I think gouging out those red eyes will be the most fun. Hears this and violently shakes her head, shouting, Hey, are you crazy? You damn bastards. You will all be crushed to pieces by, know why. Just by face alone you already lose to, you bastard with a face like a rotten pumpkin. The bald man angrily replies, I thought a noble young lady would be elegant, but who knew your mouth is so filthy? Want to hear more filthy words? Your head looks like something people could climb like a mountain. Hearing's description of the bald head. The subordinate cannot help but snort with laughter. Humiliated, he grits his teeth to shut her up. Otherwise, I might kill her before arrives. The subordinate immediately sits down and gags. His mouth, with an anesthetic-soaked cloth, falls fast asleep again. After that, she has a dream about the time before she transmigrated here. In her dream, she remembers reading about Saintess. The most thrilling part of the novel is when the second male lead darkens. Confesses his feelings far too late. I am sorry, I love even though I love more than him, right, even so. Upon hearing say that, collapses to his knees. Is not someone he can reach, he can only pray for her happiness. But why must he do that? Love is meant to be claimed. Only those who crave it intensely can possess it. Then I just need to kill the crown prince. Reading that scene makes my heart flutter wildly. He is so utterly charming. Back then I was so naive. After a long slumber awakens. She is feeling a gentle warmth from a nearby fireplace, but then startles awake. As she remembers she was kidnapped, she bolts upright. Where is this? As a throbbing headache strikes her. A gentle voice speaks from outside. Lie down and rest a bit more. Your body has not fully recovered yet. Stares at in daze. Could this still be a dream? Did my mischief send me straight to heaven? I was kidnapped. What on earth happened? Do not say such frightening things. He leans in close to her face. This is no dream, nor are you dead. It is me, your hugs her tightly to comfort her. You were terrified. Weren't you? Forgive me for arriving late. Did save me. Are you injured anywhere? No, I am not hurt at all. What a relief. That pervert said strange things that made me so worried. Did they do anything to you? Thank goodness you are unharmed. He embraces her again and whispers, truly a blessing. I am sorry. Did my harsh words make you sad? It is fine. You do not hate me. I merely thought it was necessary to maintain a better relationship between us. Yes, it is fine. But where are we? This is my room. She wonders about Baron's castle. Tells her it is my private room within my territory. This is your first time coming here, right? Territory. At the northern border. Why are we here? To rest comfortably. Just went through a major ordeal. What about the war in the disputed region? The war is over. What? Lowers his head and presses a soft kiss on his hand. Because I slaughtered them all. Stay only by my side. Now, do not look at anyone else. Do not think of anyone else. Stay only with me. Stands stunned. The she knows is no more. Has descended into darkness. Recalls her past words. Perhaps it is better if we stay apart. For a while, if you respect my wishes. Do not follow me. Back then wanted to say. Why do you say that? You love me and I love you, so wanting to be together forever is only natural. But held back, terrified that would hate him. From then on, brutal battles rage every single day. Some say is enraged at the stubborn rebels, others say he is determined to end the war, yet no theory is correct. Simply put, he cannot endure life unless he slaughters something. He thinks that if he endures for a while, everything will be fine, that his burning heart will return to how it was before. Blood-soaked days pass by until his mind grows so chaotic that he no longer knows what he wants. Just then his subordinate brings a box. Lord, the rebels sent. This, opens it and freezes in shock. In the accompanying letter, they state that to guarantee her safety, he must withdraw his troops immediately. Instantly, leaps onto his horse and charges. Into the enemy hideout all alone, he dismounts, leaving them bewildered. Is that not, is he insane, did he come? Here alone, this is our chance to capture him alive. Gather all soldiers now. Stands alone before the enemy forces. His expression turns dark as he speaks. Because she is here, this place is far too dangerous. I must take her back to my territory. So give her back to me. Returning to the present, wonders just how many days have passed. I do not even know how far we are from the disputed territory because I am always kept inside's room. She looks around the room in despair. Every day prepares food and drinks for her. Today I prepared warm tangerine tea for you. What tea should I make tomorrow? Can you not sleep at night? Let me read a book to you. That way you will sleep better. I love you. I do not feel happy at all in this situation. None of this is what I want. I want to escape from here. You are awake. Today I prepared the dish that loves most, cheese fondue and pancakes drizzled with syrup. It looks delicious, right? Eat quickly. Quietly calculates. We cannot live like this forever. But if I provoke him, she recalls the scene in the original story, just killing the crown prince is enough. Just like in the original novel, he might slaughter innocent people. How can I escape this castle? Is there a way to leave without provoking him? She calls out, how about we hold a wedding ceremony? A wedding ceremony? The war is over, so isn't it time to hold one? She silently prays it works, narrows his eyes and responds, that is right. How could I forget such an important matter? Let us hold our wedding tomorrow. Wait, isn't there something we must do first? What is it? A wedding dress, rings, flowers, and we must ask permission from the emperor and my father first. Hears this and his eyes glow. A fiery red. This is our wedding. Why must we ask permission from anyone else? Because I want to hold a proper wedding ceremony. It is the only wedding of my life. I do not want to hold a rushed wedding. Secretly, as if we are committing a crime. Can we please say yes? He goes silent, thinking for a moment before saying, all right, if that is what you wish, let us do so. Then we will head to the capital together, right? There is no need for such a troublesome method. I will simply summon the emperor and the marquis here. But this place is too far from the capital. We cannot summon the emperor over something like this. No, he will come because you wish for it, so do not worry and rest comfortably. Curses. Inwardly, damn it, I cannot leave here immediately. What a pity. But it is fine as long as someone comes. I will plead for their help as long as someone tells about my situation in the original story. The only person who can control after he darkens is the saintess. So if she knows about this, she will surely help me somehow. As she is focused on her thoughts, speaks, what are you thinking about so intently? Oh, startled. It is nothing. Is something wrong? The emperor and the marquis have arrived. They arrived just a few days after sending the letter. Let us go meet them quickly. Suddenly his face turns dark as he speaks. I will meet them. You stay inside the room. There is no need to suffer, if she says. She wants to see her father, she fears. Marquis Lilac will be killed. She immediately changes her tune. I want to show them how happily we are living. You know I love to show off. Don't you want to brag about our relationship to everyone? Please. All right, then we will go together. Outside, the emperor and the marquis wait at this moment and appears. Upon seeing his daughter, Marquis Lilac excitedly stands up and calls out to her. Are you still safe and sound? After night took you away, there was no news at all. Do you have any idea how worried your father was? I inquired everywhere, yet I could not find a trace of you. I sent letters tonight, but received no reply, yet now you stand here safe and sound. Tears of joy swell in his eyes as he reunites with his beloved daughter, but Marquis Lilac suddenly falls silent at the sight of stark expression. My lord Marquis, I understand your joy at seeing her after so long, but please compose yourself. What? The only person permitted to touch her is me. Hearing this, Marquis Lilac feels a throbbing headache. What absurd nonsense did I just hear? The emperor intervenes calmly. Marquis Lilac, pray sit down first. But this bastard. The emperor emphasizes firmly, sit down. After A brief moment of chaos, the four of them sit properly. The emperor speaks up, I received the reports and know you have changed drastically. In the past, merely hearing's name made you blush. Speaks coldly, do not speak her name so casually, the Marquis. Is her blood relation, so I tolerate him, but Your Majesty is an exception. I detest hearing any other man utter her name. Is rendered completely speechless by his possessiveness. She can only sit silently by his side. The emperor calmly sets down his teacup. Very well, I shall be mindful. So you seek permission to marry her? Yes, she desires official consent from both of you before the wedding takes place. What a charming request. It is no trouble at all, your marriage is something I look forward to as well. Marquis Lilac springs up in protest. I do not agree, your majesty. The man I accepted for her betrothal was the former, not a madman who forbids anyone from touching my daughter. I cannot allow my daughter to marry a kidnapper. Ignoring the Marquis's outburst, the emperor asks, so after receiving our consent, will you two hold the wedding? Yes, we shall hold a private wedding with only the two of us present. Hearing this, the emperor sighs. Softly, very well. The Marquis shouts again. Your Majesty only to be ignored once more. The emperor asks, is there a wedding gift you desire? I shall bestow it as a blessing. No need. I am asking you're a bride. Might wish for something you know nothing about. Senses the emperor's underlying intention. This is her chance. She says softly, I want a gift. What is it, my love? I want a blessing from lady, people. Say that receiving the saintess's blessing dispels darkness and brings happiness. She possesses divine power, sacred above all else. It would be the most magnificent gift for a bride, please. The emperor looks at and replies, granted. Hurriedly interrupts, that is impossible. Why? I do not wish for anyone else to interfere in our wedding. Instead, I will grant you a gift far more precious than lady's blessing. So abandon that desire. Saying this, kisses her forehead. The emperor and the Marquis, sitting nearby, are left entirely speechless. Since both of you have granted permission, our business here is finished. Please return safely. Marquis Lilac protests. No matter how I look at it, this is wrong. Return my daughter to me. His eyes flame with fury at the Marquis's demand. Panics. Oh no, if this continues, father will be in grave danger. Hurriedly stands up and says, Father, I truly love him. I am very happy. What? What are you saying? Father, I am so happy, so please do not worry and return home. As her words fall, the Marquis lowers his head in sorrow, and a terrifying silence fills the room. Later, back in her room as she watches the carriage procession depart, she whispers, Father, I am sorry. On the other hand, says joyfully, just as you said, showing our love to others is not bad at all. You said you truly love me when you said, we are happy. I felt wonderful. Gazing into his eyes, thinks to herself that is clearly not sane. Right now, nevertheless, he smiles. Starting today, both of us will be quite busy. Why is that? We must prepare for our wedding. Shortly after, a dressmaker arrives. It is my honor to tailor your wedding dress. I will do my utmost to craft a gown. That delights you. How did you manage to get here? Did agree to this? Forgive me, lady bride, but his lordship instructed me not to share anything beyond what is necessary. After taking all the measurements, the young woman bows. Respectfully, I have taken all the measurements. I will complete the dress as quickly as possible. Following her comes a jeweler, an interior designer, and a shoemaker. At the end of a hectic day, just as sits down to catch her breath, asks, have you selected the items you like? We selected only the finest pieces for it, she softly replies. Yes. If she says no, the lives of everyone who came today will be in peril. That is wonderful. I have something to show you. Will you come with me for a moment? Leads her to a place featuring an ice sculpture of the saintess. Gasps in sheer amazement. How is it? Does it sparkle beautifully? When did you make this? I did a bit of outdoor crafting because I wanted to show you. In truth, I have been preparing this for a long time. I wanted to show you ever since you arrived. One day I dreamed of being here with you. At that time I thought it was merely a dream. I could not believe I would actually marry you. You look so radiant and beautiful, but now it is no Longer a dream, you are right here before me. I love you, we shall live happily together. Here, I do not want that, she raises her voice. How can we live only looking at each other? I have a family and friends. You are deeply important to me, but you are not my entire world. Suddenly she stops dead in her tracks, startled by her own outburst. What am I saying? Seeing him freeze, she thinks. Why is he not reacting? I hope he will not kill me like in the original story. Suddenly he asks, then if your family and friends disappear, I will be all you have left, right? Answer me. Has truly gone mad. He is no longer the whom loves, desperately suppresses her tears and smiles in despair. Laughing like an innocent child, she stammers, I was only joking, I only. Have you, fails to perceive true feelings, or rather he refuses to. Right now only hears what he wants to hear. Wrapping his arms around her, he whispers, I only have you as well. That night, as she lies in bed, his previous words echo continuously in her ears. If your family and friends disappear, I will be all you have left, right? Someone please save me. A few days later in the morning says, the dressmaker is here. How breathtaking will you look in your wedding dress? Thinks sorrowfully that she feels like paper puppet. Snapping out of her thoughts when calls her name, she replies, let us go. Exiting the room, she sees many people waiting. Before her stands a magnificent wedding gown. Says, though it looks lovely, I know little about wedding dresses. How do you find it? If she criticizes it, will not let these dressmakers off easily. I like it too, it is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, the seamstress brightens up as if a heavy stone has been lifted from her chest. Then please try it on so we may alter it to fit your needs. Suddenly the designer glances at. He asks, should I step outside? Yes, since we need to change her undergarments. Reluctant to leave her side, he nonetheless steps out, asking, it will be quick, right? Of course. The door closes, is utterly shocked to see disguised among the tailoring crew. Quickly signals for to stay quiet and whispers, I was worried about being caught in disguise, but I succeeded. What happened? After hearing from His Majesty, I devised a plan to infiltrate this place. Neither nor his guards recognized me. Changing my hairstyle was worth the effort. You have waited long. Haven't you? I am sorry for being late. Upon hearing the news, I wanted to come immediately, but guarded the place so heavily that it was not easy to enter. Now that I am here, do not worry any more. A moment later, the seamstresses finish dressing her and signal that he may enter. Stands in the wedding dress, her face pale and devoid of color. The eyes widen as he beholds. You are truly breathtaking. My heart feels as if it has stopped beating. Suddenly someone says, my lord, looking at the bride's attire, I find the design slightly lacking. I believe adding adornments to the hem will be more suitable. I shall return to alter it. Very well. Yes, see you tomorrow then. Silently watches brush past her. She recalls earlier words, when I leave the castle today, I will cast a barrier to suppress power. We must choose a place to set up the barrier right now. Is there anywhere in the castle that I can access and where you can lead? There is an ice statue of the goddess in the garden. Would that place work? Excellent. Tomorrow at noon I shall return. Make sure to bring to the ice statue as well. Secretly rejoices. Fortunately, was so focused on her that he failed to notice. The next day, sits dazed on her bed with dark circles under her eyes, having stayed awake all night. At this moment walks in and asks, are you all right? You look unwell. I did not sleep well. I want to take a walk. Would you like to join me? My lord, of course. Soon after outside. Drapes his cloak over her shoulders. Even in the daytime, this place remains cold. Thank you. The two reach the statue of the goddess. Looks sadly at it. Feels as if only the two of them remain in this world. There is a time I asked about that. Is it just the two of us in this castle? He says, in my heart I want that, but in reality it is impossible. I cannot do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, so I hire a few people just to manage the castle and cook. You have never met anyone. That is right. Their most important rule is never to cross paths with you. She lowers her head. At least he is not completely insane. Fortunately, allowing others into the castle enables to enter here, at this hour perhaps, is already inside the castle. It is imperceptible to the naked eye. But's barrier is created here. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. As someone who reads the original work, I know well that the Saintess's barrier possesses a powerful ability to suppress the power of the devil. The stronger one is, the more suppressed they become. Its devilish power currently reaches its peak, needless to say, seeing her dazed. Asks, "What are you thinking about?" Observes closely. "Is not here yet, I must buy time." "What is it, do you not? Want to go back to how things were before?" "How things were before? You have so many people who respect and love you, as well as recognition from His Majesty. Do you not want to return to those days?" "Never. From the moment I am born, I am abandoned. Everyone mocks, insults, and beats me. The only person who saves me is, you are not accursed. Child, you have a gentle and warm heart. When people realize who you truly are, they will love you. So I try to take the lead in dangerous matters. Over time, people look at me with admiration. Just as says, the sole reason I endure all this time is that teaches me that hatred and anger bring no benefit. Therefore, I always force myself to suppress my true emotions, truthfully. I want to slaughter all those hateful people. Right at this moment, appears and says, "I do not know you hold such thoughts. How are you present? Here, this is a place where only can come. Agrees to it too, right? Answer me. I know that when you appear, you will only interrogate me about useless matters like this. That is why I wish you would never come here again." Steps closer, shouts loudly, "Do not come any closer. If you take one more step, I will tear that arrogant mouth apart. I already warn you." Activates the barrier while speaking brazenly. "You will be punished." A circle of golden light appears around. He collapses, groaning in agony. Worries, "Are you all right?" Looks like a trapped beast. He screams pitifully. Cannot help but reach out to call, but reminds her, "Do not worry. This barrier is only meant to suppress the devil's power. It does not harm's body. He is merely very uncomfortable. This barrier is created by divine power. With his current demonic power, it hurts so much that it makes breathing difficult." Suddenly glares and replies, "This is just a small matter." Then collapses. "The more you struggle, the more painful it becomes, so stay still obediently. When I find a way to remove the devil's power, I will return to free you. Now let us go." "No, do not. Leave. No, you cannot. Do not leave. I will kill everyone, the Saintess, the Marquis, and everyone in this world. Then there will be no reason to leave any more, right?" Seeing hesitate, extends her hand, takes his hand and leaves. Instantly screams, "No, do not leave me behind." Afterward, opens her eyes and discovers this is her own room. Seeing the Marquis sitting beside her weeping, she calls out, "Father, I come in to see if my daughter is sleeping well. If you shed a single tear while sleeping, I worry immensely. I am hungry." "All right, seeing you healthy is good enough. I prepare breakfast, so hurry downstairs to eat. Today's breakfast is soft, fluffy pancakes. Do you remember when you are 3 years old?" Interrupts. "I will get ready and then come down." My daughter truly comes back to me. Although her reaction is somewhat indifferent, she remembers his earlier call, "Do not go." Feeling a slight pang in her heart, 3 days later, 3 days of rest are enough, appears and asks about her condition. After resting, I return to my normal state. "How fortunate," looks at and asks. "My hair color, because opposes it so strongly, I dye my hair with a fading shampoo, though I cannot do anything about its short length." Secretly chuckles, thinking not the crown prince, but just, where is the crown prince anyway? I thought he would follow right behind, yet he is nowhere to be seen. Actually, I have a fight with him. A fight, when I say I will go alone to his castle to save, gets angry, saying he cannot let me go alone to such a dangerous place. In the end, I go alone, and now his anger still does not subside. Secretly scolds him in her head. What a fool, the male lead's so-called pride is so bothersome. The reason I call you over is that I currently want to know more clearly about's condition. Pauses for a moment, then agrees to speak. The info regarding darkening is not officially announced. The soldiers witness darkening and causing a terrible massacre, but they keep silent about. You see nothing. If anyone dares speak about what they see today, they will be handled according to military law. But no secret lasts forever in this world, especially when it is a story about a great imperial knight single-handedly annihilating the enemy forces. Rumors about spread with increasingly terrifying details. Some say is a devil incarnate aimed at destroying this land. Others speak up to defend. He only kills enemy forces and does not touch our troops if we know how to utilize that power. The Empire will completely conquer the world. Hearing this leaps up. What do people think he is not? A chess piece on a chessboard, but conversely, many people fear the power of kill the devil to protect our families and our land. We must destroy the devil. Knights and priests who refuse to accept the existence of a devil gather together to destroy, worries if slaughters all of them. Then what, this time, will become the object of fear and wrath for the whole world? He will truly become a devil. We cannot let that happen. What is thinking right now in the original work? She stands on the opposite side of, merely for love kills countless people without hesitation. Ultimately, the one who plunges a sword into his heart is, I am sorry. Those are the last words. Hears from the woman he loves, if holds the same mindset as in the original novel. Suddenly grabs hand to encourage her. So we must act faster. Than them, there is surely a way to restore to his original state. Sheds tears of joy. Indeed, this is not like the in the novel. Thank you. How can they free from his darkened state? I suddenly recall the original storyline, the first place. Targets after darkening is his. The small village is swiftly crushed under his foot without mercy. When reading the novel, I used to think that. Merely seeks revenge on those who mistreated him, then proposes. To let us try going to we might find some clue. All right, actually I also have something I want to verify before the city gates, where I arranged to meet the following day. Oh, have you two still not made up? Grumbles at, last time I let you enter the city alone, but not this time. No matter what you say, I am going with you. If you refuse, I will be angry, not just a little, but for a very long time, at least a month. Unbelievable, he grows more childish by the day, approaches and says, I do not mind if you tag along. It has been a while since we last met. Extends his hand, is briefly dazed, then smiles warmly. She reaches out to shake his hand. You change quite a bit, don't you? You even know how to pout now. Thanks to someone teaching me not to hide my real feelings. Good thing you won't pout for a whole month. The carriage moves onward, looks outside, and remarks this is just an ordinary village. Everyone looks very hardworking. This village is established long ago by devout believers. Though they do not possess much wealth, they are simple people always grateful for what they are granted, which is precisely why it is even more cruel. Cruel, what do you mean, Saintess? Just then, a villager asks, do you have business here, miss? I just stopped by for a bit of personal matter. Oh my, what a lovely young lady. It has been 10 years since I left this place. Time flies so fast, yet you still remember me. Susan, the Saintess, remembers me, of course, but who are the people traveling with you? Ah, one is the person I am currently dating, and the other is my most important friend, and as soon as says hello, she notices the fear shows on Susan's face. Susan, actually, I come here to meet the village chief because of matter. So that is how it is. Can you lead me? There, Susan thinks for a moment, and then leads everyone to the village chief's house. As soon as the village chief sees her, he rejoices. Oh, Saintess, it is truly the Saintess. It has been a long time. Village chief, I know the time will come when you visit here. Are you here to find the sacred relic that can destroy that devil? Did you know I would come? Of course, I hear from a priest that he turns into a devil. I am not surprised at all. Long ago I know that he harbors a devil within him, even when he is recognized as the greatest knight and the villagers turn a blind eye to his past. I never change my mind. He is a devil, and one day he will reveal himself. Look, that day finally comes. Hearing this, quickly stops her. Do not get too agitated. Do you plan to ruin everything? She thinks to herself, that is right. Maybe that old man knows how to bring back. Calm down. For the sake of this day, I keep that object all this time. I will give it to the saintess, hoping you use it to eradicate that devil from this world. After that conversation, everyone leaves together, asks, what on earth is that thing this is? Before I explain, I want you to come to a place with me. Where? Soon after, both arrive at a ruined house. This is where lives as a child. Asks, does grow up in a place like this? Not. This upper part I discover over there in the basement. All three head down into the basement together. What is this? This place looks like a prison. When I meet for the first time, he is locked up here. He is tightly bound, deprived of his freedom. This is the necklace wears back then. 10 years ago, when I am only 12 years old and come here for missionary work, because this village rarely receives the blessings of priests, everyone welcomes me warmly. Meeting the saintess is a great honor. Please bless poor people. Like us, I am Susan. While the saintess stays here, I will act as your guide. Please take good care of us. While healing the sick and praying for those who seek divine blessings, I discover a small house at the edge of the village. Back then asks, are there people living there too? Saintess, you do not need to pay attention to that place. Sensing something suspicious, runs to that house. There are footprints near the basement, and a faint smell of blood lingers. Descending below, is completely stunned to see Young lying on the ground covered in blood. Rushes over to heavens, who does such a terrible thing like this? The collar and hem of his clothes are slashed as if by a sharp knife, as though someone uses a weapon to cut into the boy's body. Yet no wounds remain. Does someone with a power like hers heal him, or does he heal all on his own? Susan steps up and calls out, Saintess, please leave this place. Even if you are the saintess, you can still be cursed. He is a devil born with red eyes. Afterwards, she confronts the village chief. I see a child locked in the basement. The belief that red-eyed people are devils is merely an archaic superstition. Please release that boy. Immediately, no, he cannot be released. He kills someone when he is only 7 years old. 3 years ago, he kills my son. The necklace I put on him is a sacred relic capable of purifying a devil's power. It is a relic passed down through generations in our village for a very long time, so do not touch it carelessly. We cannot allow a devil to walk freely in this world. At that time, I do not entirely believe the village chief's words. I think it is merely an exaggerated story. Therefore, I ask powerful priests to intervene and free, and thanks to that is able to leave this place. What happens then? Does that necklace really work? According to the village chief, when kills that person, an immensely terrifying power erupts within him, but after putting on this necklace, that power disappears. I believe this necklace is indeed a sacred relic that purifies the power of the devil. Is it true that kills someone when he is small? All the accounts I hear from the villagers are consistent. They say ruthlessly kills the village chief's son when he is only 7 years old, as stands dazed. Says, lamenting here changes nothing. We must swiftly find a way to bring back. After all, once this ends, we will throw a feast and invite as well. So, pull yourself together, thinks to herself. That is right, I always have good friends by my side. Let us hurry and save. At Susan's home, the young children ask, Mother, who are they? Are they a princess and a prince? Says, since it is dark outside, we must rely on your hospitality for the night. Please rest comfortably. The two children ask curiously again, but why are there 2 princesses? Is the prince a playboy? Replies, I am no playboy. These children are so sweet. Susan says, sweet. They are like stubborn young foals that refuse to listen. As bickers with the children, saying, and neither of them is a princess, suddenly turns to look at Susan and notices her avoiding eyes. Wonders if Susan dislikes her because she is. But instead of fear or hatred, it feels as though Susan carries a lingering guilt. As if she owes an apology. That night a restless stir fills the air. Suddenly Susan approaches and says, It is me, Susan. You say you are right. There is something I want to tell you. To me, it is about that boy when he causes that incident. At 7 years old, I have heard a rough version of that story as well. No. The truth is somewhat different from what you know, so please listen to me. A child with red eyes is born in the village. No one knows who his real father is, and his mother dies shortly after giving birth to him. She leaves only the name for him, fearing the curse fearing the curse if they abandon a red-eyed child. The villagers take care of him attentively. Among them, the one who takes care of the most is the village chief's son, but does not visit's house out of good intentions. Part of it is by order of his father, and part of it is to see the self-healing. Wounds, yeah, exactly. That brat is truly a devil. No matter how severe the injury is, after a single day it heals right back up. Every time visits terror paints face, Susan. Grieved back then, wonders, is this boy truly a devil? He looks just like an ordinary child. Look here. Yesterday I intentionally slashed the back of his hand with a piece of glass, but today the wound leaves no trace behind, so it is thanks to this power that he survives. I try pouring scalding water over him, even using a nail to carve markings on his skin. Normally, at such pain, anyone would scream, right? Yet this kid has no reaction at all. Is it because he is a devil? What do you think? Susan back then wonders to herself, can the boy I know truly be so cruel? Out of fear, Susan stammers, I really do not know. The answer does not matter at all. He merely needs an audience to witness his actions, a role that must be timid, quiet, and obedient to him, and that role falls upon me. After that day, still frequently drags me to that little house. I hate going there, but I fear his violent nature and cannot refuse. The only thing I can do is sit there and watch him torment. On that fateful day, Susan witnesses torment in a brutal manner. He wonders what he must do to make this guy cry. Seeing tightly clutching a doll, thinks no one comes in here to place this doll, so the woman who bore him must have left it behind. This kid treasures this doll like a precious treasure. Realizing this, decides to snatch doll. He grabs it with disgust. It stinks so bad. You really hold on to trash like this? Give it back to me. That is the first time. Reacts. Grows excited, touching. This thing provokes an immediate response. Is this trash so important to you? Does a devil like you even know how to love a doll? Shoves aside, picks up a sharp shard and decisively slashes right through the doll, cutting it in half. For something like you. At this action, Susan also feels terrified. Beg me more, you devil. Reaching his breaking point, grabs a shard and shoves to the ground. Eyes glow crimson with murderous intent swirling around him. Barely manages to say, hey, wait, but after that there is no after. Susan hurriedly runs to the village chief's house. Upon hearing my story, the village chief quickly arrives at that house, but when we arrive, is already horrifically killed. Strength is so unbelievable for a 7-year-old that dozens of villagers unite to bind him. Then they place around's neck a silver necklace passed down through generations in the village. Fortunately, the necklace takes effect and collapses. Out of fear of the devil's curse, the villagers and chief lock in the basement from then on, and 3 years later, lady finds him, but does not do that without a reason. Even if is a devil, also treats him such cruel things. Why is she only telling this story now? If she had told it a little sooner, perhaps would not have had to endure such horrors. Back then, I could not say it. The village chief told me to keep silent, not to offend the deceased like John, who said that. The village chief, he told me not to tarnish John's reputation, but when I had a child of my own, I kept thinking that had a mother too. Even if he was born with red eyes, he still deserved love. Those were my thoughts. Right at this moment, 2 children run in, calling out, "Mother, why are you crying? Like that? Is the princess bullying you? Don't cry anymore." Leaves, thinking she must go somewhere to calm down. I have been looking at him all this time. I knew he had an unhappy past, but I never thought deeply about what that tragedy was. I only saw how beautiful his gentle smile was. I loved the image of him in love, terrified that I would lose it. I only worried about him darkening. Do I even have the right to despise them? I am no different from them. I could not accept for who he truly is. She recalls the conversation they once had. Today I spoke with the noble ladies at the banquet. They asked if I loved the person beside me. So how did you answer? Of course I said yes. Mai is so handsome, strong, and loves me more than anyone else. Why do you like me? Simply because you are you. Ah, what kind of answer is that? There must be a reason, right? Like I am pretty, have a good personality, charming, or cute. All of them are true. I like you simply because you are you. As remembers this, tears stream down. Her face, he simply loves her for no reason at all in the way possible. I am sorry, at this moment comes to comfort. Confides, I think I made a huge mistake with. No matter how terrifying he is, I should not have left him all. Alone like that, takes hand and says, I want to see right now. Smiles, go on, later at a small house surrounded by white snow, seeing look exhausted, looks at her with worry. You pushed yourself too hard without rest for days, but I need to see as soon as possible. With this little holy power, it is barely enough to keep me from collapsing. This is enough. According to, the barrier created for not only suppresses the demon power, but also contains healing energy. As long as stays inside the barrier, he will not feel hungry or cold. So I do not need to worry. Still, I was only thinking about escaping from. Forgive me. I should have asked to create a barrier in his room, leaving some snacks on his bed so he wouldn't suffer. While lost in gloomy thoughts is drawn to conversation with, I feel cold too. Ah, do you want me to warm you up with holy power? I told you I don't want you using holy power. I don't want you to be tired at all. Saying that pulls into his embrace. This is enough. Inwardly scolds, well done, truly wonderful. Here I am worrying about my lover. And I catch them like this. At this moment, remembers and pushes away. Is right here, speaks up, Your Highness. Answers briefly, what? Let me ask you something. Even if it's your lover, if they are tied tightly all over and abandoned, wouldn't they be angry? She recalls words from before, you can't, don't leave me. Why are you asking that? Cries bitterly inside. That idiot? Such a reaction is understandable. So what if I treated him coldly because he was so stubborn? Even if wants to kill me, I won't hide from him anymore. 3 days. Later, everyone reaches the castle. Please come in. Feels the castle is so quiet. After trapping inside the barrier, everyone was evacuated. Lately, only we enter the castle. Suddenly gasps as she sees. Collapsed on the snow. She runs into the barrier, calling out. Hearing her call, he slowly opens his eyes, seeing her crying, he calls out, yes, it's me. She does not know whether is angry, resentful, blaming her or bursting into tears, but he smiles brightly and says, I missed you so much. Don't cry. When you cry, my heart hurts. So foolish, to be honest, I am still afraid of you, but I want to try to love you sincerely. Hearing this, sits up abruptly. Will you give me that chance? I don't understand what you're saying right now. I like you. I really like you. I will stay by your side forever. After that, asks, are you sure? Right now is not in a normal state. It's fine. When no one else is around, he is safest. With me, takes out a necklace and hands it to. At least hold on to this. If darkens again, it will help you. Looks at the necklace and shakes her head in refusal. Is surprised by her action but agrees, saying, all right. If that is the path you choose, may God bless the friend I love. Take care then, and take care. Suddenly calls, please handle what I asked of you well. How clever to order around the crown prince of the empire. Now that's true friendship. Before long I will return to the capital with. My plan is as follows. I will not deny who is right now. Instead, I will change him bit by bit. In other words, this is a plan to train a darkened second male lead. Is it feasible? I choose to bet on feasibility. Why? Because in my old world there is a famous saying, no beast is evil, no matter how fierce the species. With patience and training they can live in harmony with humans, is no exception, and I will definitely succeed. When we are about to leave, brings an item from the Lilac Mansion, a book with pictures of me as a child, bringing it along. Turns out to be a wise decision. While is distracted, I say goodbye to end. According to books by wild animal experts, one must find what the animal likes. Dogs like a piece of meat, pandas like bamboo, and Shirley likes, right now she calls out, are you still admiring my picture? Yes, you are. Too adorable. When the animal lowers its guard, start training naturally. She walks over and sits next to, yes, do you like being with me? Of course, but we cannot stay together with just the two of us forever, because I still have my family and friends. Glares and replies, I don't like it. Don't say you will kill them all just because you don't like it. If you say that again, I won't look at you for a whole week. If an animal shows its teeth, apply proper sanctions. Don't be like that, I am sorry, so please don't say those words. Feels secretly thrilled. Wow, this actually works. Then she says, as for me, I hope you will try a little harder. Please understand that I need time with my father or chatting with friends. All right, all right. Just talking to this point is already a huge step forward. So what I want to say is, starting today, let's practice a bit. Practice? Yes, practice. So you get used to me being around other people. That kind of practice. Why should I? She interrupts. If you succeed, there will be a reward. A reward? I will kiss your cheek, both cheeks. As she speaks, she worries inwardly. Will this really work? Sure enough, it works. Replies, fine, let me try. Hooray! And so begins the rehabilitation process. At first, keep it gentle. How is it, do you feel? Uncomfortable? Do you want to harm this tiny plant? Not at all. Good plants are no problem. What about beetles? Do you want to hurt this tiny insect? No, although I don't like it much, it's fine. All right. Then next step, what about this animal? The dog resting its hands trembles in fear under glare. Quickly put that dog down from your lap. I cannot stand looking at this scene. It's just a puppy. It's not human, nor can it speak to me. The only thing it knows how to do is be cute. That's exactly what I can't stand. You are doting on it, and I hate anything that receives your emotions. It makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Goodness, this obsessively jealous man who gets jealous of a dog, but you still have to endure it. Only by enduring this situation can we advance to the next stage. Just try to endure for 30 minutes, a kiss on the cheek. 30 minutes later, the dog is let go, sighs in relief, immediately comes to hug him, praising him. You did so well, but remains unsatisfied with just this comfort. Seeing's furious gaze, instantly understands the problem. She kisses his right cheek, then his left cheek, adding the words, I love you, after passes the trial. A few new servants are hired for the castle. One of them suggests that the castle raise a guard dog, and so the dog Bong Bong becomes a new member of the castle. Put that dog down right away. His voice echoes through the hall, chuckles gently, stroking the puppy's head. Don't be like that. Bong Bong is just a harmless little dog. I don't care. I dislike anything that takes your attention away from me. His eyes flash with intense possessiveness. Shakes her head playfully, stepping closer to him. Remember our training. You promised to endure it for 30 minutes. Sighs deeply, pulling tightly into his arms. Fine, but only because I love you. She softly places a sweet kiss on his cheek. Good boy. Smiles warmly, his dark gaze instantly softening under her touch. By his side, the darkness inside his heart slowly fades away. I will protect you forever, he whispers passionately into her hair. Smiles happily, wrapping her arms around his waist. And I will stay with you forever. And together, they welcome a brand new, blissful future. So adorable, our sweet. Eyes flash with murderous intent as he watches happily playing with, yet he forces himself to endure it. He is truly cute. It is the second week of training. Stop hugging it. On the first day, just holding makes him uncomfortable and irritable. On the second day, he tolerates me petting, and now, I can even kiss right in front of him. Of course, this is only possible thanks to a proper reward. You do so well. You are amazing, the absolute best. I love you, responds to her words. With a sweet, deep kiss on her lips, it feels so heavenly, but quickly pushes him away. Stop, you cannot stop right now. We agreed on just a quick kiss, defends himself. It is just a moment, not even a minute. It has been over 10 minutes. Look at how swollen my lips are, seeing him sulk dejectedly, she thinks. It seems he is gradually getting used to animals, so let us move on to the next stage. What is the next stage? Is it humans? I hate other people looking at you. I also hate when you look at anyone else. As he speaks, he catches gaze. Unable to resist, he yields. But I will try if that is what you want. Is moved to tears upon hearing this. Oh, Father and everyone in this land, do you see this? Our is changing, however, despite its determination. Bringing someone else in for practice is by no means easy, because they must endure the terrifying, frigid glare of for a long period. Almost anyone would flee instantly when faced with it. Furthermore, if loses control of his temper, one must consider the extreme risks involved. Is the most suitable person, but I do not want her to take on such a dangerous task. Is there anyone brave enough to accept this job? Despite all the danger, suddenly a person comes to her mind. Ah, I have someone, then appears. And complains, why is it me again? Well, because no one is more suitable than you. Stop pretending. You are clearly a big fan of. You asked about residence multiple times, didn't you? Wait, what? Do I really have to go this far? It suits you so well. You look just like a ghost, and that arrogant face of yours is completely gone now. Soon is brought before. She thinks to herself, it is as if he is speaking to a curtain. After a while, trembles and speaks up. I cannot endure this any longer. I want to kill him. Right now, you must not, you have to hold back. Breaking into a cold sweat, asks, can I run away? Immediately turns to him and shouts, no, you cannot. Seeing release a surge of murderous intent, his expression grimacing in discomfort. She approaches and holds his hand to soothe him. And checks the clock. All right, time is up, thank you, you can go. Outside now, turns around and grumbles, wow, you two really make people sigh in exhaustion. As soon as the door closes, wraps her arms around to encourage him. You do so well, today's reward is a kiss, not me kissing him, but him kissing me. Her heart flutters with excitement. First comes a kiss on the forehead, then it glides down to her lips and even down to her neck. Don't, stop now, stop right there. All right, but you must keep your promise as well. Every time I endure, you will increase the number of kisses, right? Stunned, she thinks. Yes, I am the one who proposed that reward, but I never expected him to kiss my whole body like this. I am looking forward to tomorrow. Still, it is not as though she dislikes it. A few days later, finally removes the curtain and reveals himself. Is so nervous that his entire body trembles. As always, sits beside him to cheer him on. You can do this, come in. The door opens, and both of them look over with astonished expressions. A figure appears gorgeously. Like a chameleon, points and asks, why? Why do you look like that? Answers, I thought my true appearance would be too overwhelming for him, don't I? Look fabulous. Besides, I am certain a woman is much more suitable. For glances at to check if he is fine. Lowering her gaze, thinks, well, I will try talking to for just 5 minutes. She turns to praise him. You look stunning in a woman's dress. Beams proudly, because I am beautiful. Aren't you embarrassed saying that about yourself? It is the truth. Feels utterly helpless. This guy is truly annoying. Suddenly laughs heartily, so I guess the rumor about you being controlled by is false. Who fabricated such a terrible rumor? Brings up the spreading rumors. The Saintess managed to rescue you from and take you to the capital, yet you returned to him. So there are countless rumors about you. Some believe controls you with his black magic. Others think you are seduced by his power. There is even a rumor that you willingly returned because you love him. Laughs with amusement. My goodness, at least one of those rumors is true. I consider that last rumor the least likely. It seems you have more guts than I thought. Why don't you call it love instead of courage? Fine, as you wish. Suddenly his face darkens. How can you love a monster like him? Before he even finishes speaking, lunges forward to attack. Shouts his name aloud. Stands frozen inside a magic barrier, stunned. If not for the white necklace the crown prince gave me, I would be dead by now. Cracks split the ground open. Strikes another devastating blow toward. He screams, stop this madman. Quickly wraps her arms around, stops. Let me go, I want to kill this man. You must not do that. Why not? He dares to look at you. Wait, I foresaw this happening. If you do this, I will be sad and I will hate you. Taking advantage of the moment, flees for his life, hangs his head in defeat. With a low thud, seeing the distress on his face, she embraces him warmly, encouraging him. It is all right. I demanded too much from you. I am sorry and thank you for trying so hard. As night falls, is fast asleep. When heavy footsteps approach, enters the room, shuts the door, and demands coldly, wake up. Jolts awake, his eyes popping out in fright. He shrinks back. In terror, you saw it earlier, didn't you? You cannot hurt me. No matter what you try, I know I am annoying, but you still cannot kill me. Internally panics. I am not sure if this is really enough to protect me from power. Damn it, states calmly. I will not harm you, though I certainly feel like killing you. Sighs, wow, thanks a lot for saying that, so why do you come see me in the middle of the night? Stays silent for a moment before speaking. The soldiers on the battlefield who took your potion became miraculously calm. Agrees, yes, that is true. Then you must be able to craft a medicine that suppresses my emotions. I am surprised that you ask such a thing. You look quite happy right now. Glares at, realizes, wants to fulfill wishes. He desires it so desperately that he is willing to ask for my help. A person he despises to the bone. The potion those soldiers use is a sedative. It relaxes the entire body and calms down agitation. Asks, do you think it will work on me as well? Answers, there is a high chance it will work, but I will have to make a far stronger dose for you. However, such a potent medicine carries severe side effects. Even for someone like you, if your body cannot handle it, it may damage your internal organs. Do you still want to try it? Secretly observes, well, I guess he is not the type to fear such risks. Asks, why do you go this far if you just want to keep all to yourself you have already done so? Remains quiet. He recalls the moments when embraced him and encouraged him. I want to make her happy. I want to make her love me even more. After thinking, he tells, I want to make her happy. Ponders. Well, this is none of my business anyway, and brewing a new medicine is a good chance to gain experience. Fine, I will make it, but it will not be free. Of course I will pay you. Great, then we have a deal. But your medicine had better work. Otherwise, I will have no reason to keep you alive. Chuckles nervously. All right, do not worry about that. Meanwhile, paces back and forth, calculating. I think we can try again today. However, thinking back to what happened, she trembles. What if we pushed too far and he kills? She flops onto the bed. Maybe I should put off going to the capital for a while. I miss my family and friends so much, but right at that moment, and push the door open and enter. Seeing the two walking side by side, she internally screams, and why are those two walking together? Lets her know, suggested that we visit you together, she asks. Really? Sits up straight and observes. He smiles softly and nods in confirmation. Tears spontaneously well up in her eyes. As she chokes back her emotions, good morning, she glares at him with wide, emotional eyes. What are you talking about? It is already afternoon, looks at him and says, your eyeliner is smudged. I thought I taught you properly. How disappointing. What, really? Yes, a little smudge to the left. Damn it, is it because I changed my cosmetics? She replies with a smile. Perhaps. She then turns her eyes toward who still stands solemnly, gazing at her, hesitates, thinking secretly, well, I do not know if I can do that either. As she thinks, she reaches out towards face. Let me take a look. Immediately grabs her hand, his voice stern as he stops her. That is enough. With desperate eyes, he says that is enough. Feels a quiet joy in her heart. Instead of getting angry, softly asks her. She turns and asks, how is this possible? I simply tried a bit harder. Did you two practice in secret? Something like that. She wears a reluctant expression. Claps her hands cheerfully. I knew it. She lunges forward and hugs. You are amazing, you truly are the best. Then try talking to the servants for a bit. That should be fine, right? He asks anxiously. The servants, but yes, he leans in, demanding a reward despite her protest. Wait a moment, he acts spoiled. I worked so hard, so I deserve a reward. Fine, okay. Then runs to open the door. Are you two being affectionate again? I have no interest in watching, so do it after I leave. The door slams shut. Sighs in admiration. I love how sensible he is, knowing when to leave. The very next second, pulls her waist into his arms. Asks casually, so how many kisses do you want? Answers, as many times as I want. Squeals, he is so greedy. No way, if I agree you will never stop. Yes, then. It will be too much for you, so? He caresses her lips gently and says, you only kiss me until you feel it is enough. Oh my goodness, he is so sexy. In the following days, carrying his suitcase, says, You have used me enough. You see how has improved, so now I am leaving. Why are you bundled up so tightly? Because I feel cold, I think I am about to catch a cold. Ah, I get it clears throat, she asks. So what do you plan to do now that can? Control his emotions perfectly. We will return to the capital. The winter banquet begins, and countless nobles gather in the banquet hall, but contrary to its splendid appearance, a strangely gloomy atmosphere fills the air. This is because is invited to the party, and rumors about turning into a devil spread. That is enough to make the nobility tremble with fear, worrying he might harm them at any moment. The emperor asks, So and are truly attending this banquet? Replies, Yes. His eyes drop with anxiety, steps forward, bows her head, and says, Your Majesty, and will return to the capital soon, so I wish to make a request. Could you invite them to the winter banquet? The emperor remains silent, thinking I cannot refuse. But the way looked at me the last time we met, that chilling gaze. He turns to and says, If causes trouble, we will face a dire situation. There is no need to worry about that. Reassured us that everything would be fine, did she not? He falls silent and thinks, Even if appears normal, some nobles will try to prove he is cursed by the devil. I am not sure if we can get through this event safely. Realizes the emperor's concern. He says, There is nothing to worry about, while thinking to himself, because I have already made preparations. Right after, trumpets announce, His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince have arrived. Both walk in, waving with solemn expressions. All the nobles bow down in reverence as they head to their seats. His Majesty says, Everyone may raise their heads. I am very glad to see all of you. On the last day of the year, so many things have happened this year. First, I am cured of my terrible illness, and the long-standing conflict is finally resolved. Thanks to that, our empire can move another step forward. Someone frowns and speaks up. By the way, may I ask you a question, Your Majesty? What is it? Is it regarding, sir? The emperor listens attentively. There is a rumor spreading that he wiped out the last rebels in the conflict zone. It was not our army, but alone. It is true, sir, is an outstanding knight, but such a feat would be impossible without borrowing the power of a devil. The appearance of a devil is no small matter. This could endanger the safety of our entire empire. Therefore, we need an immediate answer. Has sir turned into a devil? The entire hall falls into silence. The emperor taps his fingers, thinking, if reveals his demonic nature, their trust in me will shatter. What should I do? At that moment, the doors open and appears alongside the nobles. Look alarmed the moment they see them. His voice echoes amidst the terror of several people. I pay my respects to your majesty. Walks beside him with a smile on her lips. Steps inside and bows. I, your loyal knight, have returned after a long period of rest. Is your majesty in good health? The emperor smiles with satisfaction at his composure, says playfully, Saintess Lilac has also returned. I am truly glad that both of you have returned. Do you feel better now? Yes, I am. Much better, thank heavens. You have worked hard. I am certain recovery is thanks to your devoted care. I wish to express my gratitude for your efforts. Oh, dear, what is going on? I thank your majesty for your deep concern. The emperor turns to call. Yes, according to tradition, you should be the one to open the dance, but since this is a special occasion, why not grant this honor to, and smiles in agreement. Yes. Of course, at the center of the ball. Takes hand, asks, are you ready? I am a little nervous, but I can endure it. Giggles, this reminds me of the day we got engaged. That day, we were also the center of everyone's attention. I wore a purple dress that day too. Was I not extraordinarily beautiful then? That is true, and today as well. You look breathtakingly beautiful. His words make her blush red in embarrassment. Both continue their dance without speaking a word. Suddenly, feet pause, missing a beat. Noticing this, they gaze at each other unblinkingly. Face flushes bright red like a ripe tomato. Marvels secretly, he still looks adorable even when struggling with dancing. It is endearing how he pretends nothing missed a beat, and I am certain I am not the only one Thinking so, everyone's fear. Tord will ease when they see us dance together. She praises him silently. Well done, as the dance ends, approaches and calls, I missed you both so much. Also, happily greets, speaks in a deep voice. It has been a long time, lady. Yes, it has been a long time, but I am afraid I could not bring Marquis Lilac here today. She repeats what the Marquis wrote in his letter. Who are you talking about? I think you sent the wrong letter. My daughter would never choose a man against her father's wishes, tells herself I will try to soothe him, and if I cannot, then so be it. Suddenly someone calls, pulling her out of her thoughts. It is the members of PHM, the Heavy Makeup Lovers Society. It has been so long, how has everyone been doing lately? We are doing very well. We worried so much because you were not here. Lady, it seems those terrifying rumors are merely fabrications. You and Lord look completely healthy. Suddenly someone asks, what are you ladies talking about? Erica and her father approach with ill intent. He points his finger and says, you cannot let this man deceive you. Has everyone forgotten? He may use his angelic smile to bewitch us. But he is still a devil. Facing Erica's triumphant smirk, thinks to herself, yes, I knew this would happen. So I came prepared. Responds outright, that is true, was indeed cursed by a devil, sending shockwaves through everyone, her hands clasped together, but all of that is now in the past. Devil's curse has been broken. He gasps, what? Continues, God heard my sincere prayers and redeemed soul. She thinks to herself, it is all a lie, of course. He objects, impossible, that is completely impossible, the atmosphere. In the hall falls silent once more. He thinks to himself, the nobility are no fools. There is no way they will believe such a childish lie. Suddenly a young lady speaks up, I knew it. I thought so too, me as well, me too. Anymore, he stands helpless, unable to cope. What is happening? What a breathtaking love story. It feels just like there is a novel released a few months ago that the noble ladies in the capital absolutely adore. The Cursed Knight and His Lady, written by a new author named it instantly, becomes an overnight sensation. The male lead in the story is also a knight who turns into a devil after being cursed. The scene where he kidnaps the female lead is truly shocking. I cannot believe he imprisons that noble young lady inside his castle. But the best part is the final scene. Watching the male lead sacrifice his life to save her, she finally realizes her true feelings for him. I love you even if you are a devil, please do not die. Please, I love you. The knight opens his eyes after their kiss and beholds the weeping lady. He gazes into her tear-filled eyes and whispers, I love you too, my lady. When he confesses his affection for the very first time, the terrible devil's curse upon him is finally broken. The young ladies chatter passionately. This is definitely the greatest romance novel in history. After finishing it, I wept the entire day. The Marquis steps forward and snarls, do you truly believe his curse is lifted simply because of a novel? The young ladies glare back at him with unfriendly eyes. You are so heartless, Marquis. Lord returns to normal thanks to the earnest prayers of his beloved. How can you accuse him like that? It is all a lie. The saintess who despises devils actually stands by his side now. Is his curse truly broken? Damn it, a devil is still a devil. He will never change. You will see I shall expose his true face, saying this they depart. Finally he is gone. He is so rude too. More people like the Marquis will surely try to pick fights. We must protect Lord. Me too. The ladies wave goodbye, promising to meet again soon. When no one is left, darkens his expression and calls softly, may I kill that man with the mustache? She immediately answers, no. At this moment someone walks toward them, approaches and remarks, you managed to conceal your venomous claws and maintain your composure. Do you really know who you should thank for that? That novel the ladies were discussing so excitedly, I wrote it myself. I penned it to win public support for your return. Replies, please just resolve the matter. We discussed, I cannot believe you are making an imperial prince work for you. Sighs inwardly, I only asked him for support. Who knew he would write it himself? He is indeed quite talented. I am merely trying to help a friend, so you do not need to thank me too much. Frowns with annoyance. You dare call my a friend? Calm down. Seeing trying to restrain himself, taunts. Look at you turning into a well-behaved dog. standing behind them, calls out. Come here, instantly turns into an obedient puppy and turns around, okay. Feels. Utterly speechless at this sight. Night falls, inside a cozy carriage acts coquettish. Did I do well? Yes, you did wonderful. Then give me a reward. Thank you for giving your absolute best. Just as their lips are about to touch. Whispers, wait, we can continue this later. He hastily refuses. No, I need to see my father. Thinking that he must be so worried makes me feel uneasy. I feel very sad. You do not want that. Do you? After sulking for a moment, he hugs her tight and agrees, all right. Is so kind. Hearted, a short while later at the mansion, Marquis. Lilac asks in panic, who are you? Answers calmly, your daughter and son-in-law, father. He fumes angrily. I have no unfilial daughter like you, nor a madman for a son-in-law. Is that so? Then what should we do with all this? I brought many gifts for my father, whom I have not seen in a long time. These are diamonds from territory. I hear each one costs at least 5,000 gold pieces. I, Lilac, will never lower myself for such trivial material things. Feels secretly excited inwardly. Perfect. I have grasped his weakness. Searches his pockets and pulls out a letter. The Marquis snatches it and demands, what is this now? A blank check? Or a land deed? I, Lilac, will never lower myself for such trivial material things. The moment the words leave his lips, he freezes and stares intently at the paper, his eyes widen in complete shock. Upon learning what it is, speaks up, that is the address of Lady Moon. Sen, hearing this, Marquis Lilac stammers, how? How do you know about Lady Moon, Sen? He cheerfully replies, father told me about her before. Do you remember, father? Marquis. Lilac once said there were many women in his life before marriage, but she is the one he can never forget. Hearing that, he gasps in astonishment. You remember that? Smiles softly. And nods. At this, Marquis Lilac sobs with deep emotion. I cannot believe you remember my story. Seeing this, says silently in her heart, father, I am the one who told to do this. Does not care whether you remember Lady Moon Sen or not. Marquis Lilac reminisces emotionally. We met at a book club. When I was 16 and she was 18, I fell in love at first sight. When he saw Lady Moon Sen, they shared a gaze. Filled with profound affection, he continues, we secretly met whenever we had the chance, but then tragedy struck. Her family arranged a marriage for her with a foreign man. Back then, Lilac felt heartbroken and desperate. He recalls, I told her, cancel this engagement. I will marry you as soon as I come of age. But she merely shook her head and said, our family will be ruined if I do not marry. I am sorry, Lilac. Then she left me. Hearing this, thinks, it is indeed a sad story, but I have heard it so many times I am numb to it. At this moment, he tightly grips hand and says with emotion, I never expected you to care so much about my painful first love. You are truly the perfect son-in-law. Slowly withdraws his hand from Marquis Lilac's grip, his brows slightly furrowing, his eyes filled with a touch of bitterness as he speaks softly. Lady Moon Sen is currently single. Her husband passed away long ago. Every time she receives a marriage proposal, she says she is waiting for someone. I bet she cries secretly every night out of longing. Hearing this, Marquis Lilac's face reveals deep sorrow yet intense shock. He then shouts loudly, butler, prepare the carriage. The butler replies in surprise, right now, my lord? Marquis Lilac responds, yes, right now. In the carriage, Marquis Lilac impatiently urges, why can you not go faster? I cannot leave her lonely for another second. As the carriage speeds away and watch in silence, then turns around with a bright smile. Now it is just the two of us. Can I get my reward from earlier? Hearing this, she blushes in embarrassment and inside his heart, she thinks, is this the reason he sent my father away? I love this so much. He planned all of this just for me. Suddenly feels the world sway for a second, scoops her up effortlessly into his arms. He smiles warmly, his eyes gazing at her with deep affection, blushes nervously, her eyes fixed on him, then murmurs softly, let us go back to your room. My love. In the dark room, moonlight spills through the window, making the atmosphere intimate and seductive. Gently whispers, on the bed, he tenderly takes hand and says, I really do not think 100 kisses are enough. Just kissing your fingers takes 10 already. Hearing this, she chuckles and says, but having a limit makes us treasure them more. replies, not for me, I want to possess all of you. Just the thought of missing any tiny part of you saddens me. That is why I was able to endure everything today. I want to see how you interact with other people, how you smile when shouting, when flustered, and when teasing. All of those versions of you are different from when you are with me. I felt jealous, but at the same time, I loved seeing those other sides of you. Hearing this, is slightly surprised, yet listens intently, kisses her hand. Once more he says, I am sorry, I think I have gotten worse, feels shy, and thinks secretly in her heart, is changing too, and I no longer dislike his possessiveness as much as before. This cute jealousy does not annoy me at all. In fact, I actually adore it. Shaking off her thoughts, she shyly turns her face away to avoid his gaze, thinking, I turn away because I feel too embarrassed by my own thoughts to face. The next morning, warm sunlight gradually illuminates every corner of the mansion. Birds chirp melodiously. Anne walks in with food and says, I have brought your meal, my lady. On the bed, still tightly embraces, refusing to let go. Anne smiles brightly and says, before the Marquis left, he asked Lord to take care of the mansion, including the staff and young Miss a separate room. Has also been prepared for Lord, so do not worry, I am the only one who knows you spent the night together. Hearing this, exclaims joyfully, you deserve a month of vacation, you are the absolute best, and obediently replies, thank you, young Miss. However, unlike the joyful atmosphere, seems somewhat displeased. He pulls her closer to him, confusing her slightly, leans close to her face and says sullenly, do not do that, explains, but I am just thanking her. Anne and I always joke around like this. He holds her hand tightly and whispers, I do not like it. Feels a bit flustered, but still listens to him attentively. Says seriously, this is not the time for you to work or socialize with family, so please focus only on me. Then he moves closer to her face. His words and actions make her blush in embarrassment, but soon glances over at Anne. She thinks, are we making Anne uncomfortable? Sensing this, Anne quickly speaks up. Please do not mind me, young miss, after seeing the Marquis's reaction upon visiting Lord's mansion. I already foresaw something like this. Hearing this, she asks curiously, what did my father say? Anne recounts Marquis Lilac's words, I hate couples, they should all just die. That is what he said. Thinks helplessly, goodness, how can a father speak about his own daughter like that? While eating breakfast, sighs and says, I will be a bit busy today, I need to prepare for reopening the shop. I have to clean up the shop and the sign, and I also need to restock cosmetics. I have so much to do, speaks up anxiously, but is there a need to rush so much? Pulls out a paper packed with writing and says, I received this reservation list at the banquet last night. Quite a lot of people reserved, even though my shop has been closed for a while. I need to reopen it as soon as possible. I hope you I understand. Though says so, she feels a little anxious in her heart. If he refuses, how can she convince him? Suddenly, his voice sounds out, all right. Hearing this, thinks happily that she did not expect this outcome. Gently says, since your shop is so popular, you will need another employee, right? Hearing this, freezes for a few seconds, unable to process it. Not long after, the atmosphere on the street grows lively. Speaks elegantly, welcome to Cosmetics shop. The owner is currently busy applying makeup for another customer. I will inform you, my lady, when it is your turn. Please wait here. The young ladies cannot help but feel flustered before his handsome looks and demeanor. Afterward, he pours tea, every single gesture of his appearing very cool and distant, sets the tea tray on the table and says, please enjoy your tea while you wait, young ladies. The young ladies blush excitedly and reply, thank you. My lord, from a distance, quietly observes everything, thinking to herself, you are truly a terrifying man, even when you act cold. The ladies are still captivated. Among them, a lady named Lucy shyly says as she sips tea, I never thought I would be served by sir like this. The girl beside her adds, that's right, he always does his best to avoid people. Another girl says, don't you think there is something different about him? Lucy replies, definitely. He used to be warm and gentle, but not anymore. His eyes are cold, and the slight curve of his lips makes him look so arrogant. Suddenly, her heart skips a beat. In the minds of the three girls, the phrase, an ice prince, instantly appears. Seeing this, finds it hard to believe and feels utterly helpless. She thinks that, in any case, reopening the store is a huge success thanks to. Night falls, is closing up the shop after a busy day. Walks toward the carriage, is already standing there taking her hand. He softly says, "You did great today, let's go home." Inside the carriage, continuously. Massages arms, he says with concern, "It breaks my heart to see you work so hard with those delicate hands. Should I learn makeup to help you?" Hearing this, bursts out laughing. She smiles brightly and says, "How could the greatest knight in the empire change careers to become a makeup artist? That's too absurd." A moment later, drifts into thought, remembering how shocked she was when the emperor dropped by earlier. A few hours ago, Emperor visited shop. He remarked, "What a magnificent sight." Seeing him, she bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, what brings you to our humble establishment?" Replied, "I need to see. Are you willing to return to the Imperial Knights?" He answered without hesitation, "I am currently working at shop." Said coldly, "I see. I have processed your resignation letter as a temporary leave, so let me know whenever you are ready to return." Hearing this, scowls in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the emperor adds, "You really are stubborn." That statement terrifies who is standing beside them. The young ladies nearby are also too terrified to utter a word. Suddenly, smiles softly, lets out a helpless sigh and says, "One day you will come back to me," returning to reality. Gazes out the window pensively, catching attention. Then she turns to speak about the conversation with His Majesty earlier. "Yes," says, "you are free to return to your duties any time." Hearing this, he responds, "Do you not like having me by your side?" Says, "Of course." "I do, but I know how hard you work to earn your title as a knight. I just don't want you to give it up like this, but perhaps I'm just being greedy. What I want most is for you to do what you enjoy." Looks its radiant smile, his face flushing slightly. Then speaks earnestly, looking at her, smiles happily, his gaze tender and brimming with love, declares that he has never been happier. At the garden house beneath the vivid blue sky, clouds drift peacefully, is carrying a bundle of blankets and pillows as she walks, when a call suddenly stops her in her tracks. The person rushes over and takes the blankets and pillows from her hands, says bashfully, "I told you to let me do it. I'm worried you'll hurt your fingers." She walks over to another patient's bed, but from behind calls out to, "You are as beautiful as ever today, even. Your heart is so lovely. How could I not love a woman like you?" The next day inside the palace, an angry voice echoes loudly. "What?" At this moment, Mary shouts furiously, "Who dares to spread such absurd rumors? How could the noble crown prince possibly date a commoner? I must see this with my own eyes. Prepare for my departure at once." The servant kneeling on the ground answers, "Yes, Your Highness." A short while later, a magnificent white carriage arrives before the garden house. Mary steps inside, slamming the door open in a fit of rage, the sharp clack of her high heels against the tile floor sounds painfully harsh. Mary approaches and demands harshly, "Is it true that you are dating the crown prince?" Smiles politely and bows her head, "Yes, that is correct." Hearing this, the fire of fury in Mary's eyes blazes higher. She shouts and raises her hand to slap, "You wretched girl!" Seeing this, lowers her head and tightly shuts her eyes in fear. But after a moment, nothing happens. Opens her eyes in astonishment, steps forward and grabs Mary's wrist, stopping the slap. He speaks coldly, "What are you doing?" A grandmother, seeing, she yanks her hand back in annoyance and yells, "Snap out of it. You are the crown prince of this empire, bearing the noblest blood. I haven't arranged a marriage for you only because I want to find the most suitable woman for you. How could you date a commoner? Are you trying to ruin the royal family's reputation?" Answers without hesitation, "Yes." Hearing this, Mary is stunned, unable to believe her ears. "What?" Continues, "I know you won't listen no matter what I say, so feel free to think whatever you want. But do not interfere in our relationship." At the Lilac Mansion is surprised by the news. She asks again, "The Empress Dowager is ill?" Replies, "Yes. According to Prince, she refuses to eat or let doctors examine her. She won't even leave her room. She is advanced in age, so His Majesty and everyone in the palace are worried. Hearing this, thinks to herself, that old lady is so stubborn and proud. She then offers comforting words. Don't worry, the Empress Dowager's anger will soon fade. In her heart she vows, I will make sure of that. Warm sunlight is often more effective than harsh winds when trying to change someone's mind. Just like when brought an olive tree to improve the Empress Dowager's impression of her. The Empress Dowager couldn't help becoming a fan of after that, but her affection for him has grown cold now, or rather she completely detests him. It is all because bears the devil's curse. If appears before her, it will only deepen her hatred, as the carriage wheels stop. Says, we are here, replies, let's go, so instead of. She finds someone else. A man appears with a bright smile, saying, welcome, I am delighted to meet the most famous figures in the capital. Seeing him, instantly feels annoyed. He whispers that he dislikes the man. Softly whispers back, be patient, in my eyes you are always the handsomest man. Moment later, she sits on a chair and smiles. Thank you for letting us visit. You must be the busiest person in the capital. The man replies, not at all. You wrote to me saying you needed help. What is it? At this, looks slightly awkward and stammers, well, could you visit the Empress Dowager on my behalf? In her heart, she thinks, after all, the Empress Dowager is his biggest fan. Hearing this, the smile on his face vanishes in an instant. Seeing this, feels anxious. There is no way the most famous actor in the empire would accept such a personal favor. I brought some money, but is it enough? If not, I'll have to flatter him as much as possible to convince him. Suddenly, his voice cuts through her thoughts. All right, since you are asking, I will do it. Hearing this, is surprised and asks, pardon? He continues, though of course I won't do it for free, he slowly speaks in a soft voice, He sets down his teacup, blushes, and gathers the courage to say loudly, I want Lord's autograph. Hearing this, both and stand frozen in disbelief. He begins to explain, I have been a huge fan ever since you first gained fame as a knight. I stood in the front row of the crowd, waving to you whenever you rode into battle. I prayed for your safe return and even tied a ribbon to the palace gates, realizing that he is actually a die-hard fan. Watches as he continues, it is an honor to meet you in person. I never imagined I would see you like this. If you give me an autograph, it will be the greatest gift of my life. Will you? After he speaks, a silence falls over the three of them. Then's concise reply rings out, sure. Hearing this, the actor excitedly pulls out paper and pen, bowing deeply as he says, thank you so much. Feels slightly astonished inside. He prepared everything in advance without even trying to hide it. Is this really okay? Soon, a neat and elegant signature appears on the paper. Asks, is this enough? Holding the paper, he bursts into tears, sobbing, receiving your autograph is the greatest honor of my life. Lord, I can now die in peace. Hearing this, replies, it would be quite troublesome if you die right now. At least wait until you fulfill's request. He cheerfully agrees, oh, right, of course. Adds with displeasure, and please stop looking at her, it annoys me. He answers without hesitation, of course. At this point is utterly bewildered. Then cautions him, do not speak to her more than necessary, I don't like seeing you. Talking to each other, nods without hesitation and replies, of course, wonders whether is training this handsome man or seducing him. Either way, everything is easily resolved. Thanks to this is my plan. Inside Empress Dowager Mary's palace, speaks gently, Your Majesty, you must be so worried for the crown prince. Offers to visit her on her sickbed. Gentle Mary says softly, you are the only one who understands me. According to narration, she believes her fury would dissolve if her favorite actor came to comfort her in hard times, or at least that is what she thinks. But right now asks in shock, she threw you out, buries his face in his hands and sobs. The moment I mentioned the saintess, she flew into a rage. She could not hide her fury at all, she asks, so you just ran away? He replies, I am sorry, I was simply too terrified. Feels slightly disappointed, thinking, how could he just bolt like that? Seeing her expression, says dejectedly, I will try visiting her again tomorrow. Firmly turns him down. Forget it, she contemplates deeply. is far less capable than I thought, and the Empress Dowager's affection for him is not as strong as I hoped. What should I do now? Suddenly, deep voice echoes. Why do you try so hard? You always carry everything on your own. It is not as if Saintess asked for your help. What do you gain from doing this, hearing this? Rubs her chin and ponders for a moment. Suddenly, a sweet, radiant smile blooms on her face as she speaks of her joy. Seeing like this says nothing more. He simply blushes, gazing at her with complete fascination. Asks playfully, do I look like an angel? He responds without a second thought. Yes, absolutely. She feels a bit surprised by his answer. Curious, asks, are you not angry? Smiles softly. Something hot is boiling inside me, but it is fine. I love this side of you as well. His words flush her face crimson with embarrassment. Then smiles tenderly, thinking, I am so happy to hear that love for me outweighs his jealousy. If a handsome man does not work, then how about this? You gave me a root before. My father worked hard to cultivate it, and now it has 3 stems. Muses, elders adore rare, health-boosting tonics. So I am certain the Empress Dowager will accept it. I will send it to her palace tomorrow. The next day at the Lilac Mansion, news arrives. The Empress Dowager has visited the greenhouse garden. Replies, yes, she told me to forget what she said before. Asks curiously, so she has accepted you? Smiles and nods softly. Hearing this, joyfully clasps hands and laughs. Thank goodness. Answers, indeed. Thank you for worrying about me. I must take my leave now. Stands up and calls out, oh, wait, take this with you too. She thinks, since the matter with the Empress Dowager is resolved, I shall gift this to. Looking at the box, asks curiously. What is this? Explains. It is a tonic herb that restores vitality. Give it to any patients in the greenhouse garden who need it, or better yet, consume it yourself. Hearing that, accepts it and says, thank you, all right, I am off now, see you later. Waves goodbye as she departs then. Turns to who stands beside her. What did you do to the Empress? Dowager, he asks back, why do you assume I did something? She replies, because she suddenly accepted. Right after you went out yesterday. Hearing this, answers candidly, you are right, I went to see the Empress Dowager. Panic flashes across her face. Immediately demands, what did you do when you visited her? Did you threaten her? Seeing her worry, replies, do not fret, I merely followed your original plan. Wonders my original plan. Yesterday at the Empress Dowager's palace. As Mary lies in bed, a soft noise wakes her. She thinks, who dares visit me unannounced? I turned away all guests. When she turns around, she sees. Standing there, Mary immediately shouts in shock, how dare you enter without my permission? Do you not know that intruding upon the Empress Dowager's chambers is a grave offense? The person standing beside him hurriedly explains, Your Majesty, please calm down. This is His Majesty's decree. He granted Lord free movement anywhere in the palace. That is why I escorted him here. Hearing this, Mary exclaims in dismay, what? I do not permit such insolence in my palace. Escort him out this instant. Steps closer to her, his sharp eyes paired with a cold smile as he says, long time no see. Empress Dowager, I apologize for disturbing you unannounced. Sitting up, she asks suspiciously, fine, then why are you here? Speaks bluntly, personally, I do not care whether you torment Lady or the Crown Prince. She gasps. What? Lowers his voice, but it troubles, she is distressed by what you are doing. It is awful to know that the person you love is thinking about someone other than yourself. It is a terrible feeling, so please stop making her sad. I need you to stay silent. Understood. Furious, she clutches her dress and firmly demands, get out. I will not let you persuade me like last time. Hearing this, curves his lips into a chilling smile. Then he steps forward lightly and speaks. I think you misunderstand. I am not here to persuade or threaten you. He gently tilts her chin upward. Mary's eyes widen in terror as a cold shiver runs down her spine. Smiles tenderly and whispers, do you understand now why I am here? An overwhelming pressure weighs down upon Mary. She trembles, speechless. After a moment, Mary surrenders helplessly in fear. All right. I will do as you ask, so please just leave. The memory fades. Grins softly, are you not proud of me? Bows her head without answering, her entire body shaking. Seeing her react like this, calls out anxiously, suddenly shouts, How could you enter the Empress Dowager's room and threaten her like that? That is far too reckless. Right. As the words escape her lips, she frantically covers her mouth. Thinking, oh dear, I lost my temper, but seeing beaming with happiness. Wonders in confusion why he is smiling. He steps close to her and asks, "Are you worried about me?" Flustered, she mutters, "So what?" "If I am," pulls into a warm, tight embrace. He chuckles softly, "This is wonderful. You are so adorable when you are angry." Embarrassed, turns her face away and stammers, "Just, do not do things like that ever again, all right?" Beams and swiftly replies, "Understood." The next day at shop, a young lady inside speaks excitedly, "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Lord, today is such a gorgeous day. The sun shines as brilliantly as you do, Lord," he replies. "I see," unbothered. Walks past her coldly. Watching this, thinks to herself, I never asked him to be cold to everyone else. Yet those noble ladies chatter in excitement. "Did you see that? He looked at me with such disdain." "I did. He looked at you as if you were just a bug. As a duke's daughter, I have never been treated like this before. It is so insulting, yet so thrilling," sighs helplessly. "Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. He is simply too handsome for women to resist." A gorgeous sunset paints the horizon as another day draws to a close. That night cleans up and says, "The shop is closed." Suddenly steps inside and calls out, turning around, greets her, "Hello. You do not look so well. Did something happen?" Asks nervously. "Do you remember that herb you gave me earlier?" Recalls her own words about the health-restoring tonic herb. Continues, "The root," she says. "Yes." Asks anxiously, "What about it? Did someone fall ill after eating it?" Fidgets nervously with her fingers. "Ah, well, I kept it carefully in case someone needed it. But found it last night." He asked curiously where I got it. Recalls telling, "Oh, gave it to me," he remarked. "For a poor noble, she chose a rather fine gift." "Wonderful, I shall brew tea for you with this." Surprised, exclaimed, "What?" Explained, "You have worked for days without proper sleep. This will help relieve your fatigue." She hesitated but persuaded her. "You give everything to others, accepting at least this much is fine. The healthier you are, the better you can care for others." Stared at the root, still full of doubt. After a moment she agreed, "All right." Hearing this, happily picked up the root and said, "I will go brew it." A moment later he returned and poured a glass for. A subtle aroma wafted through the room, the liquid glistening. Looking at it, she remarked, "What a strange color and scent. I bet it is very bitter." He replied, "But it is effective. I saw my grandmother drink it before." She was amazed when her knee pain vanished overnight. Hearing this, she thought it must be very potent. Then suggested, "You should drink a cup too. You have not rested much these past few days either." At that, he blushed slightly and nodded. The two of them sat down together and enjoyed the drink. Hearing this, asks in confusion, "So what is the problem?" Nervously continues her story. It is what happened next. The effect of the root was far too strong, almost lethal for young people like us. Brushed his hair, his eyes hazy and his face red as a tomato. He wondered, "How strange, why do I suddenly feel so hot?" Then looked anxiously at whose face was also flushed red. Instinctively he covered his mouth, averting his gaze. As he spoke, "I must leave," stared at with dreamy eyes. Anxiously he called her name. Startled, she replied in embarrassment, "Oh, I am sorry, I was distracted. I will see you out." Walked ahead while trailed behind. Suddenly he spoke, "I feel so strange." Puzzled, she asked, What is wrong?" Suddenly he stepped forward and tightly grabbed both her hands. Without hesitation, exclaimed, "My heart is pounding and my entire body is burning." And gazes at him passionately, her face flushed red. He continues, "I want to stay by your side a little longer." As well, replies, "Me too." Immediately he steps forward and kisses her lips. Hearing this, both and freeze, lost for words. After a few minutes she asks, "Did you two go all the way?" Nods anxiously. Hearing that, feels both shy and excited. Expectantly she asks, "That's wonderful. Why are you so embarrassed about it?" Stammers, "Well, is it possible to get pregnant after just one night? We acted so impulsively that we didn't think about that." Understands and thinks, "I didn't expect them to do that either. First, I need to reassure." Then she speaks up, "For now, just wait until your next period. You can worry about it. After that, the next day is another beautiful one, warm with sunny skies. Knocks on the door and steps inside a shop. After a moment he says in disappointment, "They must not be open yet." Suddenly his voice rings out, "What brings you here?" Speaks solemnly, "Is avoiding me. Do you know why?" Thinks for a moment before speaking up. "I heard about what happened between you two. I think," feels conflicted about it. Hearing this, he says gloomily, "Does she regret being with me?" "That day," says seriously, "listen, it happened because of the mandrake, but it was consensual. That's not what is worried about." Freezes in surprise for a few seconds. He asks in confusion, "If she doesn't hate me for what happened, then what is she worried about? Was I that terrible?" Thinks helplessly, "I really don't want to know the details." Speaks again, "Or could it be?" Suddenly shouts in annoyance, "Goodness, think practically. I'm talking about pregnancy. She said neither of you used protection, so you share equal responsibility in this." Confused, he replies, "I didn't think things through that day. That's why I want to see her and apologize." She asks what he will do if she is truly pregnant. Immediately answers, "We will have and raise the baby, of course." Gets even angrier and yells, "But you're not the one giving birth. Don't you know how difficult pregnancy and childbirth are? And if gets pregnant before marriage, think about how it will ruin her reputation. People here aren't open-minded about contraception or premarital sex. If they find out the saintess is pregnant out of wedlock, will endure endless criticism. Do you understand why she's worried now? Do you see how big of a mistake you made?" Hearing this, lowers his head in silence, pondering deeply. Continues, "Go see right now and talk to her." He asks anxiously, "Should I tell her not to worry because I'll take care of her?" Answers bluntly, "No, you two need to have a real conversation about what to do, be honest and practical, and most importantly, hug as soon as you see her. She's strong, but I'm sure she's terrified right now." Bows his head and listens intently. He closes his eyes to calm himself, then looks up with a smile. "Thank you, as always." Suddenly, those words leave frozen on the spot, her face showing a hint of panic. Glances at the sulking and thinks to herself, "You idiot, don't smile at me like that right now." Then speaks, "I will take my leave first." Afterwards, anxiously asks, "Are you okay?" He replies, "I almost killed him." She nervously asks again, "Those two will be fine, right?" Answers, "Who knows, I'm sure they'll resolve it." Hearing that, she asks, "Aren't you worried about?" Asks in return, "Should I be?" Worry is written all over her face. Suddenly calls out, "To me this world has no color or fragrance. It's like a black and white painting, but you are different. You are the only bright thing in my world. You are the only one with fragrance and light. You came to me in this dark world and showed me how beautiful it can be. So you are all I can see." Stands dazed for a few seconds, thinking, we haven't talked like this since darkened. Has he been this lonely all this time? Suddenly's face flashes with panic. He asks anxiously, "Are you crying?" Sobs, "You made me cry." He steps closer to and softly whispers, "I'm sorry." Tearfully she asks, "Why are you apologizing?" Smiles, wrapping his arms around her comfortingly as he says, "Even if I made you cry, I'm happy because your tears are for me." Grumbles, "How can you be happy seeing someone cry? You're so mean." Spirited, hugs her repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry." At this moment inside his pocket rests a small vial. A few days later at the luxurious mansion, and arrive holding hands tightly. Asks in surprise, "Are you returning to the kingdom?" Smiles happily, "Yes, my leave is over. It's time for me to go back to work." Asks with concern, "It will be a long journey. Will you be okay?" Answers, "Don't worry, we will travel by the finest carriage and ship." Hearing this, asks curiously, "Your Highness, are you going too?" Laughs, "Oh, actually proposed to me yesterday, so he's coming with me. His Majesty has also given his permission." Hearing this, joyfully exclaims, "Oh my goodness." Then adds, "The official announcement will be made after we depart." Says delightedly, "Have a safe trip, don't overexert yourself, and contact me anytime." Replies with a bright smile, "Yes, of course." Then turns to, "Don't you want to say something to them?" He gives an indifferent smile and speaks, "I'm glad you're leaving. You won't bother for a while." As his words Fall, the atmosphere instantly grows heavy. Looks at him in alarm, thinking he is so mean, and arrive in the kingdom. As expected, many in the capital disapprove. Just then, the emperor releases an official announcement. Crown Prince and Saintess are privately engaged. Saintess will now become the next crown princess, and thus she is protected by the royal family. Anyone who speaks ill of her will be severely punished. Elsewhere, an attendant beside Mary speaks discontentedly. Empress Dowager, this cannot be. Are you truly allowing a commoner to become the crown princess? Suddenly she replies, what makes a good empress is her love for the people, and how many in this empire can claim they love their people more than? Stunned by this, the attendant gasps. Mary adds, so accept this and do not think of causing any more trouble. Meanwhile, in the impoverished district, citizens chatter happily. Have you heard? She will be the greatest empress this empire has ever seen. Unaware of the commotion in the capital, and have safely arrived in the kingdom, showing no signs of pregnancy, smiles and thinks, I feel like everything will be all right now, no matter what. The clear sky heralds a lasting peace. A month after the official announcement of N's engagement is released, something unexpected happens. A delegation from the kingdom arrives. The kingdom is one of the empire's closest allies. The relationship between the two nations began when the empire was newly founded. The former emperor once said to General, your valor has helped me unite the entire continent. To reward you, I shall grant you a crown. The general bows his head in solemn reverence. Because of the upcoming banquet for the delegation, my shop is fully booked. I want to serve every customer, but I'm on my own. Thinks, so I can only help Duchess, who booked in advance and has her trial today. Opens the door, steps out and smiles. Welcome, lady. You're here as well, Lord. She smiles and replies, he is my loyal assistant. Says, I don't mind Lord being here. Please feel free to do whatever makes you comfortable. Touched, thinks my customer is an angel. Then she says, I'll begin your makeup now. Agrees suddenly. Something leaves, slightly confused. Eyes are closed, but her body is trembling. Speaks up, you look quite anxious. Replies nervously, I just can't put my mind at ease with the delegation here. Feels puzzled. She asks curiously, why are they so aggressive? Answers fearfully, it's more than that. I feel hesitant even having to deal with them. Princess of is notoriously cruel and terrifying. According to the original novel, Princess is the youngest and most cherished daughter of King. By the end of the novel, she is undoubtedly the greatest female villain of all time. When the Empress Dowager disapproved of, Princess was her choice to marry, but firmly rejected her because he loved. Afterwards, Princess threatens life before being captured by. In the end, the princess was publicly executed. In the square, at this moment, gently touches shoulder in comfort. She speaks softly, don't worry, my makeup will make you look so fierce that even that terrifying princess will stay away. Hearing this, looks at her and smiles affectionately. She replies warmly, thank you, lady. Moments later, she looks at herself in the mirror after the makeup is finished. Then she smiles happily and says, please do my makeup like this again on the day of the banquet. Replies, of course. Suddenly speaks up, and lady, may I ask a favor of you? Curious, she asks, what is it? Says, could you come to the banquet with me as my guest? Asks in wonder, aren't you attending with your daughter? Answers, I intended to, but my daughter isn't feeling well. I worry she might make a mistake if she's sick. And to be honest, I'm being selfish. I feel I can enjoy the banquet much more comfortably if I go with you. Hearing this, pauses in surprise for a moment. Then she thinks to herself, but will insist on coming along. What if he causes trouble at such an important event? Noticing her flustered gaze, speaks up, I'm fine. Don't give up an opportunity because of me. You can do whatever you want. His words warms heart and make her cheeks flush softly. She thinks I can't believe is supporting me in this, then joyfully says, all right, I will attend the banquet with you. Duchess smiles and says, thank you, lady. A few days later, the delegation from the royal family arrives. Loud cheers resound as the guests from the kingdom have arrived. The imperial family hosts a grand welcome banquet for them. secretly thinks, looking at all these prominent noble families, what a marvelous sight. It is, suddenly, gaze turns cautious. As the heavy doors swing open, clad in a splendid gown, strides inside. With a haughty expression, she then speaks up. It has been a year since I last saw all of you, secretly thinks. How tense, continues. Nothing seems to have changed here. I do not see a single handsome man. That statement casts a slight chill at this moment. Duchess asks solemnly, have you still not found a suitable husband? She smiles and replies, I want a man who is handsome, strong, and possesses a terrible personality, but I have yet to find one. By the way, did you change your makeup? Lady Rosa, hearing this, she responds with mild fluster. Indeed, we have not met for a year, yet your memory is truly remarkable. Remarks, it looks quite lovely, stands slightly stunned by the unexpected compliment. Adds, this suits you far better than your boring look from before. The person who did this must be quite talented. Stepping closer to another guest asks, are you the new Marquis? He answers, that is correct. Suddenly breaks into an amused smile, her cheeks flushing pink as she exclaims excitedly, your mustache is hilariously curled. Just like a snail, Marquis bristles, yet suppresses his temper to reply, I shall take that as a compliment. Sneers, it is no compliment, you must be quite a fool. Hearing this, cannot help but snort out a soft laugh. Suddenly a booming announcement echoes. Our exalted ruler, the noble emperor, has arrived. Beside him, steps forward with a steady, commanding presence. Feels her heart flutter, looks so breathtakingly handsome. Next approaches where stands, recalling the day she decided to attend the banquet alongside Duchess, anxiously asked, are you sure it is fine for me to go alone? Smiled and answered, I will not leave you alone, I shall also attend. The banquet, warmth fills her heart as she thinks, so he is here as the Emperor's knight. At this moment offers a dignified greeting, welcome honored guests from the kingdom. Thank you for making such a long journey. Your visit will strengthen the enduring alliance between our two nations. Smiles and replies, of course, your majesty. The kingdom will always stand by your side. Says, Princess, you look far more mature since we last met. She replies, I am 18 now. You know, listens to their exchange and marvels inwardly. It is unbelievable how an 18-year-old girl can be so brazenly confident before the emperor and the high nobility. Asks again, and how is the king of? She answers, unfortunately, my royal father could not attend, so I led his delegation here myself. He remarks, I presume he is displeased regarding this engagement. Without a moment's hesitation, retorts, indeed, how could your majesty permit such a thing? You know how deeply I wish to marry your imperial knight. Your majesty, I was furious enough to commit murder upon hearing the news. Offers a proud, mocking smile and adds, I am talking about my precious slaves. Hearing this, pauses in utter shock, wondering if her ears deceive her. Continues with an excited chuckle, they are such beautiful slaves, I miss them terribly. Mentally judges her, she is out of her mind. Amidst the opulent, extravagant atmosphere of the banquet between the two kingdoms, focuses intently on her dish. Suddenly speaks up, Princess, I wish to hear about that man. She looks up while eating and repeats, that man, says the man who appeared in a few months ago and captivated the royal house. I hear his name. Asks curiously, have you heard of him as well? Notes that the rumors surrounding him are quite extraordinary. Smiles and says, Baron is a brilliant man. He is well versed in numerous fields, including politics, history, and warfare. He is also extraordinarily eloquent. Conversing with him is a sheer delight, and he is strikingly handsome. Especially his eyes, they are a deep crimson, just like that knight's over there. Now that I think about it, they look so uncannily alike. It is astounding. By any chance, do you know Baron? Glares at with dark, murderous intent before coldly looking away, catching his reaction, feels a wave of surprise. Then she giggles excitedly, thinking, did that knight just ignore me? He is totally my type. She says, Your Majesty, I have heard tales of sir, but I never imagined he would be so magnificent. Please bestow him upon me. As soon as her words fall, a suffocating silence washes over the hall. Stunned and fuming, thinks, how dare she demand? Calmly breaks the silence, Princess, sir is my most treasured knight. Asking for him is equivalent to demanding to plunder the most vital treasure of our empire. Is that what you mean? You are no longer within the kingdom, even. Accounting for cultural differences, your conduct is entirely unacceptable. Princess, you must apologize to me and my knight. Hearing this, spirits plunge and she pouts sulkily. She then mumbles, I misspoke, please forgive me, your majesty. Replies coldly, very well, I shall overlook it as a blunder born of cultural disparity, just as parts her lips. To say more, the envoy sitting beside her leaps up and shouts angrily, your majesty, how can you order our princess to apologize to a common knight? You may be the emperor, but you are treating our princess unfairly. Turns to him irritably and snaps, shut your mouth, I shall apologize as the emperor commands. She rises from her chair and slowly glides forward. The sharp click of her heels rings out as closes the distance to and the others, putting on a sweet, friendly smile. I apologize if I upset you, sir. It is simply because I adore you. You are the man of my dreams. Glares at her with simmering jealousy. Thinking, do I really have to sit here and watch this spectacle? However, turns his head away, refusing to glance at even once. Humiliated, she raises her voice. I apologized, so say something. Are you mute? Coldly, he speaks up. Would you please shut up? You are far too noisy. The moment you uttered my name, she looked upset. Cheeks instantly flush red. Panicked, exclaims, who are you talking about? Who is she? Scowls, looking away with deep irritation. Do I have to tear your mouth open to make you be quiet? Hearing his chilling tone, shudders. The delegation instantly erupts in rage, shouting, how dare he speak to our princess like that? He may be the emperor's favored knight, but this is outrageous. You must execute him, your majesty. Marquis seizes the chance to add fuel to the fire. This is precisely why you should never give Sir such freedom. You never know when he might turn into a monster and slaughter us all. Hearing this, curses fiercely in her mind, that complete bastard. Suddenly, thunderous voice booms across the room, enough. As the host of this banquet, I am utterly displeased. If anyone speaks another word, I shall deem it a direct personal challenge against my crown, and you have acted rudely toward our guests. Take away at once. She immediately hurries over and responds, yes, your majesty. Glares menacingly after and, without hesitation, tenderly clasps hand in hers. She then whispers, let us go. His glare turns increasingly sinister, as she furrows her brows and grits her teeth in fury. As night descends, the grand palace that was so lively during the day grows quiet and serene. Asks softly, are you all right? Replies, I am more worried about you. Answers, but I am fine. Why are you worried? Says, because you looked distressed when that woman looked at me. Suddenly, she raises her voice. Of course I am distressed. That woman claimed she wanted you and treated you like a prize to be possessed. Gently, he says, I see, then you should have let me stay there. I would have torn her apart for making you sad. Hearing this, is rendered speechless, thinking helplessly, oh, my goodness. She then explains, it was an important diplomatic banquet. Is that why you kept your temper in check? But you handled it well. Responds earnestly, I did my best because I did not want you to hate me. Hearing this, gazes at him, her heart melting with surprise and sweetness. A radiant smile lights up her face as she says, you did wonderfully. Meanwhile, in Princess' chambers within the delegation's residence, lies on her bed in a state of fury. She growls, they will not get away with this. Suddenly, the chamber door swings open, freezes, her eyes locking onto the entrance. Wrapped in a dark cloak, slowly steps inside. Looks startled, smiles faintly as he gazes at. In a panic, she screams, how could you let this happen to me? Why didn't you stop that man from speaking to me like that? Servants bow nervously and say, we shall take our leave. Shrieks, get out. Chuckles, if you are so aggrieved, simply tell the king. He will gladly execute the emperor's favored knight. Tears of frustration spill from his eyes as she protests, but I don't want him dead. I truly desire that man. I'm going to make him my husband. Hearing this, smiles with dark amusement, seeing that smile, glares in offense and snaps, do I look like I am joking? He responds lightly, no, but already has a. Hearing this, frowns, her face written with sheer disbelief. She thinks, spoke of that woman with such a fierce gaze, remembering's order, take away at once. At that time answered, "Of course, your majesty," and left the hall with, "Then." Says sternly, "That is completely irrelevant. I just need to demand that the emperor annul their engagement. The emperor wants to secure peace with the kingdom, so he will not refuse." Hearing this, the smile fades from his lips. He says, "Yet they love each other deeply. There are even rumors that's broke his devil's curse through the power of her love." Scoffs mockingly, "Good grief, do you actually believe such nonsense?" Lips curl into a subtle arch, his eyes gleaming with calculating ambition as he speaks. "Of course not, it is utter foolishness. Besides, crimson eyes are hardly a curse," states haughtily, "precisely. It is merely a people invented for their own amusement, and after speaking with you I want him even more." More? Hearing this, he asks curiously, "How do you plan to get him?" Smiles and replies, "It requires no special skill to get a man only. A need to seduce him, that makes." Feel contemptuous, he smirks slightly. The next day at the Lilac Mansion, and holds a letter in her hand. She stares at it in surprise. The contents state that the sender is Princess and the recipient is, attached to it is, a lipstick kiss imprint. Seeing this, and angrily throws it away. She exclaims, "Goodness, why does she send such a letter to an engaged man? How disgusting." But the letters keep coming, so and throws them into the fireplace. This continues for days. Then one day, the recipient of the princess's invitation changes, now holds the letter in her hand. The content asks, "Do you remember the unfortunate incident at the party?" His previous words echo in her mind. "Do I have to rip your mouth open to make you shut up? I do not know if you are aware, but that incident caused immense tension between our two kingdoms. Therefore, I stepped forward to mediate the situation. I offered to overlook it if Lord apologizes to me in person. After all, I, Princess, love peace." Finishing the letter, scoffs inwardly, thinking that if she loves peace so much, why does she keep slaves and kill people? The letter continues. "I have sent countless letters to Lord, yet he has not replied. What should I do? Young miss, I wish to hear your advice in person." After reading, says Tuan, "Help me prepare to go out," and anxiously says, "Are you truly going, my lady?" "I have a bad feeling about this." Replies, "She wants to see me. A war might break out if I do not go," and responds, "That will not happen. Even the princess would not dare start a war over such a matter." Remains resolute. "One can never know, but I cannot let her use as an excuse for war," and asks curiously, "Very well, then why do you not go with Lord, my lady?" Falls silent, for a moment frowning in annoyance, then firmly says, "No, I will go alone. I must find a way to go out by myself without." She hides behind the bushes while speaks to him. He asks, "Where is?" and replies, "She has gone out." Soon arrives at the mansion, where Princess stays. Steps inside as two guards at the door offer a welcoming greeting. She observes them, noting silently that they wear collars bearing the emblem of. The guard speaks, "Please follow me." She nods and follows in confusion, thinking to herself that they are slaves. Follows behind, taking long strides. Inside, suddenly the guide stops abruptly. Seeing this, stops as well. The person calls out, "Princess, young Miss Lilac has arrived." Immediately after, the guide steps closer to, widens her eyes in shock at the sight before her, thinking, "What is this?" The slave kneels beside bed, surrounded by numerous servants. Attending to her, looks at with an arrogant gaze and asks, "Where is?" Thinks to herself how rude this woman is, yet she answers politely on the surface. "Is feeling unwell." Looks at with a provocative smile, "Did you deliberately leave him behind?" Her attitude changes abruptly as she commands the handsome men in a dark voice, all of. "You withdraw," she speaks bluntly to her. "Do you think I am an easy target?" Does not answer, merely searching for something in her purse. She lowers her voice and tells, "This is a letter from His Majesty." Looks at it in shock, unable to believe her eyes. "What?" Offers a gentle smile and explains, "I met His Majesty before coming here. I told him that you and I have decided to resolve our differences." Calmly opens the letter. She reads line by line, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Upon finishing it, she looks at with a renewed sense of wariness. "You are smarter than you look." Taking it as praise, laughs softly. "Am I not?" Suddenly snaps her fingers. unsure of what intends to do, immediately becomes alert. Speaks as she steps closer. You say you came here to soothe my temper, yes. Below, two maids have already prepared a lavish banquet table overflowing with food. In that case, picks up a bottle of wine, striking a seductive pose toward. You had better. Drink with me, reluctantly sits at the dining table. Fine, I can manage this much. A maid stands nearby to serve her. Hands her glass to the maid to pour, smiling with delight as she says, Are my slaves not lovely? I dressed them up splendidly so I am quite disappointed. Suddenly adopts a serious expression. Princess, I presume you wish to see not to apologize but to seduce him, do you not? Each word pierces straight through's true intentions. In that case, you should give up. In an instant's face freezes. Not one to suffer humiliation, she immediately fires back. I suppose you are confident because you are engaged to him, but who do you think you are? The daughter of a mere insignificant marquis dares to order me around. Speaks bluntly without hesitation. As you said, I am engaged to, so no matter what you do will not sway. Finally, she concludes with a word of advice for, you should not waste your time. Feeling humiliated, grips her wine glass so tightly that she seems ready to shatter it, having nothing left to say, stands up to leave. That is all I have to say, I shall take my leave. Cannot endure this fury, she swings her hand and smashes a glass to the ground, ordering her men to restrain. Sees that wench immediately. Turns back and warns, if you dare touch a single hair on my head, you will face his majesty's wrath, yet shows no fear at all. Do not worry, I will not lay a single finger on you, you wench. She summons a group of men to hold arms. In fact, I shall protect you. Senses that something terrible is about to happen. Just as she predicts, speaks, because young Miss Will gets so drunk that she cannot return home. With no way out, screams internally. Damn it, reveals her scheme aloud. If I ask him to pick up his drunken, he will rush here. At last, I will see. Again, ignoring, she goes to dress herself up gorgeously. Gazes at her reflection in the mirror and asks her two maids, How do I look? The two lavish her with praise. Of course you are exquisite, my lady. No man can resist you, princess. Is immensely satisfied with herself. I look stunning. As she admires herself, the door to his room is suddenly kicked open, startling her. Through the clearing dust at the threshold appears the tall figure of a man. He glares at with cold hostility, yet gazes back at with ardent passion. Truly the Empire's greatest knight. He is so powerful, I love this man. She tries to compose herself and greets politely. Welcome, ignoring her warmth, he asks coldly. Where is, pretending not to hear, approaches. Softly stroking his face, she replies gently. That woman is sleeping in another room. She got drunk, so I kindly let her sleep. Begins her seductive banter once more. Surely you know why I invited you here. If you choose me, you will gain so much. Her eyes brim with devotion for, the king will favor you if you choose his beloved daughter. Regrettably, before she can finish, he roughly covers her mouth. Seeing this, the servants in the room gasp in terror. His expression remains unflinching as he demands once more, I asked, where is? Terrified by his overwhelming aura, points with difficulty toward the left, struggling to speak. That room. Without a shred of mercy, shoves her aside. Crashes heavily onto the floor and cries out in pain, paying her no mind. Turns around to walk away. Suddenly she screams, stop. Points her finger and orders her servants to seize him. He dares to harm me. A guard swiftly obeys and rushes forward. Yes, princess. But before he can do anything, effortlessly knocks him down with a single blow. Cannot believe her guard was defeated so easily. The entire room instantly falls into dead silence. Paying no attention, walks calmly toward the room where sleeps. As he opens the door, the scene inside freezes him in his tracks. Lies sound asleep on the bed, looking peaceful and innocent. Approaches and softly calls her name. He gathers her into his arms and leaves. As he walks, halts. It turns out has ordered her guards to surround the exit, blocking his way. Though she speaks boldly, facing makes it hard to conceal her fear. If you think I will let you go now just because I did at the banquet, you are mistaken. I swear on the name of kingdom that I will make you pay. his arms holding tight unconsciously. He draws his sword, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. I wish to take home as quickly as possible, so I have no choice but to kill anyone who stands in my way. Wakes up groggily. Ugh, I feel so nauseous. I need to go home. Where am I? Seeing her awake, leans closer and asks softly, "Are you awake?" Startles slightly at the sight of him. Words from before echo in her mind. If I ask him to pick up his drunken, he will rush here. At last I will see again. Quickly. Sits up and asks, "Why am I here? What about Princess?" Seeing her panic, soothes her, "Calm down. I used force, but I did not kill anyone." Hearing this, she is slightly astonished. "Really?" replies. Swiftly, "Yes." Hearing this, sighs in relief, feeling at ease. Would not lie to her. Then recounts the doctor's instructions. "The doctor said you fell asleep because you drank too much. He asked me to take care of you because you will have a severe headache." Thinking about how played such a despicable trick on her, grows furious. That wretched woman, I cannot believe she did this. No one will believe that her slaves forced wine down my throat. I am so angry. Seeing her sudden shift in mood, sits silently beside her. After a quiet moment, he speaks softly, "Do not worry, I will make Princess pay for what she has done." Hearing this, reminds him, "You must not kill her." Replies gently, "I will not kill her at least not directly." Despite reassurance, an uneasy feeling lingers within her. Time passes quickly. The next day at the palace, loud shouts echo from within the hall. "Your Majesty, do you know that lady met Princess recently?" A courtier from the neighboring kingdom reports what happened. Princess offered lady a glass of wine as a gesture of reconciliation. Unaware of her low alcohol tolerance, lady ended up drinking too much, stands silently listening to the entire story. Lord came to take lady home, but he flew into a rage for some reason. The courtier from the neighboring kingdom only relates side of the grievances, omitting everything she actually did. He did terrible things to Princess, who merely welcomed him warmly. Excluding bad deeds, not a single detail about her and her servants being beaten is left out. He also assaulted her servants and soldiers. After the man finishes speaking, asks if killed anyone. Thinking the emperor would take his side, the courtier hastily replies, "No, your majesty." But they are severely injured, from his account. It is clear that was terrified by the incident. The princess suffered severe psychological trauma. So much so that she is now bedridden. Merely sighs. The foreign courtier loudly demands that he allow the princess to punish Lord. He must be punished for harming our precious princess. Raises his voice in response. He is my knight. If he commits a crime, I hold the right to punish him. Yet the envoy yields not a bit. But your majesty let him off the hook at the banquet, which is why this happened again. He remains unyielding in his stance. This time, he must receive what he truly deserves. Glances cold-heartedly at him. And if I refuse? The envoy's momentum matches his without backing down. Then the long-standing friendship shared between our two kingdoms will come to an end. This matter gives a prolonged headache. Days pass, and the kingdom continues to harass him incessantly. He helplessly rests his forehead in his hand. How exhausting, he thinks, when suddenly a voice speaks out. "Then we should go to war." When looks up, he sees figure. He repeats in disbelief, "Are you suggesting we break an alliance that has lasted for hundreds of years?" Calmly and softly replies, "Just because a promise was made long ago does not mean we must keep it, especially if that promise has faded and is no longer useful to us now." Asks back, "Isn't that what the kingdom wants as well?" For a moment, finds himself at a loss for words. He quietly ponders. The current king of is deeply hostile. From the start, he never liked the idea of bowing to the empire. However, because his beautiful youngest daughter had a chance to become empress, he endured it. But things began to change. So when Crown Prince became engaged to another woman, the king revealed his true colors. This is why the delegation acted so rudely this year. Finally speaks up, "But we lack a valid pretext for war." Unbothered, replies with supreme confidence, "You need no reason, your majesty. You will claim total victory in this war regardless." A flicker of surprise passes through his eyes as he asks, "Are you volunteering to lead?" "My army," without hesitation, replies. Yes, seems to guess the reason behind his decision. Is it because of you have changed a lot? It is then that. Reveals his inner thoughts. I shall give you the kingdom. In return, I ask that you grant me everything you can. His expression remains unchanged. What do you desire? Plainly states his demand. I want the title of Duke, and I ask that your majesty publicly favor my. Hearing this feigns contemplation, though. Deep down, he feels immensely thrilled. This is the most intriguing threat I have ever heard. Unbelievably, he agrees. Tus conditions. Very well. Having received his answer, prepares to leave. Then I shall make immediate preparations for war. Suddenly, calls him back and voices his inner thoughts about him. Many still suspect you are cursed by a demon. If you unleash that power now, many will. Fear you? Reassures, fear not. I will not personally strike down the king of you will command me to lead your army, and I will do. Just that, I will bring you victory. Nods in satisfaction upon hearing this. Regaining his majestic posture, issues his decree to, as emperor, I command you to bring the kingdom under my full control. Respectfully and sonorously replies, I obey your majesty's command. Time swiftly passes. The next day at the palace, a foreign courtier holds a decree sent from your majesty. A message from the king has arrived. He demands that you hand over the knight who offended the princess. He states that fury will not subside otherwise. Responds in a dark tone, I have stated this many times is my beloved knight. His voice grows cold. Yet he persists in making such demands. Does this mean he desires war? Hearing this, the envoy stands frozen, lost for words. Seeing this, continues, if that is what he wants, then I shall grant it. The envoy never expects such a response. The surrounding guards begin to whisper among themselves, speaks in a commanding voice. The empire, his voice echoes throughout the hall, shall declare war on the kingdom. Several soldiers glance at each other in shock, as if they have just heard something impossible. His expression is grim. The foreign envoy timidly speaks up. What are you saying, your majesty? Are you willing to sever the long-standing alliance between the empire and our kingdom? Nonchalantly replies, your kingdom was the first to shatter this peace. The moment I fell ill, your kingdom began provoking us as though testing how far you could push. Struck where it hurts, the envoy trembles with rage, continues, issuing a final warning, I will neither execute you nor take prisoners. This is my last act of kindness toward a former ally. His words crush the envoy's arrogant demeanor like an absolute command. Now go and tell your king. War has begun soon. The day arrives for the imperial army to march toward, gazes at with deep anxiety. Noticing her worries, softly comforts her, do not be sad. This was bound to happen sooner or later. He speaks openly, fearing she might blame herself. This is not your fault, suddenly suggests, can I come with you? I have done so before. Hearing this, knows not how to react. He falls into complete silence. Suddenly steps forward and pulls into a tight embrace. He feels immense happiness hearing her words. Thank you for saying that. Is left dazed by his sudden hug. Gently releasing, he says, but no, you must stay here. Hearing this, she grows anxious. But last time you brought me along when you went to the conflict zone. Hesitates briefly, then truthfully explains, that was because there was a safe place. For you to stay, this time is different. Gently urges her, it will be far more dangerous. And much too difficult for you, in the end. Relents, all right. Looking up into his eyes, she earnestly bids him, but you must return quickly and without a single scratch. Smiles tenderly at and replies, yes, I promise, after their soft farewell departs with the imperial army, the war against their former ally. Finally begins, yet the city streets remain crowded with cheerful, bustling people. The capital is surprisingly peaceful. An indefinable feeling swells inside. It is because their army is led by the undefeated knight, on side. She carries on with her daily routine just like everyone else. While at work, a colleague asks concernedly, lady, it must be difficult for you with Lord away. Smiles shyly, I am fine. Understanding her true feelings, the colleague asks, you had to send the man you love to war, how could you possibly be fine? Two young ladies sitting on the bench behind chime in, that's right, we will stay by your side so you won't feel lonely. Indeed, Suddenly, two figures rush toward. Father returned when I got home. Gazes at the woman who says timidly, "For now, I have moved here with Lilac. I hope we get along well." My father's lover, lady, speaks to me with a shy smile. She lovingly comforts her. "I heard your has gone to war. Waiting can be hard, but please make sure you eat and sleep well." Feels her heart warm upon hearing those words. I have so many wonderful people around me. She feels truly happy. All she has to do is wait safely. Only 1 month remains until s return. A day passes quickly, and late at night, steps out into the street, standing alone under the starry sky. Her back looks so solitary. Then why do I feel so restless? This anxiety. Perhaps it is because of you. I miss you. Suddenly, someone shouts her name from behind, startling her. A voice calls out from the bushes. Climbing up the wall, urgently says, "Let me in." Seeing him, is deeply surprised and quickly runs over to check on. Once inside, he devours his food ravenously as if he has been starved for weeks. Looks at him in exasperation. "You have lost all your manners since we last met." Pays no heed, muttering back while wolfing down food. Quiet. "I starved myself for weeks searching for new herbs in the mountains?" Asks. Confusedly, "Why didn't you just go down the mountain to eat?" He explains. "I wanted to, but I needed to get here as fast as possible. I had no choice." Hearing this, her curiosity grows even more. "Why?" Casually replies, "To see." "Of course, by the way, where is he?" Gloomily answers, "Is not in the capital right now." Two, it sounds like a bolt from the blue. "What?" Asks in wonder. "Haven't you heard the news? He marched off to war a few days ago." The chicken leg in his hand suddenly drops. He slams the table and bolts up. "What did you just say?" Recounts the whole story to him. She explains everything that transpired, telling him how the alliance between the empire and the kingdom broke down, along with the details about and how set off to fight them. Stares at with a grave expression. "So you let go alone?" He looks on the verge of tears. Hastily comforts him. "I know what you are worried about, but his condition improved significantly while you were away." She smiles awkwardly and adds, "Won't slaughter innocents on the battlefield," but does not think so. There is another reason she knows nothing about. Only if he still has medicine left. Hearing that must take medicine. Asks in confusion. Clutches his head, pulling his hair helplessly. Damn it, he must be running out of the medicine I made last time. Seeing that he isn't answering her directly, presses urgently. "Wait, what medicine? What are you talking about?" Is equally surprised by her reaction. "What?" His words strike her like lightning, revelations she has never heard before. "I thought you had already realized it," says, recounting past events. "I gave a potent sedative I concocted myself. It calms overly agitated soldiers on the battlefield." Asks in disbelief. "So, was able to control his emotions because of that medicine?" Replies. "Most likely, his condition improved after taking it." He continues solemnly, "You saw it yourself that day." Remains incredulous, rendered speechless by shock. She recalls her past conversation with, "How can this be?" "I am just trying harder," he had said. At that time, she had asked carefully if he and had secret training sessions, but never expected to hide this from her. Only now does the truth dawn on her. So it wasn't training, but that medicine. I need to stay calm and figure this out. Steadies her emotions and continues speaking to, "What happens if doesn't take the medicine?" Doesn't hide anything and answers immediately, "He will revert to his former state." Cannot help but recall his terrifying appearance from before. Of "I will kill everyone." Recalling every word he uttered fills her with terror, the Saintess, the Marquis, and everyone in this world. Then, "You will not leave me, right?" she adds softly. "He will revert back into the mad bastard who tried to monopolize you. That is why you are here after all. That is why I travel all this way to bring him the medicine. But what do we do now? What do you think?" Makes up her mind. She stands up and demands, "Give it to me. I will take it to." When tells her father about this, Marquis Lilac is shocked that she wants to leave home for the third time. Marquis Lilac reacts fiercely. "Why do you keep wanting to go to the battlefield?" He absolutely refuses to let her go. "Why do you want to go to such a horrific place? I forbid it." Steps in beside him, gently advising, "Lilac, you cannot make wait here." She looks at Marquis Lilac with desperate eyes. "I have waited all my life, so I know how difficult it is to wait for someone," she continues. "Honestly, I too wanted to leave home and follow the man I love." Hearing this, Marquis Lilac does not know what to do. He bows his head in sorrow. In the end, he gives in to Swish. Be careful. She is thrilled that he agrees. Yes, because there is no time to lose. The next day, she explains the situation to His Majesty and receives an escort unit and a guide from him. Knowing the road ahead is treacherous, she does not hesitate for a second. The path to the kingdom is not smooth enough for a carriage. And one thing continues to perplex her, seeing Tag along. Cannot fathom why lets him join her. Why is that bastard here too? Lowers his voice to a whisper. What if you ruin the medicine on the way? I would have to make it again. Besides, I am used to battlefields. So I can assist you. Most importantly, the more he thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. I think it will be quite fun. I have a good feeling about this. The two set off on horseback, but inside feels this might lead to trouble. Still, she refrains from telling directly. One day you will regret this. Are you really in the mood to joke? Don't worry, I am hard to kill. Anyway, meanwhile, his army marches into enemy territory, taking only 2 weeks for the Imperial forces to conquer the area. Stands nearby, overhearing 2 young soldiers discussing. Lord is amazing today, isn't he? Indeed. He went straight for the enemy leader and took his head instantly. Both soldiers have absolute faith in his prowess. At this rate, we can conquer the entire kingdom. In just 1 month, silently notes everything before reporting back to. That is what the soldiers are saying. Hearing this, he merely utters a single sentence. They are mistaken. Agrees. It is simply impossible to conquer a kingdom in a month. However, his thought is entirely different. 1 month is far too long. His cold eyes lock onto the dagger in his hand as he states resolutely. 1 week, he tears the map on the table in half. Within that time, I will erase. From the map, stands frozen in shock. At a loss for words, in his heart he deeply admires. Lord, truly extraordinary, gently. Traces his fingers across the map. Turning to, he says, please prepare a bath for me. Respectfully obeying, leaves to carry out the order. Of course, my lord. Steps into the hot bath, submerging his entire body in the water. He sighs softly. It is so warm. This warmth endlessly reminds him of I miss you. Suddenly, his chest tightens painfully. Hastily pulls out a vial of medicine and drinks it. I am fine because I still have some medicine left, yet he cannot stop thinking about the worst-case scenario. What will happen when I run out of medicine? Constantly suppresses his true nature. If I use my true power, it will only take 3 days to destroy, but that will prove to everyone that I am a monster. The sole reason he refuses to reveal his true self is, I do not want that, it will make her sad. A thought suddenly crosses his mind. I must end this war within a reasonable amount of time. He repeatedly recalls his own cold-blooded self when he slaughtered innocent people with his own hands. But if I run out of this medicine? A cruel, murderous glare flashes in his eyes, as if a demon dwells inside him. Even himself fears his true persona. Fortunately, he has prepared a contingency plan for his illness. That will never happen because I have brought it with me. Anxiety lingers on his face, though it eases slightly knowing he carries that backup item. Meanwhile, inside the castle a voice echoes urgently, Your Majesty, the capital has fallen. The guard reports breathlessly, the only place remaining under our control is this castle. King Garden anxiously commands, gather more troops, strengthen the defenses so no one can breach our gates. Gasping for air, the guard replies, we are trying our best, but most of our soldiers have already perished on the battlefield. He never expects his army to be wiped out so quickly. We have lost this many men in just a few days. You are all useless. Garden roars in fury. What about the other kingdoms? Why is no one coming to our aid? The young soldier replies timidly. They have all sided with the Empire. The king is so enraged that he slams his cane repeatedly. Damn it. Damn it. Driven mad, Garden leaps up and strikes the soldiers with his cane. He beats and curses them, useless fools, worthless bastards. Panic sets in for Garden. I cannot lose, no way. He laughs crazily to himself like a lunatic. Ha! Suddenly Garden calls out to, calmly sitting on the throne, listens as Garden speaks. Tell me, you always tell me what I want to hear. Remains relaxed. After a moment, he answers, there is no way to alter the outcome now. The gap in power between the empire and is simply too vast. Hearing this, Garden yells, I know that, feels as if he is listening to a total fool. He went to war knowing that, what an idiot, he thinks, still. He maintains a pleasant facade and replies, there is only one solution in this situation. Clinging to this like a saving straw, Garden eagerly asks what it is, nonchalantly says, surrender, but given. Garden's personality, that is completely impossible. I will never surrender to them, the kingdom of must. Triumph, is there no other way? Though thinking to himself that humans are always destroyed by their own foolish stubbornness, maintains a neutral expression and replies, well, the only other logical choice would be. He pauses briefly before adding, to win the support of the enemy commander. Hearing mention, Garden's eyes light up, leisurely sits back to watch the show. Ha, but there is no way would side with his losing enemy, Garden shouts to order his men. Bring here immediately. A few minutes later is stunned to hear him say, I want you to seduce and persuade him to side with us. Garden nods in confirmation. That is right. Contrary to her previous enthusiasm, she hesitates this time. Recalls what happened before, but father, he has already rejected me once. Garden knows this well, but he does not care as long as it offers a chance. I know, but things are different now. Confused, she asks, how are they different? Garden shares the information he gathered previously. I heard he used to live at his residence. He must have a fondness for women. He says in a serious tone, a man with such desires must be starving after being alone on the battlefield for so long. Cannot believe her father is uttering such shameful words. Confident, Garden tells her, so what will happen when you appear before him? He will swoon instantly. Asks again. Do you really think so, father? Extremely proud of her beauty, he responds, of course, you are the most beautiful woman in all the land. No man can resist you, reassured, gains renewed resolve. Very well, father. I will save our kingdom. Garden looks at her with eyes full of love and hope. Yes, I trust. You, overhearing the entire conversation, bursts out laughing. Ha, even he cannot believe the king is offering his daughter to the enemy commander. Garden, unaware of why he laughs, calls name, looks between the foolish king and his foolish daughter, who genuinely believes she can seduce him with her body. In his eyes, both are acting like clowns. They have lost their minds. Wanting to witness the drama unfold, offers, I shall accompany. Princess, deluding herself into thinking he is worried about her, is deeply touched. Really? That makes me so happy, Griff. Garden is equally pleased. You are truly loyal to, when this war ends, I shall grant you an even higher noble title. No one notices the meaningful smirk on his face. You won't be able to keep that promise because the kingdom will fall very soon. On side, time passes quickly. 3 days have gone by since they left the capital. They calculate the time meticulously to ensure nothing goes wrong on the journey. We only rest 3 times a day, twice for meals and once to sleep at night, and sit together by the campfire. Suddenly speaks up, I am thoroughly impressed. Hearing this, she is somewhat confused, wondering why he is sharing his thoughts about her. I knew you were determined to go, but it certainly isn't easy to witness all those corpses along the way. Admiring her stamina, he adds, your stomach is stronger than I thought, or perhaps you are simply braver than I expected. Remains silent, saying nothing. Throughout the journey, seeing the scattered corpses along the road constantly brings to mind. Whenever I pass those bodies, I think that must have inflicted such cruel acts upon those men. At that moment, an indefinable emotion surges inside. Yet even so, she constantly imagines their romantic reunion when she sees again. I want to embrace his body, a body surely drenched in the blood of others. I want to whisper to him, expressing the feelings she tried to bury all along. I miss you. My love for you will never waver again. Because I love you no matter what. Seeing her remain quiet, thinks of something and suddenly breaks the silence. There is something I never intended to tell you. Taking a piece of freshly roasted meat, he smiles and says, but seeing how hard you are trying, I think I will tell you as a reward. What is it? At a time like this, he still speaks cryptically about another secret of the medicine. Making her ask, upon hearing her question, he chuckles. Is it that it is extremely expensive? Her question hits close to the truth, though not what means. I cannot deny that, but that is a different story. What he means is that all medicines carry side effects, and this one is no exception. Knits her brows. Worried about's condition. Side effects are far worse for potent drugs affecting the nervous system. His body suffers greatly. Such a powerful drug can damage the brain, cause mental instability, or even cause organ damage, he calmly states. That is why I came along with you. I need to see how is doing. Anxiously inquires, does know about these side effects? He slowly shakes his head, leaving even more shocked. Meanwhile at the Imperial Military Command Center, sits on a chair with an icy expression and arms crossed. Approaches and greets him. Long time no see. Standing beside him, reports, a total of 5 people have arrived. He clearly lists them. The youngest daughter of the king of her 3 slaves and a noble. They claim they are here regarding a personal matter completely unrelated to the war. Maintaining an impassive face, asks, what is it? Standing there. Bashfully confesses, well, I came to express my feelings for you. Hearing this, is rendered speechless. Recounts, when I was in the Empire, you did something terrible to me, but I hold no grudge against you. She drops to her knees as if reliving the moment, eyes glistening like a tearful sea. Because I have fallen in love with you, truly. That is why I came here without any guards, even though you are an enemy who could capture and torture me. Despite pouring her heart out, does not care in the slightest, does not hesitate to respond, yes, my lord. Decisively orders the guards to drag her away. This woman is insane, lock her. In the prisoner camp, after being locked up with the crowd, begins whining, this is so unfair. How could you do this to me? Oh, she continues weeping in vain. You can hit me if that makes you feel better, your highness. Sitting nearby, watches the scene and smirks with utter contempt. The royal house of is stupid, yet they excel at brainwashing their slaves, he thinks. Begins to speculate about the recent events. But the man I saw earlier has crimson eyes and silver hair. He must be that kind of person. Right at that moment appears in front of who continues her delusional screaming. Ah, I know you will not abandon me. Caddy, you feel something for me too, don't you? Tosses an object into the prison cell, and it lands right in his hands. She gasps in horror, trembling in sheer terror upon realizing it is a human head. What is this? He sternly probes for information. Do you not recognize his face? He managed to sneak in here, so he must be one of his finest. Shakes uncontrollably with fear as she denies it. What are you talking about? This man tried to assassinate me while I slept. He voices his deduction. He must have assumed I would sleep with you and planned to take advantage of that opportunity to kill me, but he failed. He then flatly declares, therefore you must die as well. Turns deathly pale, terrified out of her mind. What? The 3 men in the cell step forward together to shield, shouting loudly, you shall not touch a single hair on our princess's head. In a mere split second, all 3 collapse heavily onto the ground, seeing the 3 men fall. Panics completely. From behind, slowly speaks. Do not expect loyalty from me as you do from your slaves. I am neither your slave nor your vassal. Now she is truly helpless, unable to do anything more. Suddenly, a voice echoes endlessly inside's head. I hate this woman. It constantly dominates his emotions. You lured to your place, you forced her to drink wine and thrust her into danger. What happened that day sparked this war. And when the kingdom falls, its king and princess will naturally be executed, losing control. His hands clench tightly. The voice relentlessly urges him to do something. There is no reason to keep this woman alive. He grabs directly by the throat as the voice in his head continues to resonate. I will kill her. Suddenly steps forward and pulls out of his demonic thoughts, returns to his senses. The moment is released, she collapses to her knees, clutching her throat, softly assesses the situation. What did you just do? She silently ponders. Does he not take enough medicine? Still writhes in pain, holding her neck, looks at with deep anxiety. Is that why? Darkens again, flustered. Hurriedly tries to explain, I do not mean to do this. She asks him directly about the reason he ends up like this. Is it because of the medicine? He seems slightly surprised by the question. What? Heartbroken, she cannot hold back. and asks him again, is it a side effect of that medicine, as she sits. By the flickering fire, the side effects are vast and varied. In some cases, it causes intense pain and destroys the user's body. Wonders. In curiosity, but possesses special power, so is he really all right? He smiles and shares his thought. I think it can be a double-edged sword. Because his body is not normal, he might suffer even worse side effects. Anxiously urges him, stop taking that medicine. Hearing her words, feels somewhat bewildered but confronts him. And you took that item without saying anything, didn't you? The silver necklace from the village chief's house. Why did you do that? Did I push you to this? Point hangs his head low, feeling crushed. No, it is just that I chose to do this because I do not trust myself. I fear I might torment you again. I do not want to imprison you. Speaks softly, then do what you think is right. Freezes upon hearing this, his brows knitting slightly together. She clenches her hands tightly. You do not need medicine or that necklace. Do not stop being yourself. Do whatever you want. I will not look at anyone else, and I will always stay by your side. Remains silent for a moment. His mouth parts, yet he cannot utter a single word. Gazes intently at her. No, I do not want you to be unhappy anymore. I want you to live wherever you wish and be as happy as possible. Both fall silent, staring at each other in an intensely awkward atmosphere. Scowls uncomfortably, his brows tightly furrowed, and then leaves without saying a word. In a panic, turns her head back, suddenly speaks up. Wait, young Miss Princess is unwell. She is gasping in pain. His face shows clear concern. He voices his thoughts. I think she is in shock after all. She almost died. She might not survive at this rate. Can you heal her? Speaks up. Just ignore him, lady. Lord is in the middle of executing the prisoner who caused trouble. We have no obligation to heal an injured prisoner. Remains silent, thinking to herself, but this woman is not just an ordinary prisoner. She is the princess of an enemy kingdom. Even if she is to be executed, what intends to do is not right. Please help her. Just this once. He closes his eyes and sighs helplessly. I will give her first aid, but if Lord decides to punish her, I will obey his command. Asks in confusion, what happened in the prison? She is nearly dead. Reminds him, quiet down and treat her. Speaks up. As an outsider, you have no right to interfere here, Lord. Feels slightly annoyed then. I shall enlist right now. Happy now. She is merely in shock. Give her herbal tea to calm her nerves and let her sleep. Nods. Very well. She finds it hard to believe. Did a bear attack her or something? Anxiously thinks, what should I do now? I think I pushed too far earlier, but it is only because I worry about him. She gazes anxiously into empty space. It is best if I speak with him again in the morning. The next morning stands stunned. Is already gone, Arthur? Nods yes. She asks, where does he go? He answers, castle. Hearing this is utterly shocked. What, you are joking, right? To the enemy's base? Arthur nods. This appears to be part of his lordship's plan. It will be a surprise attack led by Lord and his elite soldiers. Our enemies must be deploying their troops to stop our army right now. So is likely taking this opportunity to capture their castle with his best men. He wants to defeat the enemy in the most efficient manner. Listening to such a long explanation, stands agape in bewilderment. I do not know much about war, but I bet this is just an excuse to run away so he does not have to talk to me. Arthur giggles. It seems something happened between the two of you again. Dejected, she buries her face in her hands. Is truly a fool, Arthur consoles her. Do not be too sad. There is good news as well. Looks up in surprise. Good news. He nods. All the prisoners are safe. Princess has also regained consciousness, and even her slaves are doing well after receiving treatment. Sighs in relief. Thank goodness. Arthur smiles brightly. The slaves are deeply grateful. They wish to see you. She immediately declines. No, thank you. He asks in curiosity. Then what about the other prisoner, who also wants to see you? Repeats his words in confusion. The other prisoner? She remembers Griff's words. She might not survive at this rate. Can you heal her? Is he talking about that cloaked man? Why does he want to see me? Arthur replies right away. He says he wants to talk to you about. The clanking of the door breaks the quiet silence, and the cell Door creaks open, slowly approaches cell. What do you wish to say to me? I sent the guards outside so he feels comfortable talking to me. Politely expresses his gratitude. First, thank you for helping the princess. I am certain treating your enemy is no easy decision. She responds coldly, I do not do it for you, so there is no need to thank me. He chuckles, you speak sharply, yet your eyes are pure and kind. Ha ha, you are a good person, aren't you? It is no wonder. He is so drawn to you. After all, a fallen soul easily succumbs to the charm of someone with a pure heart. His eyes widen in utter shock. Hey, what are you talking about? Stands up, I was once like that too, that is why I loved her. He steps closer to her one step at a time. Removes his hood, revealing long, lustrous white hair. His white hair glows under the moonlight. Shimmering softly, she gasps, noticing his long silver hair. And red eyes, he looks exactly like, wonders curiously about his true identity. Who are you? Smiles. I share the same blood as, to be precise, I am his biological progenitor. Freezes, finding this impossible to believe. No way. The original novel never mentions father. Yet they look far too identical. He gazes at her. It seems you believe me. Now, denies it. No, I cannot trust you so easily. Asks, is that so? She finds it baffling why he did not reveal himself as father earlier. He replies, because I did not realize he was my son, but I felt it when he unleashed his power. Before Princess and her slaves, at that moment I knew he was a monster just like me. Early morning at the kingdom, Garden kneels flat on the ground. How dare you? Uses his sword to lift his chin. Garden grits his teeth. I hear you face harsh treatment in the Empire simply for having red eyes. If you side with me, I shall ensure you are respected for those eyes. Suddenly his eyes widen in shock. Without hesitation, delivers a decisive sword stroke. And fresh blood splatters, staining his blade red. Garden loses consciousness, lying motionless in a pool of blood. The clashing sound of swords echoes through the grand hall. Proclaims loudly, the king of leader of our enemy is dead. With this, the war ends after merely a month. Now that the war is over, I am certain Lord will rush to Lady, or so I thought. Inspects the map intently and announces the squad's plan. We must stay a little longer to eliminate all remaining enemy soldiers. Keeps pondering their previous conversation. When left without hesitation, called out to him, is it because of that argument? There is no way he would avoid Lady over a petty argument, yet surprisingly that guess proves correct. Is avoiding, when they meet again, will surely bring up things does not wish to discuss. She wants him to stop taking the medicine and using the necklace, but the medicine works and I suffer no side effects. I am sure will understand if I explain it to her. 3 days later, finishes all necessary tasks and returns to his camp. He quietly thinks I took the necklace without permission, so I should return it. But it is not about the medicine. What worries about are the side effects, so he only needs to talk to her. Looks straight into his eyes. You are back. I want to speak with you in private. Bows and quickly departs, giving the two of them their privacy. Room suddenly plunges into silence. Speaks up. Your father is the noble who arrived with Princess. Do you want to meet him? Frowns, his face showing clear confusion and bewilderment. My father, she nods. Yes, he remains silent for a long moment, as if weighing a decision. In the end, agrees, I will see him. Feels slightly anxious. Should I come with you? He quickly shakes his head, signaling that she should stay. She still feels uneasy. All right, take your time talking to him. Footsteps echo through the quiet cell. Smiles softly. There you are. The two remain silent, locking eyes. Observes the man before him, silver hair and vivid red eyes. So what? Speaks up. It seems you have no interest in learning about me. He nods. That is right. Continues. I appeared out of thin air, so I understand why you are displeased to see me. Yet what I can tell you will prove useful to you. I know far more about our bloodline than you do. Hearing his words, feels a flicker of confusion. What does he mean? Stands up. They say red eyes mean you're cursed by a demon. But that is untrue. To be exact, we are descendants of the man who commands the power of the devil. Red eyes are the mark of his lineage. Those of us carrying this blood do not merely possess red eyes, we also harbor extreme emotions. grips the iron bars tightly and effortlessly breaks them apart. We also possess terrifying physical strength. Is it not the same for you? You have a body that heals any wound and the power to slay any living creature. That is why I find it hard to believe. Why would someone like you choose a life like this, merely for you live like an obedient dog on a leash? Raises his arm. Your blood conceals such immense power, it cannot be suppressed with a simple bottle of medicine. Your power will soon surge out of control, and in the end, you will destroy everything around you. He pauses mid-sentence. Even the woman you love so dearly glares in fury, his gaze dripping with icy venom. He tightens his fists. Should I kill him right now? Suddenly appears, hearing her voice. Instantly startles, asks with concern, "Are you all right?" She secretly thinks to herself as the bloodthirsty look on his face vanishes in a flash. He forces a laugh. "Haha, you did not need to come here." Speaks up. "I was worried because you were gone so long." Pauses. "Nothing happened, our conversation just went on a bit long." Feels equally bashful. "I see. It is understandable since this is your first time meeting your father." He thinks secretly. "It seems is worried about, it is best I do not kill him." Watching the scene unfold before him, smirks beneath his breath. Inside a camp, where flickering flames illuminate the path, he sits on the bed. Having a son does have its benefits. Frowns do not get any ideas. "I did not bring you here out of respect. I told my people that you are a noble who wishes to migrate to our empire. I said you receive special care because you are worth negotiating with. So keep quiet and leave. When the time comes, I have no intention of playing happy family with you." Beams. "I will certainly stay silent, but I will not leave." Feels utterly confused. "What?" Explains. "You are standing right on the precipice now. I must keep an eye on you. I am curious to see whether you can achieve what you desire by suppressing yourself so ruthlessly. The two of you will fail in the end, just as I predicted." "Ha." Hearing his words, grits his teeth in anger. "Will be disappointed in me if I kill my father. Once we return to the capital, I will have everything I want. I just need to ignore him until then." Keeps a faint smile on his lips. A few days later, the royal army returns to the capital. Everyone cheers for the greatest knight of our empire. At the palace, the name is wiped from the map. Kneels before. From now on, it belongs forever to the empire. Smiles with satisfaction. "You have done it. You accomplished something no one else dared to do, so I shall grant you a reward. Your territory in the north will expand tenfold in every direction, and you will be granted the title of duke to rule over that land." Other nobles stir in commotion. "Your Majesty, such a grand reward will make other nobles uncomfortable." "I agree, Your Majesty does not care. If they feel uncomfortable, they will have to deal with it themselves." This statement leaves them utterly bewildered. "Huh," he turns stern, "is the most loyal and talented knight I have, so showing favoritism toward him is only natural. No one expects to be so openly biased." Remains firm. "I will not alter my decision." Smiles. "Thank you, Your Majesty." At last, he is a duke. "If I officially propose to with this title, I am sure it will make her happy." But is mistaken, is not happy about this news at all. He says he cannot spend time with me because he needs to keep an eye on, worrying he might harm me. But this is clearly just an excuse to avoid me. Speaks. "Forgive me. I will continue taking the medicine for a while longer, at least until I officially receive my new title." Feels deeply anxious. "I told you I do not care whether you are a duke or not." He puts on a pitiful look. "But I want to do this. I want the highest title so I can proudly stand by your side." Says nothing, remaining silent. She lies lazily on her bed. "I cannot argue with that. I failed to persuade him to stop taking that medicine." Suddenly, there are hurried footsteps. Marquis Lilac excitedly flings open the room door. Marquis Lilac is overjoyed. "Is truly the best son-in-law. Can you believe it? You are about to become a duchess. All the nobles have sent invitations for tea to you." Before he can finish speaking, she pushes him out of the room, sighs in dejection. "But I truly do not care about any of that." At's mansion in the capital, congratulatory gift boxes sent by everyone pile high, is stunned by these gifts, precious gems, gold, and even rare herbs. These are lavish gifts indeed. holding a powerful title is certainly a good thing, merely remains silent, resting. His chin on his hand, calls out to him, "Do you plan to marry after receiving your new title?" His eyebrows furrow slightly. "Why do you ask?" Thinks secretly. Whenever I mention's name, he overreacts as if under a spell. "I have something to tell you. Do you remember your birth?" Mother, upon hearing this question, freezes. He replies with difficulty, "No." Smiles nostalgically, lost in old memories. "It has been 20 years since I first met her. We met in a small village. I was looking for shelter and she took me in. During my time with her, I fell in love with her. Kindness, frowns, sounds like you wandered aimlessly and lived recklessly without a thought for the consequences of your actions. You must have walked away easily while the one left behind suffered." Remains quiet without answering him. Grows increasingly irritated as he speaks, especially knowing he left his filthy seed inside her. Continues, "At that time, getting her pregnant did not even cross my mind because we are monsters inheriting the power of the devil. Thus, it is extremely rare for us to have children. Most human bodies are too weak to hold the seed of a monster, but in very rare cases, a seed yearning for life finds its place, even within a fragile body. And the moment it is born, it slays its mother, just as you and I did. That is why I worry for the two of you. I fear she might carry your child. If you truly love her, you should let her go." Grits his teeth in fury, raising his hand as if to strangle him. "Shut up!" Offers a final warning, "Leave her before you lose her." Suddenly, a knock sounds from the window of his room. Leaving her puzzled, quickly walks over to the window. "What brings you here so suddenly? You always say you are too busy whenever I want to see you. Do you think I will be happy if you show up unannounced?" Like this, looks completely shattered at this moment, watches him suddenly falling silent. "Why are your hands so cold? Have you been outside for long?" She gently places her hand on his face. "Goodness, your face is as cold as ice. Come inside and warm up quickly." His expression remains filled with deep sadness. He feels warmed from the bottom of his soul. Always leads him towards such warmth. Unbelievable that I might end up killing her with my love. Wraps him up in a blanket. "Did something happen?" Is flustered, trying to avoid her gaze. Seriously awaits his answer. Forces a smile. "I am just anxious about the conferment ceremony in a few days. Might push me away if I tell her the truth." Blinks. "You get nervous too." He chuckles softly. "Of course I am human too." She quickly encourages him. "Do not worry, I will go with you. You will do great. After all, you are my, so do not worry." His conferment ceremony draws near. Normally, such an event would takes place quietly among the other nobles, but this time the emperor decides to make it a public event. The commoners cheer joyfully. "Long live the emperor!" It is scheduled to take place in the public square, meaning commoners are allowed to attend. The commoners love this idea, but as for the nobles, they fall silent all at once. Finds this utterly baffling. Such a thing is unprecedented. Slams his hand onto the table. "I agree. For a commoner to receive the title of duke is bad enough, let alone allowing commoners to attend the ceremony." Also feels deeply displeased. "I know the emperor is generous, but this time he has crossed the line." Raises his voice. "Are we truly going to let this happen? Are we really going to stand by and watch that commoner become a duke and rule over us?" Grins broadly. "Ha ha, calm down. Marquis Fen, I have a plan, please. Calm down and listen." Asks curiously what his plan is. Raises his head and clears his throat softly. A hum. Many people may have forgotten this amidst the joy of his victory, but is a demon. We only need to prove it. Another noble speaks up. "How?" "By grabbing him and asking if he is a demon." Smiles sinisterly. He places a box on top of the table. Everyone asks curiously, "What is this? A ruby?" Shakes his head. "No, this is no ordinary gem. It is a magic stone known as the Devil's Gem. Initially, I tried to find a holy relic that could suppress demonic power. I intended to use it to prove is a demon, but I could not find a single one. Despite searching everywhere, I changed my plan. What is the opposite of a holy relic? I spent a fortune to acquire this gem. To us, it may look like an ordinary stone, but if someone with demonic power touches it, his power will explode just like pouring gasoline onto a fire. A noble wonders, but isn't making his demonic power explode dangerous, hearing this? Nods indeed. Therefore, to stay safe, we will not attend the conferment ceremony, whatever happens in that square will have nothing to do with us. At the Lilac Mansion on the day of ceremony, Marquis Lilac feels immensely excited. This is the day my son-in-law becomes a duke. This will be the most meaningful day in the history of the Lilac family, so you must do my makeup perfectly. The servants stand at attention. Yes, my lord, yes, my lord. Is thrilled, the finest jewelry, the most gorgeous dress, the best makeup. You must be the most beautiful woman there. Feels a bit speechless. The one receiving the title is not me. She replies cheerfully, it's the same thing. Everyone who sees you will think just like me. After all, young Miss will become a young, beautiful duchess when you marry him. So young Miss must look elegant and magnificent. You are a future duchess. Diligently styles her hair, sighs softly. This is why. Went to war, he wanted to give me an important title. Yes, I must follow what he wants. Now we are going to have serious conversation. Afterward, I will tell him that he does not need to force himself for my sake anymore. He should do what makes him happy. Meanwhile, at his mansion, he is dressed most splendidly, feels overjoyed. He claps his hands in praise. Wow, you look stunning, smiles brightly at, your collar is crooked. This is an important occasion, so you must look flawless. Turns his head away in annoyance. He behaves this way, yet says nothing, keeping the smile on his face. Quickly leaves and offers a wish, good luck. Does not reply, only departs silently, rests his chin on his hand, intently watching his expression. He seems anxious. Steps outside and slams the door shut. He grits his teeth. I do not like this. Why would he say something like that? It makes no sense. I should ignore him and focus on the ceremony. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere is extremely lively. Everyone cheering in celebration as confetti flutters everywhere. Long live the emperor! Hooray for Lord! The emperor smiles joyfully. I do not think we had this many guests even at my own coronation. His subordinate offers a remark. Your Majesty is too generous with Lord. Normally, a master is displeased when his soldier receives more cheers than himself. The emperor only smiles without replying, thinking to himself that it is because is not greedier than what he is willing to give him. There is no need to make an enemy, keeping his loyalty by granting him this title is a wise choice. I thank everyone for attending this meaningful event. Now we shall begin the award ceremony. Steps forward before the emperor, his cloak fluttering softly in the wind. Presenting Lord. The crowd cheers joyfully. Our victorious knight kneels before the emperor. The people continue to cheer relentlessly. Nervously watches back. From afar, the nobles sit nervously on edge. Speaks, I offer my greetings to your majesty. Your loyal knight bows before you. The emperor smiles. You have brought countless victories and honor to our empire as my knight. I shall grant you a reward befitting your miraculous success. From this day forward, you shall be known by the title of Duke, and you will rule the territory. To the north, no one in this land will ever dare look down on you again. No one will dare show hostility toward you. If anyone tries to do so, it will be considered a direct insult to me. Lowers his head. I am deeply honored. The emperor reaches out and signals his subordinate to bring forward an item covered in a red cloth. The emperor smiles with satisfaction as he reaches out to touch that bright red cloth. Marquis, who opposes becoming a duke, had explained how simple it would be. We will place the magic stone that drives demonic power wild onto the token the emperor bestows. Upon, the token already has many gems on it, so an extra gem will go unnoticed. Enjoys the cup of tea in his hand. The ceremony must have started by now. The moment the emperor hands the token to, his demonic power will explode, and he will attempt to kill everyone in sight. As the red cloth is pulled away, a brilliant golden dagger appears. The emperor holds the gleaming dagger. I grant you this dagger as a token of your new title. Raises his head to look at him. I am profoundly honored. At last I can propose to her. We will have the most beautiful and splendid wedding the empire has ever seen. But the moment he grasps the dagger, a strange aura. Courses through's body. Why, I took my medicine today. This is too sudden. Kill the emperor, the servants, and the soldiers. Kill them all. Grits his teeth, drops of sweat rolling down his cheeks. I won't. Smiling face flashes in his mind. You are my, so don't worry. He refuses to let her hate him. In his mind, he repeatedly calls out her name, turns his head to look at her, is startled as her eyes meet his, sensing that something is amiss. Inside, his voice continuously urges him to kill the emperor, grips the dagger, and everyone here, those pretending to revere him. He raises the dagger, then tightens his grip. They are only using me. The jewel glows ominously on the dagger. They might try to separate me from her. The emperor stares blankly at his strange behavior. He loses control and lunges forward. The emperor widens his eyes in shock, screams in terror, no. But he suddenly turns the dagger back toward himself. Stab, fresh crimson blood dyes the blade red. The emperor falls back in terror, collapsing to his knees. He raises his head in confusion as dark red blood drips onto the ground. Everyone grows deeply anxious. Rushes toward him in panic. Why did you do this? Why? Speaks up, suddenly feeling that something is wrong. He can feel himself losing control. He fears he might kill someone, so he blinds his own eyes. I always wondered if my demonic power would disappear if I lost my red eyes. I was right. I don't want to kill anyone anymore, nor do I want to be a monster that monopolizes you. I will no longer be a demon. What's wrong? Don't cry. And I apologize, Your Majesty. Are you all right? Witnessing this sight, the crowd begins to uproar. He is a demon. Did you see his red eyes glow when he lunged at the emperor? He deceived all of us. The devil's curse has not vanished. That man is still a demon. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Lord is truly terrifying. Oh, unbelievable, how horrifying. Hearing those whispers, grits her teeth, unable to bear it any longer, and screams, shut up, all of you. Fine, you are right. Possesses a special power, and he used that power to bring us victory in a difficult war. So think about how pathetic all of you are acting. Right now is not a demon, nor is he your tool or entertainment. Ties a cloth to cover his injured eyes. Please endure the pain a little longer. We need to get you to a doctor. Just ignore what they say. Smiles softly. I cannot see, but I can feel her protecting me, and I am so happy. A week later at Lilac Mansion finds it unbelievable. Unbelievable. You have recovered so much in just a few days. Anyone else would have lost their sight. You truly are a monster. You can open your eyes now, right? Try it. Frowns. My eyes still hurt as if they were just cut. He still cannot open eyes. Explains his condition too. However, the wound is almost healed, so I do not understand. Perhaps it is an issue with the optic nerves. She listens in silence, but her face clearly betrays her worry and anger. Now only the two of them remain in the room, as hears her call his name. He startles slightly. Yes, asks, you are doing this on purpose, are you not? Remains silent, not answering her words, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly he speaks up. I always wonder what it would be like if I were not a monster with red eyes. Perhaps I could have spent a normal childhood getting along with the villagers. Perhaps I could be hurt like anyone else without ever being treated as a monster or a weapon. Then perhaps I could have loved you better. But not anymore, because you like my red eyes. You say they are beautiful and that you care about me. Is surprised to hear him say this. Continues, so now I also like my red eyes of mine. I just want to hold on to this feeling for a little while longer. She asks curiously, what feeling? Smiles, the feeling that this must be how an ordinary person loves, how it ought to feel. If I remember it properly, I will be able to love you even better, right? So will you wait for me a little longer? I will soon return to being completely your. Hearing him say that feels her heart lighten. All right. A few days later at Lilac Mansion. Sits drinking tea with. He takes a sip of tea. After investigating, I discovered that someone tampered with the sword that day. Although deceived, did not harm me. He turned the blade toward himself, so I will not punish Duke for this incident. Is stunned. Your Majesty, I am deeply grateful. Places his hand on his forehead. I heard that you have been endlessly bothered by the nobles over these past few days. Some still refuse to Accept calling him the Demon Duke, but the atmosphere will gradually settle down. They must have realized after many schemes that instead of labeling as an enemy out of pure hatred, regarding him as an ally is far more beneficial. Even if they are dissatisfied, it is not the worst situation for so. Whenever you decide to leave, I will protect you both. She bows her head, thank you, your majesty. In truth, and I plan to leave the capital. We will go to his castle in the north. We wish to live a quiet life in the land of silent winters. Remains silent, his lips curling into a soft smile. That is for the best. Both of them have been running without pause until now. Anne decides to go with. She asks the other servants to kindly load the luggage onto the carriages. The carriages are filled with belongings. Marquis Lilac asks curiously, when do you plan to return to the capital? Shakes her head. I am not sure, he startles. What? She asks. In wonder, why are you looking at me like that, father? If you miss me, you will come north to visit me. Right, Marquis Lilac looks bewildered. So this time I can truly come? She nods. Of course, I will prepare a room in the castle for you and lady. He mournfully wipes his tears. I will definitely come every month, and when I come, I will stay for the entire month. You must give me the warmest room with a fireplace. I cannot stand the cold. A goose-down blanket, too, and fleece-lined quilted pajamas. You must also prepare the famous smoked dishes of the North End. Smiles, glad that lady is by her father's side. Opens the room door and walks inside. Asks, did the treatment go well? He hands her an item. Take this, it is a new sedative for he told me to give it to you. She receives the medicine box. Thank you. Do you have any medicine for size? He shrugs. No, why give him medicine he does not need? He will recover as soon as he decides to. Clears her throat softly upon hearing this, then bows her body to express her sincerity. Thank you, truly you have helped us so much. He feels flustered. Why are you suddenly saying such terrifying things? Wonders. I am merely expressing my gratitude. What is so terrifying about that? He continues. Anyway, they say you are secretly pulling the strings of a demon, or that you are actually a witch hiding her power. There are all kinds of rumors. What did you do on the conferment ceremony day to spread such stories? Closes her eyes. I merely eliminated those who tried to block my way home. He finds it hard to believe. Did you eliminate that entire crowd? She seems unconcerned about them. They are nothing special. He is deeply impressed by her decisiveness. You truly are the best. Shrugs. I know. He continues. And yesterday Princess Execution was carried out. She is quite surprised. Oh dear, really? Now that you mention it, I almost forgot about that girl. The more she speaks, the funnier he finds it. Finally, the time for departure arrives. Helps who cannot see. As they board the carriage together, his slightly bitten lip reveals his nervousness. She holds his hand to reassure him. Do not worry. Even in the north, we will not spend all our time completely alone. We will live an ordinary daily life. I will even find opportunities to open a new shop there, make friends, and perhaps squabble with them too. Of course, that might lead to situations where you lose your composure, because you will never tolerate anyone making me sad. Is surprised by her words. Softly asks, so what do you think? Before you cause real trouble, I am confident I can stop it. Just as you protect me, I will protect you, so live however you want, as you wish. I will wait for it. Looking forward to it. He remains dazed and silent, smiles happily. All right, and then the carriage begins to move toward the distant north. Beneath the white ice, his eyes still glow a deep crimson, and in the bag beside me is the pink medicine bottle handed over. Is still an incomplete being, however. Unlike before, I am no longer afraid of him. The most important thing is simply to love the man beside me. I will try my best with all that I have. Before long, we arrive at a pure white land, a land where we will create countless memories together, in the vast and quiet northern land of the empire where winter reigns eternally. It has been a full year since Duke took power, but little has changed because he desires only a quiet life. But a few days ago, the halls of castle became lively again. The reason is wearing a pure white wedding dress adorned with lovely purple flowers. How do I look? Preparations are for His wedding, his cheeks flush red. You are truly breathlessly beautiful, so beautiful that if anyone dares to look at you, I might gouge their eyes out. Chuckles helplessly. Right. Has finally returned completely, a ruthless man who wants to possess me entirely. His crimson eyes have healed, and he no longer takes medicine. As expected, we reached an agreement. Since today is an important day, it is best to take the medicine. Right, although he avoids it daily on special occasions, he yields. When first arrived at the castle, there were only Anne and herself. Afterward, too, guests appeared. One was speaking loudly. Lord, I have been discharged. Please allow me to continue. Serving by your side is momentarily at a loss for words, but after thinking it over, he nods in agreement. That man is currently serving as the butler of the Duke household. He plays with the two puppies. I already fed you no more? Ah, right, and Bonbon. While they were away from the north, they were left with Bonbon's former owner, but the two of them recently brought them back. And the remaining guest. As he waves in greeting, I came to collect the payment for the medicine I gave you. When sees him, he freezes. Raised the price of the medicine, was the price using Spotty. For experiments, trembles all over in fear. That is right, there is no body in the Empire better suited for medical experiments than she. Issues a warning, try making such a deal again and I will ensure you both taste a flavor of hell. However, left yesterday. Are you happy that is gone? He said he had no interest in clapping at another man's wedding. Nods. Of course I am. Every time I see you talk to him, it disgusts me. He even visited once while you were sleeping. I considered killing him on the spot, but I held back because I thought it might make you sad. Anne announces, My lady, His Highness the Crown Prince and the princess have arrived, pokes her head out. Please show them to their room, and have brought their two children. Not long after and I arrived at the castle, we officially married. Says joyfully, congratulations. On your wedding, lady, plays with. The baby is so beautiful. Hello, Lucy, hello, Lucy. Say hello to them, dear. Is a bit flustered. He hesitates, not daring to move. He gently extends a finger. Lucy tightly grasps finger the little boy. Grinning happily, standing before this small and adorable thing's heart softens as well. Grumbles displeasedly, How dare you seduce my daughter? You seem entirely fearless. At all, Duchess speaks up. Lucy just likes shiny and handsome things. That is why he reacts that way too, nothing more. Smiles, but her heart beats wildly with anxiety, and she agreed not to have children. The moment a child is born, it kills its mother, just as and did. Words still haunt yet. Children are so adorable, notices her expression. Lady, why not at least try once? If the two of you want to, startles, somewhat puzzled. Pardon, says, I have looked through many records after hearing your story. Among those who gave birth to crimson-eyed children, although rare, some have survived and lived healthily. Finds this hard to believe, really, takes a serious tone. However, it is true that the mortality rate is higher than normal childbirth. So I researched the reason and reached a conclusion. It is not the crimson eyes that bring danger, but the unstable environment surrounding the birth. Because such children cannot be proudly shown off to the world, mothers weakened after childbirth are abandoned and thus die more frequently. Therefore, my conclusion is simple. His words are wrong. Hesitates slightly, but she is utterly confident. You no longer need to be bound by that man's threats. If lady becomes pregnant, I will stay by her side. I will stay until she gives birth and fully recovers. Does that ease your heart? For the two of them, such a task is nothing. He frowns slightly. Thank you, lady. And thus their wedding begins. Father and lady and Anne, as well as and my dear friends who traveled from afar. Nobles are eager to form ties with, and there is even a fan club dedicated to him. The ceremony is officiated by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Asks, do you both promise to love each other forever? They look at each other with affectionate gazes. We do. Then share a passionate kiss, a testament to eternal love. Happily. Tosses the wedding bouquet. Anne is the lucky one to catch it. Catching the bouquet, she happily holds it in her arms. I respectfully accept young miss and does not notice that gazes at her with affectionate eyes. Marquis Lilac cannot hold back his tears. To think his daughter, who once pouted about her tiny allowance, is now a duchess. Wonderful, she will live in luxury from now on. Lately, the Lilac family gains quite a reputation. Thank you, son-in-law. Take this gift as a virile husband. These ginseng roots are treasures I hand-picked myself. Eat just one, and even a frail woman can carry a water bucket with ease. Suddenly feels unwell and clutches his eyes. He whispers, I cannot endure this any longer. Perhaps I should take some medicine. Marquis Lilac continues to present them, 2 roots and even a blind person. Can shoot down a bird in flight, remains. Silent, she grips his hand, tightly then pulls toward another corner. You do not need to. He still feels anxious, but she smiles gently. The banquet is over, so from now on just be, happily. Bestows a kiss upon. I love you, just stay by my side. I beg you before my jealousy drives me to kill everyone around you. His cheeks flush crimson. She smiles with overflowing happiness, as you wish. After all, she is now the wife of a man who was once a darkened second male lead. In the northern territory of the empire, an official lord is finally granted rule over this land. Yet the people cannot rejoice without worry, because whispers and rumors claim that Duke is a demon. The common folk spread tales that he alone destroyed the entire kingdom using demonic power. How terrifying. Then why has he stayed so quiet for a whole year? A merchant answers. A merchant from the capital told me this. Duke is utterly infatuated with his. He cannot bear to be away from her for even a single moment. Thus, he confines himself inside the castle. Everyone gasps. Goodness gracious, that poor young lady. Still, is that not fortunate for us? At least while she captivates him, he does not cast his gaze upon us. And now, Duke opens the castle gates and posts a hiring notice. For workers, Leo rushes over in panic to Phi, a young carpenter. Phi, are you mad? Are you really going to castle? What if that demonic Duke devours you? His expression remains extraordinarily calm. They pay 20 gold coins a day there. Leo worries. You might never return. Phi chuckles weakly. Then that is simply my fate. Leo insists on stopping him. Please don't go. Phi smiles warmly. I promise I will earn plenty of money and return soon. The carriage arrives at castle, stands waiting in advance. Welcome to castle, I am the head butler, and cheerfully introduces herself, and I am the head maid. A meal is already prepared. Please step into the kitchen. The interior of the castle is exceedingly lavish and magnificent. As he walks inside, Phi feels overwhelmed. Wow, what a magnificent castle, everyone is guided by her toward the kitchen. You are the workers who will serve us well, therefore we prepared this meal with all our heart. I hope it suits your taste. Though men gape in astonishment. High-end dishes like this are served to mere laborers. This is far too suspicious. They remain wary. What if we fall asleep after eating? This is the castle of the demonic Duke. We must remain vigilant. Phi quickly runs to the dining table, grabs a piece of meat and pops it into his mouth. His expression turns into pure satisfaction. Wow, this is amazing. It melts right on my tongue. The others scold him and worry. Phi, you idiot. He beams joyfully. Are you guys not eating? Then I will eat it all myself. They sit at the table, but no one dares touch the food yet, their hearts screaming. Fine, if we die, we die. Trembling, they bring food to their mouths. Every single one of them sheds tears of joy. The meat is tender and juicy, melting on their tongues. So delicious. I have never tasted such luxury in my life. Seeing them eat with delight and feels happy. I am glad you like it. It makes all the effort worthwhile. Once you finish your meal, I will escort you to your resting quarters. When they reach the quarters, everyone is stunned. Is this room for us? Nods. Work officially begins tomorrow, tonight. Rest well. Phi lowers his guard completely and plops onto the bed. Whoa, it is so soft, nothing like the bed back home. His companions stare at him in utter bewilderment. What is this, such treatment? Is he truly a demonic Duke? He is nothing like the rumors. Sometime later, he paints the statue of an, holding the sketch in hand. Phi silently reflects on earlier. Handed him the portrait. Please craft a statue using this portrait as a reference. Phi frowned, though honestly, meeting his grace in person once would be best. Refused. That is forbidden. He wondered, why? If he cannot bear others meeting the future Duchess, I will keep my mouth shut and only look. Explained, that is precisely why you cannot. He cannot even tolerate another glance cast toward her. Phi grew increasingly bewildered. What, Bode? I have made myself clear. Please work. Carefully, Phi immerses in thought. So I completed the statue and painted it without ever meeting him in person. Ha, perhaps a lowly person like me is not worth a noble's concern. Once this work ends, I will find another place, somewhere that respects me. Suddenly his water bucket spills. Phi gasps as he sees it tip over. The water nearly splashes onto. Flinches and quickly dodges. Phi hurriedly asks, Are you all right? Angrily. Curses, damn it, you almost my shoes. Phi is shoved to the ground. I am truly sorry, my lord, please forgive me. Wipes his sweat. What is so important about this wretched northern land anyway? Were it not for father's orders, I would never attend such a wedding. Hey, brat, since you work here, you must know Duke well, right? Tell me, are his eyes truly that beautiful? Phi blinks in confusion. Wide-eyed, what his grace is. Wow, this food is delicious, it melts on my tongue. Wow, this bed is heavenly, nothing like back home. He is not a demon at all. Snaps furiously. Ha, look at that, the devil's hound protects his master. You ruin my mood. Suddenly appears. What are you doing here? With a stern face, he steps toward them. Phi gazes at in awe. Ah, it is him, the Duke from the portrait, in person. He looks even more striking. Frowns. Judging by your expressions, this does not seem like a polite, noble conversation. That is troublesome. She is looking forward to this wedding so much. If any unnecessary noise hurts her heart, I will kill both of you. Phi trembles under the terrifying pressure emits. Runs over and wraps her arms around his arm. You cannot lump them together in your rage. Phi stands dazed. Huh, and who is? She points at. Clearly that man is the bully here. Is surprised. Is that true? Smiles. Yes, so direct your wrath at him alone. He nods. Understanding. Glares at him, his eyes glowing, adding an extra layer of terror, hurriedly bows. Lo, I was wrong. Then he hastily flees, fumes, daring to humiliate one of ours. Some things must be made clear so they never dare lay a finger on our people again. Phi stands stunned. Our people. Does she mean me? She asks anxiously. Are you all right? Should I punish him more severely? Hurry back to your resting quarters. Guests will soon flood the castle. He bows. Yes, then I shall take my leave. Speaks up. Oh, and thank you for crafting such a beautiful statue. He lowers his head. They stood up for him, a mere hired worker. Neither the Duke nor his wife is anything like what he heard. I want to become the official carpenter of this castle, the day after Anne's wedding. An Imagines. The scene of the two happily lying in bed. Perhaps I at last night, she cannot even get out of bed. Sits in her room, her voice echoing. Outward come in, and looks around the room in confusion. Where is the Duke? Madam, surely it is not, offers a wry smile. Indeed, it is certainly not. Anne's mouth drops in shock, finding this hard to believe, recounts last night. Nothing happened between and me last night. The groom fled without even touching his bride. Ho, ho, ho. Sits alone eating breakfast in the quiet room. She brings a piece of bread to her mouth, her expression filled with satisfaction. Still, this kind of love has its own charm, pure and innocent, isn't it beautiful? She tries to comfort herself, but fails. Miserably beautiful, my foot. I'm a lady in the prime of youth, that day said. You no longer need to be bound by that man's threats. If lady becomes pregnant with a child, I will stay by her side. I will stay until she gives birth, until she fully recovers. Does that ease your mind? To the two of you, such a task is nothing. Blushes, that is why she looked forward so much to their wedding night. She abruptly stops thinking and angrily stabs her fork into the egg. Yet he abandons his bride and flees. Does that make any sense? How can a man who claims to love me deeply act like this? She sighs sorrowfully, perhaps escaping. Swords the moment the child is born, it will kill its mother, just as you and I did. Is harder than she thought. She clenches her fist. But I cannot wait any longer. She bites her lip in frustration. I will not. I have suffered enough. I will no longer hold back. That night snow flutters lightly in the air. Strolls alone down the corridor, stopping before her chamber door. He prepares to open the door, but pauses. She must be furious with me. This time she might truly hate me. What should I do about last night? Speaks softly. I have been waiting for you. She wears only a jet black robe. Beckons him, come here, come to my side. Hastily Covers his face. She is perplexed. Did I go too far? No. This time I will succeed. I am prepared for everything. Gasps in surprise. Try running. Away again, and you will never. See me again, said it is fine. She promised to stay by my side if I bear a child, yet you are still afraid to spend the night with me. Do's words haunt you so much, enough to ruin our precious first night. Shakes his head. That is not it. The reason I fled last night is not because of that. Blinks in confusion. Then why? Why do his eyes glow so brightly? Because if he stays, he loses control. He pounces on you, far too fierce for you to endure, far too wild to keep you from hating him until you burst into tears. Bites her lip in fear. Lifts her chin gently until the flames locked deep inside him are finally burned out. He can never cease his longing for you. Blushes deeply. That is precisely what she wants. Passionately, he presses her down onto the bed. I am sorry. From this moment on, I am going to make things very sweet yet unbearable. For you, she whispers, it is all right, before her words. Finish seals them with a breathless kiss. Night falls quietly, starlight dancing across the sky. Before long, dawn creeps in. Morning light kisses the rooftops, then softens to reveal a clear, deep blue sky. His eyes look sunken from lack of sleep. How much time passes? 1 day, 3 days, or a whole week? How many days has it been? Wakes up, he soft kisses her lips, opens her eyes wide in sweet panic. Gasping softly, that tender kiss paints her cheeks bright red. Enough, if this continues, I can never return to a normal routine. He smiles. Lovingly, I refuse, his eyes brimming with devotion. I love you, she gazes into his passionate gaze, her whole face turning red as a ripe tomato. That is enough. The door to the Duke and Duchess's suite finally opens after a long while. Lately. She prepares to step into her carriage. I might only return in the evening after work. She manages the northern branch of her cosmetics shop. Is busy today too, so please cheer up. Sees off with formal affection. All right, do not worry about me and travel safely. Throws herself into his arms. I love you, holds her tight. I love you too, after saying goodbye, she quickly steps into the carriage and sets off. Bows low. Shall we head out, Lord? Many people await you. He pulls out a small pink potion bottle and quickly drinks every drop. Only takes this mana-suppressing potion on days he must meet guests inside the castle, purely as a precaution in case something unexpected occurs. Inside Duke's audience chamber, visitors who seek the ruler of the northern lands gather. They all come to meet Duke. Goodness, why are there so many people today? It will take ages before our turn arrives. With such a crowd of guests, it is no wonder the castle gates open only 2 days. A month after the wedding, Duke begins governing his domain in earnest. His very first action is to sweep away the vicious beasts of the north. Then, as trade in northern specialties thrives, merchants seeking deals naturally double and triple. Merchants continually request meetings with. The same goes for Count Cacao and Count from the south. They arrive hoping to secure exclusive trading rights with. Cacao furrows his brows. Trading rights belong to the Cacao family. Our house boasts a long history in commerce. Hearing this, gapes in disbelief. Ha, what good is history? Capital is what truly matters. Cacao finds his point hard to refute, gritting his teeth in frustration. Both speak in unison. We will not know who Duke chooses until the final moment. Waiting room door creaks open and steps inside. Count and Count Cacao of the South it is. Your turn, he guides. The two forward, please enter. Both share the exact same thought. Do not lose your composure in front of the Demon Duke. Bows, my lord, I have brought them in. Crimson. Eyes light up with a sharp glow. You two come here seeking southern trade rights. Trembling, both men. An overwhelming dread. Stammers quickly. That is correct, your grace. I hear House has yet to grant official southern trade rights to anyone. What about House? I promise to deliver the most satisfying profits. Bring it in, show the Duke what we brought. Servants push in a large cart draped in a white cloth. Immediately he pulls the sheet away. Upon seeing the sight, Cacao gasps in shock. Glittering fish swim gracefully inside a glass tank, one of the rarest creatures in the entire empire. Diamond fish are renowned because they sparkle brighter than precious gems. Bows low. If you grant House the Southern trade rights, I shall offer these divine creatures to you. Every year, he anxiously awaits an answer. Frumbut's face remains as cold as ice, completely devoid of interest. Gapes in disappointment. Are they not lovely? Cacao coughs softly. Ahem. In truth, I have also prepared a modest gift. Upon seeing his gift, eyes instantly gleam. Cacao presents a drawing with clumsy yet endearing strokes. It is a portrait of Duke and the Duchess. My daughter, though not very skilled, possesses a great passion for art and painted this. She is a devoted admirer of both your Grace and the Duchess. My daughter draws portraits of you both whenever she gets the chance. Asks with curiosity, does that mean there are more? Drawings like this? He chuckles. Yes, she paints so many that our mansion is virtually covered in them. If Duke desires, I can present a few more. My daughter will be thrilled. Fumes inwardly, scolding in secret. Who on earth wants childish scribbles like that? Offers praise, very good. Cacao turns ecstatic. Then, will you grant Southern trade rights to our Cacao family? Nods in agreement. Indeed, Cacao is overjoyed. I shall use these trade rights to bring forth results that truly delight your Grace. Cannot believe his rare fish lose to a child's drawing. Duke, but if it is for your beloved wife, surely my gift is supreme. The moment her Grace lays eyes on these creatures, she will be completely enchanted. You fool devoted to your wife, can you possibly resist this? Darkens his brow. That is precisely the reason why I refuse. Stammers in confusion, pardon, glares with lethal menace. Take that hideous thing away this instant, terrified. Freezes solid, why yes, glares. At the diamond fish, thinking. They might steal her gaze away from me. Before such a thing happens, perhaps it is best to exterminate them all. He glances back at the painting in his hands. In the drawing he holds both of them. Wearing radiant, happy smiles. Gazes at it lovingly, finding the sketch utterly charming. Twilight settles gently, sunlight giving way to the quiet night. This is the moment arrives. Home, I am back. Seeing her, instantly transforms into a completely different man, tender, warm, and gentle. I received a wonderful gift, let me show. You look, your charming, graceful eyes are captured so beautifully. Bursts into giggles. Ha, you are right, to think this comes from Duke, who is said to be ruthless and terrifying. Beams, he says he will give us a few more next time. She unconsciously gets drawn into his smile. Who would guess a simple painting could bring him such pure joy? Looks nervously at. She hesitates briefly before deciding to speak. Overflowing with happiness, she confesses, I am pregnant. Soft morning light pours through the window. As he speaks softly, try this. These are wild strawberries from village. A wave of nausea hits her at the mere sight. Covers her mouth painfully. I cannot eat. Feels deeply anxious as his wife eats nothing. Then at least try these dried fruits. Yet she still feels sick. If I crave anything, I will tell you immediately. Right now, I just want to rest. Remains terribly worried. Is there truly nothing I can do for an idea? Strikes him instantly. Right, there is a way. Strides into the kitchen, his crimson eyes glow fiercely, looking terrifyingly intense. Who is the head chef here? Startles. Head chef at your service, my lord, but what brings you here? Is he here to punish me because her Grace cannot eat? Speaks with absolute gravity. I want to cook. Gapes. Unable to believe his own ears. Pardon, says gloomily. As you know, my wife cannot eat properly these days, so I want to prepare a meal for her myself, but I know nothing about cooking. Can you assist me? Moments later, he changes into chef's clothes. Do I do it like this? Smiles. You look more like a master chef than I do. Her Grace loves bread. Why not try baking some? Nods very well. Points at a bowl. To prepare bread dough, you need to crack a few eggs. Looks confused. How do I do that? Holds an egg in his hand. Well, yesterday. You cracked an egg already. Hold it like this, then gently tap it against the bowl's rim. Once the shell breaks, just separate it to drop the egg into the bowl. He smiles warmly. Easy, right? For the first few eggs, drops shell pieces into the bowl, all the way to the 10th egg. For the next ones, because he uses too much strength, the shells shatter completely up to the 20th egg. He prepares to smash another. Frantically intervenes. Your Grace, forgive me, but I fear baking bread might be too Difficult, perhaps trying a meat dish is better, since your grace excels with swords and will surely cut meat well. Looks cluelessly at him. Very well. On the counter sits a wooden cutting board and a gleaming knife. Introduces them enthusiastically. This cutting board and knife are crafted by a legendary artisan. They are like my own children. The knife is sharp enough to cut through tough bone, and the board never holds odors. No matter what you slice on it, I never lend them to anyone, but for today only I entrust them to you, your grace. Nods. I shall remember your sincerity. Places a fresh piece of red meat on the board. This is fresh beef we received today. Please slice it into pieces about this size. He picks up the knife, his expression dark and severe. Cutting is something I am confident in. Raises the knife high and strikes down powerfully onto the poor piece of meat. Panics. Your grace, you only need to cut the meat. Why do you slice right through the cutting board? As well, the golden glow of sunset gradually fills the sky. Lies alone on her bed. It is already dark. I sleep too long again. Ever since becoming pregnant, I get sleepy so easily. Today I must try to eat something. Eating well will ease his worries. With a click, the bedroom door opens, pushes a cart overflowing with food into the room. Do you sleep well? I was just wondering if I should wake you. No, but I wake up on my own. Gapes in surprise. Goodness, what is happening here? Don't tell me that you prepare all this food yourself. He nods. Yes, is what he wishes to say, but the harsh reality is far cruel. Indeed, must admit he possesses no cooking talent whatsoever. I give up on cooking myself. Feels immensely happy, a truly wise decision. Your grace, puts on a serious face, but please assign me another task, anything at all. Looks dazed. Pardon? Says. Any task is fine. Washing vegetables, doing dishes, anything. I only wish to lend a hand in preparing meals. For her, smiles. I understand. Feels so happy, it brings him grand joy to do even tiny task for her. Cheeks flush bright red with bashfulness. How can he be this precious? She quickly takes a piece of food and pops it into her mouth to try it. Praises it is delicious. He looks dazed. Is it really? How is your appetite? She beams sweet smiles. I think it is because you help prepare the meal with such sweet care. Thank you. That night in the kitchen, joyfully announces that the plates from the lady's room return completely empty. The lady finishes her entire meal, happily rubs his nose, thinking he is saved. On a day when thick white snow covers the ground, a baby's cry echoes throughout the castle. A baby is born in Duke's castle. Holds the baby tenderly in her arms, a beautiful little princess. She smiles and offers her congratulations. Pants heavily. I nearly die giving birth to, yet why is the one crying? Tears stream down his cheeks. I am sorry, I can do nothing for you. Smiles gently, sweat still resting on her forehead. It is all right, come and greet our child quickly. You should hold her first. He startles. What? Steps forward, preparing to take. He feels a little nervous. As the baby gazes at him, tears well up instantly. Cries echo across the room, quickly cradles her. I am sorry, I only want her to see her handsome father. First, she is so beautiful, don't you agree? Cradled in her mother's arms. Peacefully falls asleep, gazes intently at her, smiling with a quiet nod. Panics. They say Duke plans to be absent for 6 whole months. For what reason is he sick? Explains he insists on taking care of lady himself. Stands speechlessly bewildered. What? On the very day his daughter enters the world, declares, I will personally take care of. I cannot entrust our precious treasure, yours and mine, into anyone else's hands. A veteran nurse advises, just remember this one thing: 1 day for an adult is like 3 days for a newborn baby. Sleep schedules, awake hours, and even digestion time, everything is much shorter. Bursts into tears. Mary explains she is hungry, that is why she cries for food. Frowns. Does she not just eat an hour ago? She speaks up. Newborns have tiny stomachs, so they eat only a little at a time. Quickly give her some milk. Here you go, but suddenly continues to cry. Feels flustered. Why is she crying again? Mary says. She is full now after drinking her formula. However, if a baby does not burp after formula because she is too young to do it on her own, the guardian must help her. He asks in wonder, then what should I do? She instructs him to rest her against his shoulder and pat her back gently. Even if she does not burp immediately, she digests better. Thanks. To patting her back, burps successfully, and her bloat disappears. She falls asleep comfortably. He thinks to himself, she falls asleep right after digesting. I must carefully move her to the crib. Gently lays the baby into her crib to sleep. Feels surprised when she sees. Fast asleep, he raises his finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. She smiles with quiet happiness. Seeing smile, unconsciously smiles back. She walks closer to him and whispers, "Is she asleep?" He replies in a low voice, "Yes, just now." Even while sleeping, is utterly adorable with her snow-white skin and rosy cheeks, looking like a delicate porcelain doll. Thinks to herself, her father holds the title of the most handsome man in the world, so she ought to take after him. Gazes at with doting eyes. She looks just like you and she is so beautiful. Her eyes, nose, and lips, how can she be this adorable? Feels startled. Lately, every time she sees him like this, her heart feels wonderfully strange. The of the past once said, "She is I know her longer than the Duchess," yet he calls her. Who once concealed his true emotions, remaining cautious and guarded before the darkness swallowed him up. He was once a cold man who declared, "I kill them all," yet now reveals a side I never knew before. He constantly wears a soft, warm smile. Anyone who sees him now can never call him a devil. Wonders, "You refuse to take your medicine again today, don't you?" Looks flustered. "Ah, you are right, but why is there no problem? Is it possible that my demonic power transferred to when she was born?" Finds his idea impossible, yet she plays along. Perhaps so. Every time she throws a tantrum, she does not look human at all. She is not just a devil, she is the demon king reincarnated. Looks utterly confused. Gazes at his silly expression and cannot help but burst out laughing. "I only say something absurd to respond to your absurd remark. Do not overthink it." Watches him smile so gently. Perhaps it is because he becomes a normal father, not a red-eyed devil, but the most devoted, doting father in the world and the most handsome man as well. Smiles happily. "You are the one who makes me this way. Many trials will surely come, but whatever they are, we will face them together. For I am the wife of the second male lead who once turned dark." The story ends here. Thank you all for following along. While waiting for new stories, please check out other series on Review channel to pass the time. Wishing you all joy and energy. Goodbye and see you again.